All right, welcome back to the VSCA Sports Car Championship Monster Energy. 12 hours of Sebring, 5 hours and 54 minutes left into the race. We are just halfway through. It has been an absolutely action-packed race so far. I was luckily able to join just as the rain started, and that rain is continuing to pick up more and more. I am Lucas Moody alongside Brad Daniels with Christian Hill pushing all the buttons in the background. And Brad, welcome to the booth. You missed the start of the rain, but you're here for it now. And how you feeling on this absolutely fine Saturday evening?
It seems like a lot has happened. I'm ready for the calamity. You know, it seems like I came into the second half here of the race. The first half might have been for a lot of drivers here today to like go into halftime, maybe reevaluate, because I think the rain really just threw a wrench into everything. It seemed like I missed out on the fun part in the past hour here. Lucas, luckily you were able to join in right when that was all going on. But, you know, from that as well, also it seems like all of the classes have been pretty strung along in the sense that, you know, the leaders aren't too close to each other except for really the GTP class. You know, everyone else has been running their race, doing what they can, and the rain has really brought in, I think, a lot of the best qualities out of some of these drivers, and then also making sure that they are consistently fast here at Sebring. A track that is very, very fun to watch in my opinion. And, you know, in this situation where the rain is down, but also when it's getting back off the track is when, you know, it gets a little interesting for a lot of these drivers. So, you know, be alongside you, Lucas, and watching this all unfold to see what the second half brings. I think we're in for a good one if the first half has anything to say for it.
Yeah, some call it fun, some call it absolute chaos as a lot of spins. I mean, a lot of just drivers underneath a blanket while trying to navigate each other through these big rooster tails and through all of that spray. As you see right now, that 554 of Miguel Ignacio Ruiz, he's trying to find his way through this traffic, but it's just so hard to accomplish because you really can't see 10 meters in front of you with the spray from the racetrack. And that's kind of been the theme the past hour, if I'm being honest with you, Brad.
It seems like it's fairly, you know, the sun is poking out when it's trying to. It did rain for a little bit there when we went to listen to, you know, the transition period here. But now everyone, I think, is just trying to figure out if the rain's going to stay like the first time, because the rain chances weren't that great coming into the race day today. But you can see it's really coming down now as we're watching that 554 from Red Lab Competition trying to push his way in that Porsche and try to keep that fourth place position. And all that being said and done, you know, we are starting to get into the, you know, the peak of the temperature and coming down from that peak as well. But with that, you know, the rain chances were supposed to fall off as well. And Nolan talked about it a little bit here before he was able to jump off that, you know, the rain chances are going to decline as we go into the remainder of my time in the booth. So, you know, this is probably the most exciting and most wet-filled race I'm going to see here. But all that being said and done, I think a lot of these drivers are also looking forward to that as we have some side-by-side action here in the GTP class coming into the start-finish line now. Side-by-side, it is the 554 coming across the stripe nose to nose.
And I believe he's nose to nose with the 51 World of Sim Racing team, currently driven by Dan Fonte. That car currently 9 laps off the lead as the 554 is on the lead lap, so just a little bit of lap traffic. And actually the car that was 9 laps down, that 51 driven by Danny Fonte, is going to get that move done. So I don't know if Miguel Ignacio Ruiz just kind of backed off because there's no reason battling a car that is 9 laps behind you, or if that 51 is on fresher, newer tires on a different strategy and use that to his advantage to get past. And you can see, I mean, I know I've driven Sebring a lot, Brad. I don't know how familiar you are with Sebring, but the entrance to turn 7 that we just went through is super, super bumpy. The whole track in its entirety is very bumpy, and because of those bumps, you're seeing all of those very brutal puddles lining up on the edge of the track, and there you go. A big moment there for the 554, almost spinning off into the grass.
Yeah, you basically spoken to existence there. And, you know, looking at back now, this is the 83 in the GT Am class. Looks like he's currently sitting, trying to figure out how to get around this wet track at the moment. And, you know, Lucas, when it comes to all this being said and done, these drivers I think had the idea you don't see any clouds really in the sky right now, but the rain is definitely coming down. From your perspective, watching we are in Florida, so I feel like rain can just pop up at any moment. But, from your perspective, you think any of these drivers are thinking this is going to end anytime soon?
I mean, it's so hard to say, but the rain is coming down. The cloud coverage is still there. I think that we still got another probably 30, 45 minutes left of this rain, which means we'll definitely be on wet weather tires for the rest of my call stint here. And I think you brought up a really good point, because it's kind of funny, depending on what camera angle we look at and what part of the track. We're either looking at full sunny sky, nice and blue with a little bit of clouds in the air, versus just complete cloud coverage, downpour monsoon conditions, because different parts of the track and different camera angles are going to have different conditions, because it's a racetrack and it is just so big in size that it's not like a football field where if it's raining for one part of the football field, it's going to be raining for the entirety. No, racetracks are literally so big that it can be raining in one corner and another corner on the other side of the track is literally completely dry. But as you see here, Michael Garone, currently your GTM leader in the 83 machine for off in the SS Racing, just having a good old time there on track. 31 seconds ahead of second place in the LA Forbes. Gonna drive through Sunset Boulevard and down the front stretch he goes. He's just enjoying life in this being.
Just under a hair of 6 kilometers here around Sebring. It is an interesting one to definitely say when it comes to multi-class racing too, because you got to consider we had a great turnout here tonight for these 4 different classes, each of them having double-digit entries. And, you have GTPs, 13 entries, LMP2s with 12, and then the GT class combined 27. Overall, 56 cars on a little under 6 kilometers might feel like a lot of wiggle room. But, these GTPs just get around the track so cleanly, so efficiently compared to, these GT3s. But it also just, at times right now, seems like these drivers are taking it easy on the wet tires along with the wet surface. All in all, just, trying to keep it calm and consistent like Michael's Garion is going right now. And all that being said and done, when, I'm looking at the track map here, just trying to look and see, like, if there's a big congestion anywhere, but a lot of these drivers are strung out. It seems like nobody really, getting stuck behind any slower traffic if you're a GTP. Everyone's just kind of running their race now. It seems like when the rain comes down, it got a little, calmer to say for some people. Well, that being said and done, no one's hit the wall incredibly hard yet. That's probably gonna be in about 2 hours. I'm gonna look back on that comment, but like multiple times there in this race, 4 or 5 times we've seen drivers go headlong into the tire barriers here throughout the track. So, when this wet surface came out, a lot of those drivers were trying to not replicate that.
I mean, yeah, caster's curse is very much a thing. You have to watch your mouth, Brad, because I remember one of the only races I casted for CIL, I'm thinking back like years ago, was the first ever wet race that they did in their collegiate prototype challenge series. I know Christian remembers this race well because he had a little bit of an altercation with Clint Halterman, and we're literally interviewing Clint Halterman in the booth, and he's talking about, Christian took me out, yada yada yada, and the camera just cuts to Christian flying into the wall, and Clint under his breath says, one of the funniest moments I've ever had on cast. And that race in general was full of so much commentator's curse between me and Sky. I think we had about 7 or 8 times where we literally talked somebody off of the track, including Jordan Johnson, Zach DeWale, Christian Hill, as we just talked about. I mean, caster's curse is a thing, and it's even more prevalent in wet races in these tin top cars. So definitely gonna have to watch what you're saying about these walls, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna hesitate from that going forward here. Obviously, it's a 50-50 shot with me. So, all that being said and done, though, really back to the racing here in Sebring for the 12 hours race. We just got past halfway, and I'm trying to look through some of the standings here And there's some, really the battle for the lead isn't heating up, but between LMP2, P2, and P3, along with GTAM, those two also in that second and third position, close enough to be considered trying to get into a little bit of a scuffle here. But really going through the timing table, everyone still keeping it forward, keeping it going, and getting a little loose. It looks like they're coming through. I believe that is turn 11 there. And, Lucas, all being said and done, this is through the last hour, with the experience you've seen with the VSCA race so far, what do you, think will go on with the dry conditions?
And if we are going to get some dry conditions, when we get there, surely we could definitely see some more battles heat up, some more battles intense. But here we go now. Luis Diaz for that World of Sim Racing team driving that Chevrolet Corvette. You can kind of just see him right there, that 151 car, trying to fight his way through this lap traffic. He's currently got, looks like 13 seconds to the car, or my math is completely off, 18 seconds to Timothy Johnston ahead of him, and he's just driving a really clean race out there tonight, keeping it in third place for World of Sim Racing team. And Luis Diaz is 100% a name that I know all three of us in this booth recognizes. He was one of our collegiate drivers. I've raced alongside of him many races. Brad Daniels would have casted him many times, and Christian Hill would have produced him many times as well. So it's good to see some familiar faces out there in the field today.
Absolutely. And a lot of drivers, obviously, in the collegiate field or sphere, you only really have 4 years of, prime time in the CIL, and then you can run as an alumni. But, a lot of these drivers move on to greater things. And a lot of these drivers in this VSCA race here today have been in a lot of other leagues casted on Green Flag TV. I think Selena Ward currently in that third place position in GTP has run in like the Speed Cup series and some other series in Green Flag TV, along with, some of these other drivers that can really spend their time going elsewhere, having a good day today. Obviously, going through 12 hours is also an endurance in not only just the duration, but mentality-wise. You've seen the top car in that GTP Pro class has been, doing a great job of keeping it up there. But for the longest time, I was trying to see here how long the stint was for that 18, and can't get that if you have any focal point on that, Lucas. But all that being said and done, a lot of these drivers just got to try and, push the limits, try to keep themselves sane through all this calamity, because right now it seems like a lot of these drivers have kind of spaced out, been able to get into a rhythm on the wet tire and also the wet surface. So all that being said and done, it can get to you real quickly, because don't have too much experience in endurance racing as a driver. Casting wise though, it is just such a grudge match mentally and physically and all over the place. But at the same time, you have somebody there in your human spotter that, you're required to have a human spotter here in the VSCA. So everyone, at least has somebody in there that they can talk to. If you're like Jack Hedgecox here in the 18 leading up front here for the GT Pro class, he can at least, talk strategy with his spotter, along with trying to, delve with some of this LMP2 and GTP traffic as well. It can help you get through a lot and just keep yourself awake. We're not doing the Daytona 24 hours. That would be a whole different type of battle for your mentality. But, 12 hours is still 12 hours. That is not only a majority of the time you're awake in a day, but you're setting up and also getting your team ready, talking to your teammates about strategy, and also putting in time to practice this race here at Sebring. So all that being said and done, I think a lot of these drivers might also be feeling like they took all the time to practice and they're trying to show their best. And right now, if you're sitting in that 18 Ford going racing, it really probably is paying off right now. 50 seconds is a heck of a lot of time. And Lucas, you did touch on that here in the past hour. This 18 has been on rails for the most part in the past hour or two.
Yeah, of course, Jack Goldwyn going to be driving for most of that stint I was casting last hour, and Jack Hedgecox, right at the turn of the hour, took control of that machine. And I believe A GT3 stint is about 45 minutes. Of course, the rain most likely lengthens that. So you could be seeing stints lasting from anywhere to 50, 55 minutes, maybe even an entire hour. Because with the rain, you simply use less fuel because you're being less aggressive into corners, you're being less aggressive out of corners. And because of all of that, you're going to use less fuel over an entire stint. And yeah, you bring up a really interesting point with the spotters, because I mean, this is just me speaking from my personal opinion. If I'm driving an endurance race, I want music in my ears and the engine from my car. I don't want anybody like talking to me. Like, I feel like if I try to get in a conversation when I'm endurance racing, I just feel like I'm going to put the car in the wall, if I'm being completely honest. So I mean, for some drivers, they might like, I know a lot of drivers, like I think Mario Miranda mentioned this in one of his interviews, they like having someone to talk to for an entire stint to just get their mind off the racing, let muscle memory kick in. For me, I'm one of the drivers that I need to focus on my racing. I can't carry a conversation and race cleanly at the same time. I just need to have music, I need to zone out. And at least that's my personal opinion for how I like to drive and how I like to lock in. But I know everybody does differently. Everybody has the strategy that they think's working. Having a human spotter just in general is really, really good for when you get into those traffic scenarios or scenarios where you're looking for a move and you don't know if you're clear or not. So that human spotter definitely is better than what iRacing gives you. But for most of the race, I would like my spotter to just be completely silent if I'm not side by side with anybody.
Yeah, I also know there's a lot of fun conversations I can have, and you also made a point, Lucas, you know, it's a lapse in judgment is all it takes, especially in an endurance race. You know, you have 12 hours. If you make a mistake, you can recover after, you know, a long lapse of time, but you can also try to rebound it. I believe this is the 552 Red Lab Competition LMP2 of Gustavo Eduardo Silva. He had a black flag, had to bring it down pit road, and obviously has lost out on that podium position, now sitting in fourth, and also coming back out into a little bit of traffic here. Just going to be stuck in a little sandwich here of GT3s and a little LMP2 action. But all that being said and done, he actually lost that fourth place position now to the Grow Racing Team Blue, I believe, of Jorge Diaz. So now he's going to have to try and battle back, try to get those 3 spots back if he can, but still got 5.5 hours. Obviously, we're not at any point where we're at, you know, stress levels at 100, and we have to push everything we can to try and get those spots back. But obviously, that 552 gonna have to get some, you know, damage mitigation going. We've seen a lot of black flags from a lot of great teams so far, so just, you know, another one to add to the bucket. Try to keep it going for that 552 team, and we'll maybe have a close battle here going forward here if the 552 is able to get back up to the Grow Racing Team.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see that. This 552 get that time back so we can see some good battles, because at the moment we've kind of touched on this. Brad, you've said it a lot yourself. These cars are very stringed out on the track right now, and after Red Lab Competizione made his pit stop, he's now going to have to work to get that time back over these next couple of laps. And Gustavo Eduardo Silva, who's, I believe, driven the entire time I've been here, so he's putting on an absolutely very long stint here today in the VSCA Sports Car Series. He's going to take control of this car still. Oh, no, he's going to have contact with the 90 Porsche. Oh, my gosh, out of nowhere, the 552 looks for a move on the inside of the 90. That's, of course, the Intercomp Fisher Motorsport, driven by Ryan Steinhoff at the moment. And, I mean, that just hit out of nowhere. Oh, my gosh.
We got some action here finally. I feel like I was maybe I was not gonna, my vibes probably changed a lot of people to not really make any moves. And as we say that, we watched that Red Lab machine, you know, get into a little bit of contact with the Porsche. We'll try to get a replay here potentially of that incident. You did watch it live, but all that being said and done, just one thing after the other for that 552, unfortunately. Still in the top 5, but still, again, another little hindrance, another hurdle that they have to overcome here if they want to try to get back to that podium position. But right now, also, nobody really in the LMP2 class has been able to get back up to Dominic Eisenberg in that 23. that 23 team of Twin Turn SR by Rebecca Bornheim has been on a great run so far in this last green flag stint now. And all that being said and done, it seems like it's been working out for them, at least to say the least.
Yeah, that LMP2 car has had a massive lead over the entire field for this past hour and a half now. Here's a replay on board with that 552. Remember, they just came down pit road. They're looking to get their spots back, and I mean, he just sends a move in too late that I don't think Steinhoff was expecting. Hard to really put blame on either of those cars there, because on one hand, Steinhoff, as a GT3 car, has to be watching for the quicker cars behind and has to be watching for quicker traffic, but on the other hand, Silva sent that move in so late. Into turn 17, that is such a weird corner for overtaking. It's really hard to put the blame on Steinhoff either. Just one of those moments where neither driver really predicted or expected what the other driver was going to do in the situation, and it's going to cause for both of them to lose a decent amount of time. It's just really bad. I mean, Steinhoff, you think, was running fourth, got pushed completely off the track, and that 552 was running second before the pit stop, and he himself is also going to lose a good amount of time for that, and maybe even some front end damage. So both Silva and both Silva and Steinhoff getting the worst of an incident.
So one thing to note, I think the leader, we were just talking him up, of Dominic Eisenberg, I believe has a black flag here that 23 is going to have to serve here in the coming laps. Trying to hear back exactly what caused that
Commentator's curse. Our bad.
Yeah, you know, we will, I'll stop, I might not talk too much about specific people at this point. We'll try to keep it very, very high level information here going forward. Potentially, I got 2.5 more hours going here, so maybe the rest of the field will be more scared of me than maybe the rest of the rain or anything else coming up on the track. But you know, all that being said and done, a black flag issued out to that Twin Turn SRV team by Rebecca Bornheim, and that's ultimately going to give. I think Babcock is going to end up in the lead, but not by much. 38 seconds, now 39 seconds, is still a good bit of gappage for that 30 team to try and make it up and get back up to that 23 and compete for that class top position. But we'll just have to wait and see when the 23 comes down pit roads to serve that black flag.
And that black flag will have to be served within 2 to 3 laps time here. And I mean, even before he's coming down to serve it, that 23 machine has lost about 27 seconds over the last couple of laps here. I think Dominic Eisenberg might have a problem, and that black flag is now cleared. So I'm assuming maybe that time was just him serving it, and I'm completely losing my mind here, which would surprise me because I didn't see on my live timing him coming down pit road, but I could have just completely missed it. But that is going to be what I'm assuming. He lost about 34 seconds of time, and that black flag got cleared. So I'm assuming came down pit road, served that drive-through, and he's still going to be able to come out in first place with a 20-second lead. And that just goes to show how much time that 23 LMP2 machine was able to pull on the rest of the field. And here we go. Jack Hedgecock's another one of those guys that has, I mean, we talked about it in my last hour. That 18 machine of Go Win Racing has been so good all day. And Jack Hedgecock is going to continue that trend with a 50-second lead over the field. And now that the field has kind of calmed down here, they've got the incidents out of the way, some of those pit stops out of the way as well. Let's take a rundown of what you can expect on Green Flag TV over this next coming week. So later tonight, literally in just about, 4 hours, it'll be me and Nolan side by side for the SRA IEL Truck Series at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. And tomorrow, I'll be joining in once again with Cade Corbin, who you saw 2 hours ago, for Blazing Pedals League at Daytona International Speedway to kick off their new truck series, transitioning from that ARCA car to that truck car. Side by side with that is going to be the motor at the Nürburgring Grand Prix. And Monday night, the Belgian Sim Racing Federation going to take on Adelaide Street Circuit alongside CIL taking on Auto Club, and alongside as well, High Tide Racing League taking on Talladega Super Speedway. So a triple header for the channel Monday night. You guys are not going to want to miss that. And then rounding it out Tuesday at 3 p.m. going to be Aspire Autodromo Nazionale Monza. So a really quick racetrack there for Tuesday for Aspire. That is going to be a great race as well. And of course, don't forget, last Thursday, we had the Indy 500 brought on from CIL. Wyatt Burton for Trine University takes home the win in that race. If you guys weren't able to watch it live, you definitely got to go back and watch it. An absolute thriller all the way to the end. Congratulations to Wyatt Burton for taking home the crown. That's your upcoming week. We have a really jam-packed action week, and that's not even mentioning Zero Torque Racing League this Friday, taking on the Paperclip at Martinsville for the final race of the round of 8, seeing which 4 drivers lock themselves into Homestead for that championship. It's all kicking off on Green Flag TV in the next couple of weeks. You guys are not going to want to miss any of the action.
Sounds like pretty much if you like the sound of Lucas's voice this whole weekend, you could pretty much find him a majority of either this race or the upcoming streams here.
Yeah, pretty true.
It sounds like this entire weekend might be 2/3 of Lucas's voice. So all that being said and done, you know, that a lot of exciting stuff come up on Green Flag TV. I think while we were going through the rundown there, I believe there might have been a change for the second place position in LMP2s. I believe Jorge Diaz was able to get up. I believe Dylan Babcock also fell down to 5th there. I believe there's been some shakeups in that class as it stands. I don't believe there was anything down pit road at least, but it seems like a little bit of shakeup there. But all that being said and done, you can still see here in Sebring, everyone's still keeping it going. You know, the track is, the racing line is starting to get dried up a little bit here with everyone running through, trying to get past each other, and with no rain, at least in the forecast. It is Florida. It can just happen. So, you know, nonetheless, if you are a driver right now trying to maybe get on those slicks, get going, and keep it going, I think this is your prime opportunity to feel like you, about 2 hours ago at this point, when the rain, maybe an hour and a half ago, when the rain started kicking up here down in Florida. So all that being said and done, the track also staying around relatively 21 degrees Celsius, and you know, it is gonna not really fluctuate much even when we get into the latter stages of this race. Track temp and overall atmospheric temps are going to stay around the same as they are right now, but slowly decline about 2 or 3 degrees Celsius. So a lot of these drivers not worried about anything outside of rain for the time being. Everything's going to stay completely consistent for the most part. As all that being said and done, we'll take a quick look again through the classes here. The GTP class, those BMWs still making it work up at the front. Felipe Sonner currently sitting up there in that 21 machine from BMW Team Delta Racing. Then you got the 20 of the Lion GP Bravo Snow machine of Gabriel Peckley currently sitting there trying to track down that 21, about 6 seconds on back. Then you have to go back a whole minute to get to Weight Skates Racing Selena Ward in that Ferrari. Then looking back here for the LMP2s, we talked about it, Jorge Diaz, Gustavo Silva, Lucas Moncla making up the podium there. That 14 from Grow Racing Team Blue doing a great job, keeping it 11 seconds about in front of the 552, which we were riding on board with that Red Lab machine, who's been able to get back up to second there. You know, I'm thinking maybe some pit stops might have happened in the meantime. We'll get back to you on that front. But the 552 has made his way back up to where he was. Oh, the 14 slides right around there. Oh, that's going to lose a lot of time. He's going to lose a couple seconds. Luckily, the 14 able to get it back going there. Again, the water's still on the track. It is not dry by any means. And, of course, the 14 there just slides right on through, but able to keep it collected, and he's going to keep on going. That lead lost about 4 seconds there just because of that little mishap. And Lucas, you know, I saw a spray there. I thought somebody potentially was happening in front of here. But Lucas, you know, looking back to the GT classes as well, it looks like maybe a different story.
As you see, that GT class being, of course, led by Jack Hedgecox in that Go-In Racing 18. Behind them, Timothy Johnston for that iRacing Today Motorsports VSA 157. The podium is going to be rounded out by Luis M. Diaz Of course, driving for World of Sim Racing team in that 151. And of course, Jack Hedgecock's once again 58 seconds ahead of Timothy Johnson in that second place, and it's going to be 18 seconds behind him is when you see Luis M. Diaz. Your GTM class, your podium is going to be Michael Garone, the 83 machine for Off in the S's Racing. 14 seconds back from him is Ryan Huff in that 75 of SRN/TFR Alliance. And then 18 seconds off of Huff, we're looking at Neil A. Forbes and that 33 machine for Wastegate Racing. So, yeah, the GTM class is looking the closest out of those two GT3 classes because, you know, the gap between first and third is 33 seconds compared to the whole minute and 16 that you're seeing in GT Pro. But the P2, as we kind of talked about, doing a good job. 21 seconds is only the gap between Mafucci in second and Silva in first. As we'll take another look at that chrome red 18 of Jack Hedgecock's and Going Racing.
And Lucas, while that was unfolding, I believe potentially the 20 of Gabriel Peckley. Gabriel might have had a incident. He's now back 46 seconds back from the 21 and has a meatball flag from the looks of it. He's going to be falling back potentially behind the 32 of Wastegate Racing Selena Ward and might be on pit road. I believe the 20 might have been caught up in an incident here.
Yes, we'll see if we can get a replay of that. What happened to the number 20 machine is the question on all of our minds right now. That Lion GP Bravo Snow 20 machine was racing really good here in second place, not too far off the leader, but as Brad said, they've now dropped back to third, a minute 18 behind the leader, and Henrique Gomez now going to swap in that car as well. So maybe some issues, got that meatball flag, and they're going to do a driver change while they get some of that damage repaired. Not the best turn of events for the 20 machine, but they're still sitting in third. Still a long way left in this race to go, and I'm sure hopes still are not all lost over there in that 20 garage.
I mean, it's endurance racing. This is an aspect of it. You try to minimize the damages, obviously off tracks, and you know the occasional slow traffic ahead, or AKA you also being caught up in said slow traffic can cause a little bit of calamity, and we'll have to see exactly if that Lion GP Bravo Snow machine was brought into any sort of problems going forward here. Nonetheless, now that GTP class, two cars currently on the lead lap here of that 21 from BMW M Team Delta Racing and Wastegate Racing. So I think we're gonna take a look back potentially here at the incident that all unfolded here, going side by side, looking to see what happened to the 20 of the Lion GP Bravo Snow. And oh, that's on the strip. That is a very peculiar place for that to happen right there.
That's just on the airport straight, or not the airport straight, that's heading into turn 7. And I think the O2 was looking for a move on the inside of the car ahead and just didn't expect there to be a car there. Yeah, the 157 was to his inside. That's, of course, iRacing Day Motorsports VSCA, the 157, who's also had a really good race. And yeah, you see they were running second place on the rundown, and now they're completely knocked out of that podium. So not only did the second place, the GTP class, get involved in that incident, it was also the second place, the GT Pro class, that was involved in that incident. Two cars, two second places, out in one foul swoop. And I mean, looking at it back, Brad, I hate to say it, but I have to place the blame on the driver of that 20 machine. Look for a move on the inside of 7, simply not clear.
Again, it either was a false sense of, you know, the awareness happening. I don't know if you want to really call anything on the spotter, but nonetheless, that was just a very unfortunate set of events for some fast cars here, in Sebring here tonight. So, while that all being said and done, the second half of this race had some fireworks to start off. Since the rain subsided, we got a couple of drivers now shaking it up with a little bit of strategy call. That 757 in the 757 of Flight Level Racing Machine now sitting in that second place position in LMP2 after I believe all these pit cycles have gone through. Oh, there's a car around right there in front of Jack Hedgecock's. Might have to take a look back to see who that is.
I believe that was the 12 of BMW M Team Delta Racing. I'm trying to see who's currently in that machine. It was indeed the 12, currently driven by João Vitor Delgado, and that's going to be our caution. He's not in a spot to get it safely towed. And as you see those rear tires, he was driving them, but he wasn't going anywhere. They're elevated off of the ground. And that's going to be the first caution that I'm seeing here today. And I think maybe only our second caution of the night. This is, we haven't seen many cautions out here today. They've kept the first half of this race very, very clean. But the 12 going to bring one out here with just 5:18 to go.
Well, yeah, that is a very, very interesting spin on things here, especially for a lot of the drivers leading each of the respective classes. You can see just pretty much outside of, well, really, it's GTP, GT Pro. They both have only 2 cars sitting on the same lap as it stands on the lead lap of their class. And everyone outside of there, you know, might be losing out here. They had such a big gap, especially the 21 of Felipe Sonner, and then also Jack Hedgecox, who we've been talking about time and time again. You know, it really is going to be a hit in the head pretty much for those drivers, just feeling the pain of that yellow flag coming out. And now everyone going to have to get stacked back up, reassembled, trying to figure out which cars go where and which classes. And while we, you know, look at all that, I think a lot of these drivers also that were sitting back in podium positions outside of first might be thinking this as a blessing in disguise. You know, maybe if you didn't pit, get onto get on the pit road, try to get some fresh rubbers under there. The track might be drying out enough. You know, I don't actually see if I was looking back at the last stint trying to see who was on wet tires and who was on those dry tires. And all that being said, the graphics were being a little messy. And I know at times I think also that we were trying to figure out who's on the dries, who's on the wets. And I think a lot of drivers might be considering that, because you can see now there's that definitive groove on the track where you can see it's dry and then wet right outside of that. So, and even puddles in a little bit of spots, and I think you also talked about that, Lucas. So, you know, all that being said and done, these drivers are going to collect it all back together and, you know, maybe see each other once again, which I don't think has happened in a couple hours.
Yeah, and as you were saying that, I kind of thought of something that some drivers might be looking to go for here is, as the rain has now stopped, and this will be a long caution 100%, and the rain, or excuse me, we won't be going green for another probably 10, 15, maybe upwards of 20 minutes. Could be seeing some drivers, some teams making the call to swap on to those dry tires under this pit stop conditions, and then by the time we go green, we think that track might be dried off and good for the slicks. I think that could be a call that some of these teams are going to be making here tonight. It's definitely the risky call, but if you make it and it's correct, you could gain a lot of net time and a lot of good positions on the track here today. I believe we're looking at a replay right now. This is the 33 of Neil A. Forbes. This is not a replay. Never mind. This is just simply cars trying to group back up under this safety car. We can get grouped up. We can get the classes sorted out, open the pit stops, and you know, get our caution procedure underway shortly here.
You know, still a little under 6 kilometers here at Sebring. It's going to be a long pacing time for all these drivers, but, you know, also filling out, trying to figure out which classes go where do I end up, you know, trying to make sure everyone safely restarts here. And, you know, after it's all said and done, yeah, Lucas, I think we saw a lot of drivers when the rain first initially came out, taking that, you know, trying to maybe go on slicks, try to push it, which, you know, it did say in the forecast it was maybe a brief shower or at least a little bit of rain, and maybe they could endure it. But, you know, after a couple laps, a lot of those drivers are feeling the pain of those slicks. So we're actually going to take a look at the replay now. Is this under... Oh, no, this is, I believe, the incident that brought this whole thing out.
Yeah, there you see that is the 12 machine, and that is such a weird incident. I mean, they just kind of bumped doors with the GT class. Yeah, he got beached on the curb here. This is kind of what I'm talking about. You can see he's trying to drive his rear tires. You'll see him try eventually in a second, but they're just not on the asphalt, and he got beached on the curb, and And we've seen much bigger crashes happen today, but the drivers were either able to get back on the racing surface or get into one of those tow-away zones. So it's just really weird that the incident that brings out the caution in the end of the day is just a simple spin that happens on the apex to turn 7 here. But the car got beached. He's not in a tow zone, and you know that's going to bring the full course yellow out on the day.
With that being said and done, I know we did the rundown pretty much already of the drivers sitting up at the top of each class. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen that, you know, we're still trying to file it all out, but when it comes down to it, Selena Ward, Felipe Sonner are going to be the only two sitting on the same lap. They're going to try and make it work here on the restart. When we get back to it, you can see the rest of the GTP class shown here, and just how some days have folded out a little worse than others. You know, going back through the field, you know, early in this race, I was tuning in a little bit, and I noticed the BMW seemed like strong, you know, they seem like brick walls out there for the most part. And since then, Wastegate Racing, along with, I believe, might be, the Red Lab team, that 554 in that Porsche, might have been really trying to break through, because you can see 4 of the top 6 being BMWs, but the other 2, you know, that Ferrari and Porsche, mixing it up at the front there, along with, you know, you see further on back there some Cadillacs, and everyone else having some unfortunities going out into today's race here at Sebring. Still got a whole nother half as we're going through the rest of the LMP2 class now. You can see we still got 6 cars sitting on that lead lap, a couple cars in some early drama, and also damaging the cars enough to where they're more than just a lap down behind Kyle Allen. Currently they're in 7th on back, is your car's a lap down, but still being led by that 23 from Twin Turn SRV by Dabika Bornheim. Lucas's Moncla doing a great job of keeping them up front. Probably one of those drivers that hated seeing that caution come out, but nonetheless has to deal with it as we're trying to still get everyone back into the appropriate spots. And Lucas, you want to take us through the rest of the GTs here?
Yeah, one of those drivers that really hated seeing that caution come out. I mean, think about Jack Hedgecock's a 50-second lead on the field before that yellow came out. We're going to bring that lead all the way from 50 down to just a 1/10 to 2/10 of a second when they all get going green here. Luis M. Diaz going to be the car behind in second, and followed by Nicholas Sol as well. But honestly, that's insane that there's only 2 cars on the lead lap for this GT Pro Series. Everybody else is at least 1 lap behind. You have 3rd through 6th, all 1 lap down. 8th through 10th, 2 laps down. And then we have Aiden Campbell, Nuno Magahelis, 3 laps down. And the rest of the cars are either 5 or more laps down. That rounds out your 16-car GT Pro field, and we can swiftly change over to the GT Am field. These battles have been closer, I think, than some of the other classes. Of course, being 15 cars, Michael Garone, the 85 machine, going to be heading this field out for trying to find his team really quickly. The 85 is going to be, oh, it's 83. That's why I can't find it. The 83 for Off in the S's Racing. And in second place can be Ryan Huff. And third, Neil A. Forbes. Ryan Steinhoff and Jesse Molina round out your 5 cars on the lead lap. And everybody else is going to be 1 or more laps down. So as you see, that GT Am field headed by Off in the S's Racing and SRN TFR Alliance. Both of those cars have had a lot of pace today and proved why they deserve to head off this field when we get going green once again. But we're still under caution for the time being.
Yeah, it's a little deceiving, but with the VSCA, we talked about, you know, they're trying to get the right classes in the right manners here, so that's why you may see some green flag, you know, quote-unquote green flag action happening, but the pace car rolls off just to, you know, eventually get everyone set up in the right spots and make sure this restart can be as efficient and as wonderful for the viewing audience as it possibly can be. And all that being said and done as well, you know, we also, you know, on taking a look at the roster for a lot of these teams, you know, we at the Daytona 24, it felt like a big advantage to have maybe a driver that was sitting outside of maybe the Western and Eastern Hemisphere if you're depending on a team. Looking at some of these teams that have like Unitronic Fisher Motorsports, the 84 team, they have drivers in Great Britain, Canada, the US, and Germany where they have the options. Like if you have a mental warfare going on, and they're waking up at 4 a.m. to start this race at potentially 5 a.m. at their time. It really can be a great advantage to have somebody start up at somewhere that's more normal of a time. Maybe right now at my location it is 4 p.m. So if this starts in the mid-afternoon, you're definitely going to be a lot more aware and acute to race here today at Sebring if it's in the mid-afternoon. But for some of these drivers, like the Off the S's racing, where everyone's in the Americas, 4 of the 5 drivers being in the U.S., the United States, and then Patrick Boyard sitting in Canada, that might not be an advantage. Luckily, for the time being, this race is going to be a particularly good time frame for you. But when you're looking at the other side of the world, maybe being like Benjamin Fisher from the Unitronic Fisher Motorsports team that I was talking about before, this is plain nighttime for them. If you're trying to put somebody in the car and you have no other options on your side of the hemisphere, it might just be a little bit of a tenuous task to pull somebody awake in the middle of the night. Because I have done overnight endurance races, and I can tell you, once you're done with that stint, and if you have another stint in about 4 or 5 hours, it just feels like that, like you just don't know where you're at the entire time. Somehow you're racing, but you don't know what's going on half the time.
Yeah, and I think for these USA-built teams, you just have to hope that one of your guys is a night owl, an early bird, early riser, what you have it, because at least for when I did some races with Ball State, it was usually, I think, Hale and Bradley, when we did those long endurance races, those guys were night owls. They would literally say, okay, we'll take it from midnight to 6 a.m. You guys don't have to worry about anything. We will split the hard work between us two. And luckily, over here at Ball State, we had those night owls. Even though we're an entirely USA-based team, we had those guys that were willing to stay those long hours overnight and could stay awake through those crucial moments. And of course, we had guys like Alif, guys like Kelton, who are so okay with getting up early, getting up at 6, getting up at 7 a.m. They could take over those morning stints where you had me, just give me the afternoon stuff. I don't want to push my sleep schedule too much. If I wake up early, I will be a wreck the entire day. If I stay up too late, then I'll be a wreck the entire next day. But yeah, for those teams that are all North American, you have to be hoping that at least some of your guys are early risers or night owls. And I think we can now take the time to take one step back. We're going to get a quick caster switch on the booth for you guys today, but it has been an absolute pleasure casting for you guys the last 2 hours. Of course, I have been Lucas Moody, joined by Brad Daniels and Christian Hill behind the scenes, pushing all the buttons, making us sound amazing. We're going to get a quick step back to bring up Fettuccini up here into the booth. See you guys later.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring, the 5th annual race here in the VSCA series. It has been an interesting one, to say the least, in the middle part of tonight's race. We got about 5 hours to go. We just ticked over that 5-hour mark, but now we got a change up here up top. It's Fennicini who's going to be joining alongside me, and Christian Hill is going to be sitting behind the view here, making sure we catch all of the great action here tonight. And it has been a long yellow flag for all these drivers trying to get reorganized, but with that, some interesting strategy calls could be at play, along with driver swaps and all that. But Fen, you were watching this race at the very beginning, and a lot has happened since. How are you feeling jumping back in the booth here, seeing what's unfolded since?
It's been super interesting. Kind of been keeping a loose eye on it as I've gone about my day, as you're one to do whenever you're in an endurance race, either as a commentator or as a driver, or anybody who's on kind of the side of having a swim endurance race. You always keep an eye on it, even when you're stepping away from it, because you always want to keep, see how things are going, see how your team's doing if you're a driver. For the commentary side, see what development, what stories have unfolded for us to talk about here, especially for times like these when we're under caution and the cars are all getting sacked back up to get back and ready to race. We'll have the second wave bias here in a moment for those of us who are keeping track at home of where we're at in this caution, and that means we're getting closer to the start of our green flag running once again. But it's been so interesting to me to see that. All the drivers I've seen at the top of the orders largely shuffle around a little bit, and we have new drivers for the most part up at the top of the order, new teams also up there. Very cool to see the number 18 of Going Racing for that GT Pro category find themselves out the top of that order. After all, we are over halfway, 5 hours, just under 5 hours left in this race, and to go from what was a mid-pack start, in the top 10, but I believe only barely working his way up into the third and podium spots by the time we had that first caution, about hour number 10 thereabouts, right when as I was stepping away for the mid-race break that I got, and then coming back to see them find themselves on the top. Very cool to see. Totally didn't jinx them as a result of it, really kind of calling them out amongst all this. But one of the many cool, groups of cars we're going to see. We're going to see a bunch more here in a little while. Watch them go racing again and see how they're able to keep the consistency up with the 5 hours that remain, and really figure out where their final pace is, where they want to be. The sun starting to set. We might get a little bit of nighttime driving by the looks of it, but I think it'll be right at the tail end, very traditionally Sebring in some capacity, given the nature and the time of day here in Florida. All right, how's that, Brad?
Oh, no, this is great. I was going to say, like you pointed out, that I never really, under this yellow, I haven't really looked around the track, but it's kind of ominous here. You can see a little bit of haze starting to build from the humidity from around the track. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the rain bringing that in, but, it is definitely, I think, going to be getting into the night stages here when I think both passed our points here in the race, but in the closing hours, nonetheless, of the 12-hour race here tonight in Sebring. It's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. If the last 2 hours have provided us anything, we thought we got into a little bit of a lull in the past hour here, and then all that being said and done, a simple little clip on the outside line for that GTP, I believe. I was trying to remember who was involved in that last wreck, but nonetheless got beached on the inside curb and brought out this caution. And for some of them, some driver, that was a 12 that was getting set up on that inside curb from the Team Delta racing team. But all that being said and done, a lot of these leaders hated seeing that. Just brought them right back into, potentially actually having the battle for position. And, Fen, you can see a lot of these drivers still getting settled going right now, trying to make sure they get the pass-throughs going to get back into line efficiently. But when you're looking for these final 5 hours going now, potentially with the precipitation percentages lowering, along with temperatures slightly lowering when we go maybe throughout sunset, what do you think you were going to see from these drivers when it comes to overall pushing? And also, I thought somebody was smoking there for a second, but overall just seeing what's going to happen here the rest of the race?
I think it's going to be very fun to see. We get this nice lull in the weather. In theory, there is a chance towards the final few hours for these drivers. So a bit of, a dark and wet finish to a pretty exciting Sebring race. We've had the conditions. You got a little bit of rain just now. You've had a little bit over time. The As a result of the rain, though, the track temp come way down from the kind of almost boiling 98 degrees that we got early on, right after that first hour when the track was almost, I think, at its warmest, amongst other things. I think we broke over 100 there for a little while, but getting the track cooled back down as a result of both the setting sun and the rain, it really makes for, I think, optimal racing conditions once this dry line finishes drying out. Plenty of time for these drivers to continue to try to, work on that line with the pacing that they're doing here. It's not going to be as effective as, straight out, green flag racing, but it'll be a good start to really defining that dry line, as a huge portion of this field has slowly worked their way onto dry tires. Been kind of keeping an eye on the kind of class leaders, to figure out how they're feeling about dry tires, and so many drivers currently working their way onto dry tires and have themselves ready to go for this restart here. But I think it'll make for some really dangerous starting if we have them have to go offline, because the track is not still that dry. It is drier, but with cold tires on, moist and wet track, I think will make for a bit of a tumultuous start if they aren't very careful. But I get the feeling plenty of time to work these tires up to temperature, plenty of time for these drivers to kind of figure out what driving on that wet line looks like if they need to, how to avoid the puddles kind of on the inside curbing that you still see in some of these corners. It's going to be busy, but it's going to be fun.
Definitely. And I think a lot of drivers, also teams opting into swapping out some drivers when they brought down pit road. So, I think some fresh faces along with fresh eyes and everything along the sorts will be at play here for this opening restart. And I know you were part of the opening couple of hours here at Sebring, and I have not been able to experience a restart, at least in this race here tonight. But I know at the beginning of the race, there was some calamity in the overall start and everything along those lines. Coming into and past now hour 7 of the race, you kind of touched on it, but really thinking about it, do you think, a lot of these drivers who are, like a Nicholas Pedersen or anybody else, like potentially down in the GT/AM class, trying to maybe push the envelope and get themselves in front, because they saw what you could really do once you got in front of the class, and really have been able to stretch that lead, because everyone was in double-digit deficits pretty much if you weren't sitting in the lead.
Yeah, it tends to be the case, and I get the feeling you got a few drivers that are looking to try to capitalize on this restart, get a good leg back into the fights that they were in, especially with some of these drivers. But I get the feeling, especially for the likes of the Wastegate Racing team that is right behind Gabriel, I say right behind, still a good number of spots behind right now, but after we get through these third wave buys that are in the process right now, we'll do the class splits, which will get us all back into kind of order to make for a clean restart. And I get the feeling patience will go a long way for these drivers, so getting the ability to enjoy that there. But I think Nicholas Peterson, one of the few drivers to stay on wets when a lot of them have swapped over to dries, and I wonder how much of a help that will be for them to be kind of offline, and the ability to fight with these drivers, I think will also be a huge help for the likes of those that have stayed on wets just for a little while longer. But I have to imagine it'll be a diminishing returns style situation for anybody who is still on wets at this point, because of that dry line that is still working pretty effectively at this point. You can really see where the rooster tail comes up, goes away, comes back again, and so it'll be interesting to see. I get the feeling as well, patience always goes such a long way in endurance racing, and I think this will be no difference, especially for Nicholas Peterson as they come back around to GT traffic and get into the mix of multi-class once again.
That being said and done, also a lot of fresh liveries, to say the least, for a lot of these teams that I'm been enjoying looking at here as they've been pushing around the track here. Another great one here in the 66 team, that is the Vulture Motorsports Porsche 911 there. He's they're still trying to get back to the field here, trying to do those wave rounds and everything like that. But a lot of drivers, we've seen some hard hits and those liveries messed up, but in tonight's race, well, I guess going into tonight's race at this point, there's a lot of fresh liveries from a lot of these teams. Done a great job on making their cars look very fresh, even when they're getting thrown anything at it, pretty much a car, rain, asphalt, dirt, whatever the case may be, still looking fresh nonetheless on the track here tonight. And still got 4 hours and 49 minutes. You know, I'm not thinking of anything crazy here, but I think a lot of these drivers, you know, you're past the first half. I think, you know, getting yourself into a rhythm and, you know, that rhythm that you already have been in, because if you're like Nicholas Peterson or even further back there, I'm looking maybe at Luis Diaz, who I know has been in trying to chase down that Go-In racing machine of the 18 and the GT Pro class, like those drivers. I think you are hit the nail right on the head there where, you know, it might be a lot of drivers pushing the envelope, but trying to keep themselves conceited and try to keep on this dry line. You can see on the track just that, you know, the dry portions of the track. We've also seen a lot of puddles in the track. You want to make sure you're avoiding all those as well. And all that being said and done, you know, these also the caution laps taking a while. Probably make a lot of drivers have like a fresh reset in their mind if they didn't switch out.
Yeah, one of the nice things I think about the opportunities there for the drivers that are staying in that don't get to switch out at the pit cycle. Pit cycle, especially for their long full course yellows here at VSCA, do tend to take a little bit of time because they really want to get everybody into the best opportunities they can to continue the fights that they were having earlier in the race that they, you know, end up down on for one reason or another, but want to give the opportunity back to the drivers to really get back into the mix of it, allow for some good racing and good battling between everyone, and the gaps will then kind of close down as the rest of these cars work their way around to the tail end of the grid. We'll see the class splits begin shortly. Takes a little bit of time. I think it is not one that is not without its merit, though, because I think it makes for great restarts, good racing from these drivers. You're not immediately jumped into multi-class action that causes more problems than it solves as soon as you hit the green flag again.
Oh, for sure. And you can see also on the timing table on the left that we were talking about it with Lucas, but just all the different nations represented just currently with the drivers sitting in the cars. Not even, you know, there's a lot more drivers around the world that are taking part in the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring here today. And, you know, for a lot of these drivers, you got to think of Wastegate Racing's Nicholas Peterson, who I believe currently is deep into the night trying to race this, you know, these 12 hours, trying to push that Wastegate Racing machine to try and keep up right now with that BMW team Delta Racing, try to see if he could take that top spot away. Those two currently the only cars on the lead lap from there. But, you know, Fen, looking through this field with the current drivers sitting in the cars as of right now, a lot of these drivers might be, you know, sitting in mid-afternoon, evening time structures, but you see like Spain represented. You see Great Britain. You see, I believe that's Norway. There's also Germany, I see, and Belgium down there. You know, a lot of these countries that are way in the night. And I actually don't know how much, if you've ever been in a team or anything like in an endurance race with anyone overseas, but, you know, for those drivers like that, you know, how do you think this is really affecting them just trying to stay up at the, you know, when the what's that called, the witching hour, pretty much?
The witching hour. I've had the genuine pleasure to get to drive alongside some Belgians as well as some Spanish drivers. So getting the opportunity to kind of pick their brains on what it's like, you know, when you start, instead of like early in the morning like we do over here in the US, you start in the middle of the afternoon there. You know, you start in your evening and then you go throughout all of the night, and your weekend's much more disjointed. You have this beautiful Saturday morning and this beautiful Sunday evening of a 24-hour endurance race in the middle of all of it. So it's very interesting. It's very different for these drivers, especially if any of these drivers are, you know, family individuals who have, you know, kids or, you know, spouses they want to spend time with, partners, things of that nature. Really, it adds to it for them because they go from, you know, hanging out with their kid, putting their kid to bed, which is, you know, 9, 10 p.m. at night for them. And over here, it's, you know, 4 in the afternoon for us over on the East Coast. And then they jump in the sim rig at 10 p.m., drive for a few hours, go to bed at 1 a.m. And, you know, that's their stints, because otherwise they're, you know, dealing with kids, doing all these cool things in their real lives outside of this place. So it's such a fun dichotomy. It works out really well for a lot of the drivers who are family individuals to kind of be in the almost night or morning shifts in these 24 longer endurance hours for us US drivers who are, you know, it's 3 in the morning for us over here, but it's, you know, nice and 8 a.m. over in Spain. So we're going to have to see here in a moment, but it's very cool for them. I think it's feeling very different in terms, from what I've understood from those drivers, in terms of how endurance racing feels when you end up going till midnight, 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning for these kind of endurance events when they start at 9 a.m. over here on the East Coast.
You know, I've tried to race only twice in my life overnight, and it has not ended well. So I can only imagine the perseverance these drivers have been put through for tonight's race in their time. And all that being said and done, you know, we're still trying to get everyone sit in line here to get the best possible restart. But yeah, I think a lot of these drivers, if you're sitting in the Americas right now, obviously this is prime time racing time. You know, like as somebody who I could even doing commentating like this or just watching the race in general, I know there's a lot of endurance races that are fun to watch. You know, in real life, anytime that they have any sort of IMSA race or anything like that, where you stay up till 3 a.m. watching these drivers throw it around the track. The commentators are talking about something absolutely outrageous at times, but you know, it really is fun to, you know, go through these races and have a good time watching it, along with, you know, going through hour 7 now into hour 8, where, you know, it just feels like, for the driver's perspective and from our perspective as well, it feels like a mental warfare point, you know, where obviously we only got in here not even 2 hours ago for me, and you only about 20 minutes ago, but for these drivers, you know, I could only imagine some of the conversations happening right now with the spotters or with the team, because, you know, you obviously have to have some fun. You just can't be absolutely all business 100% of the time. So, you know, we're looking at like the Rentley SRT team right now, that 17, and the McLaren, just trying to see, maybe, you know, I would expect a lot of these drivers just to have a good time right now, trying to relax, keep it going, see what they can, you know, formulate, but at the same time, you know, have a good time. That's the point of it, right? You know, I don't think anyone would be racing here tonight if they absolutely hated getting behind the wheel.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole point of a lot of this is, you know, we're supposed to have fun with it, whether it's in leagues or officials or anything. But when we, you know, get behind the wheel of the simulator to kind of spend some time, the idea is to have fun, regardless of kind of what it looks like. You'll see, to get us, curve us a little bit back, just to give everybody an idea of where we're at in this caution once again. Currently going through the cast splits. We just saw the GTMs slide back. We see the GT Pros now. We're going to be doing the same, kind of right in front of where Michael James is, and then we'll see the LMP2s follow suit shortly after. But it's always such a fun, you know, mix. In the beginning, you have that kind of nervous energy, not really nervous, maybe nervous, depends on the individual, nervous energy, or that energy of, you know, we're about to start, we're getting into it, and about the halfway point, you know, whether that's hour 6, hour 12, you know, you kind of ease up a little bit, you have a chance to relax and breathe, and that comes at different points, especially depending on whether or not you're in battles like this, especially as we get into the restart here. That energy kind of ramps back up for these drivers to kind of feel that, you know, I wouldn't say bundle of nerves, but maybe to start again and kind of restart and get the opportunities that may have slipped away as a result of one incident or another, or simply getting the drivers, you know, pace differential back into things. And now that some of these drivers have swapped, especially, you know, for like Nicholas Peterson, Gabriel Krefta, who are joining in from the respective teams to kind of help with this back half of this race, the opportunities there for those drivers to kind of set their own pace and really figure out where they want to be at the end of the remaining 4 hours and 41 minutes. It's going to be a fun time. I think we're seeing the LMP2s here split off. You can see the GTPs work their way around the number 21 there at the front of the field. Speaking of, Gabriel Krefta will be the kind of effective pace car after all of this. I think we'll be racing here pretty soon, is what I hope.
Everyone on their edge of their seats, and drivers included. You know, this all being said and done, still we had 55 participants enter the race here tonight, and still a little under 6 kilometers here for Sebring. It is definitely going to be a little bit of close quarters action here on the restart, but we've seen it strung out here real quickly if, you know, everyone keeps it going until you get to the slower traffic. So everything said and done, everyone getting into their own little groups here, getting their setting it all up, and all that being said and done, Fen, you know, it's I think going to be suited to see what really this wastegate racing machine can bring to the table against that BMW team Delta Racing, along with like the World of Sim Racing team going after Going Racing and every other class. Since this is the first opportunity, they've really smelled the top step of the podium.
Yeah, a few of these drivers getting an opportunity to work their way up to the top step if they can. I wouldn't also count out Fury Sim Sport battling against the likes of that twin turn SRV, Lucas Moncla going to work his way through as the lead of LMP2. And so I think a few close battles here for various positions in class. I have to worry, again, for the couple of drivers that are still on wets, how much that is going to be a benefit to them to be able to run offline where the other drivers may not be, and how much that then becomes a problem in future when that dry line becomes more of the dominant line to take, and there's plenty of room for battling within that dry space. We'll have to see soon before we get too far away from things.
So you can see on the left side of the timing table here, the tire compounds, mostly everyone on those slicks, those dry tires, but some drivers, including the Wastegate Racing Machine, picking to take that wet tire approach.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. They're going to be restarting here once they come through Sunset Bend one more time onto this pace car. And the number 21, I think, will be leading us off here for the GTPs and the prototypes. So we'll be getting set to go racing here in just a moment.
Side by side, you're going to see both classes here start off this time round, going around this Sunset Bend. Oh, whoa, somebody's around and blinking. Whoa.
That was Gabriel Krefta.
Yeah, that was the
lead.
21.
Yeah.
What in the world happened there? Wastegate easily takes the lead. Going to be the only car currently sitting on the lead lap. If the 21's still sitting there, you can see the rest of the drivers going right past that 21. I don't know what just happened to that team, but nonetheless, we are back to green here at the 12 hours of Sebring.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what happened here for those two drivers, but the rest of the field looking like it's getting through pretty unscathed. The LMP2 field all jumbled up behind Lucas Moncla. The GTP field pretty much as it was before then. Nicholas Peterson getting a great launch, and the other two drivers behind him, Sebastian Gonzalez Burguez, as well as Daniel Campos, in those respective GTPs, working their way through for the top steps of the podium. GT Pros, Jack Headscott's going to hold on to the lead for going racing right behind the tail end of the LMP2s that are getting their ways going. And after all, kind of bunched up that LMP2 field with that restart jumble that cost the lead for the number 21 BMW M Delta Team Racing. But the GT3s getting themselves sorted for the most part. This Corvette right behind the Ferrari, however, wants to close the gap. I think it's going to be an exciting bit of racing here for them to where they figure out where they want to be. They got to remember to be very careful offline, though. Remember, you can still see it, that spot where it looks almost a little bit more damp, wet. You can see more of a reflection there in a lot of the spots where the water is still sitting on the track or, slowly drying off of it, but not enough to where it would be as safe to work its way through.
Now that Wastegate Racing Machine on the Ullman Straight coming down to the Sunset Bend again. And all that being said and done, you can also see the 21 took a tumble down the standings, now falling into fourth place with a black flag, it looks like. We'll have to see what exactly happened to that BMW. But all that being said and done, there's also some more black flags, it looks like, that are being handed out at the moment. It looks like the Vulture Motorsports Pro machine of Sean Hatfield in that third place position in the GT Pro class is going to have to bring it down pit road for that 65.
Yeah, LMP2, a few LMP2s having issues here, and they are working their way into pit lane as a result, as well as the good portion of the drivers who have black flag penalties.
There's some critical damage, it looks like, to Marco Villela in the RTR Team Racing and V1M11 machines. They might have got some hard contact, including some meatball flags with them, along with the rescue skill by WMS 512 machine, all having donuts.
Oh, so there are 3 different incidents. We'll take a look at them here. I have found where all of those meatballs come from. It is, I think, an unfortunate moment of target fixation. So when we get that pulled up, we'll take a look at it. Otherwise, the rest of the field, besides those working through for their black flag penalties, which they've all mostly served with, I believe, one more, and they are going to throw another caution, as unfortunately, Eric Terry Hag from Vulture Motorsports Plus is in a spot where that car cannot get unsorted, as well as the likes of Rescue Skill at WMS, LMP2 joining them.
So a lot unfolding here in that opening restart. We had about a couple hours of green flag racing, maybe helped a lot of people try to remember how to restart here on cold tires with a lot of the field going on around them. We're going to take a look back potentially here with what, some of anything that happened there.
There was a lot that happens in such a short amount of time, and there is no, I think, good way to explain it other than just to kind of work our way through what happens in the order it happens, because it is a busy set of corners at the end of the first lap of green flag racing.
I feel like these drivers that still are facing forward, kind of feeling like survivors through that about 3 minutes of green flag racing here. You have to be in the designated tow away zone or else get that yellow flag gets thrown out for a full course yellow. So a lot of these incidents mostly got away with, drivers being able to drive out of it. But, a couple of those drivers ending up having to get towed away or causing this yellow flag. A lot of damaged cars that were sitting in relatively not on the podium, but still trying to battle to get into the podium positions, ended up with meatball flags, and all said and done, some very damaged.
Yeah, a trio of them, really 4 or 5 in total, of cars that had issues here on kind of that restart lap. You'll see them from where they work themselves out here in a little bit, but I think it's gonna be a very interesting one to talk through. I got a good idea of where this starts, but we'll see what we get spooled up here in the order of that we find these things. Feel bad for Chris Hill, who's working his way through the production, trying to find where all this started, and I gotta imagine it's gonna be a bit of a intense one to try to work through, because there's a lot that happens in such a short amount of time. Trying to organize it in a way that we can visually walk you through it as well is gotta be a bit of a rough one. Meanwhile, we'll like to note that outside of that chaos, most of the field doing very well in getting through that first couple laps. And as this is going to be a short full course yellow, we should be going racing again very soon.
That is the one great thing to think about. It's not all going to be like that last yellow flag. We'll have the shortened version, and a lot of these drivers can get back to what they were thinking about. Also in the GTP class, a lot of those drivers we noted at the beginning saying only 2 were on the lead lap, but still now there's 4 on the lead lap. But I think we might actually have a chance to look into some of these just monstrous wrecks here that caused a lot of these meatball flags.
I think we're getting it spooled up here. And Brad, do you have a good idea, or do you want me to talk you through what I saw on my end that I was kind of talking about before the yellow was thrown?
We'll do that one. Yeah, I was trying to figure out which one you were talking about.
Oh, it's all of them. It's going to be an interesting one. We'll see here in a moment when. Okay. So you'll see this replay here will show pretty much all of the important ones here. First off is going to be the likes of the rescue scale by WMS crashing into the barrier there. Or sorry, that's RTR by R1C. And then immediately following that car is going to be the likes of V1M, who has the exact same problem in the exact same space in just as many corners. And then last but that's the RTR there. Such a heavy hit, which gets that car around. And then the third of these, the 11, which has a similar issue, and in the middle of those two is going to be the one that the rescue scale by WMS that I was referencing amongst all this. Probably the one that has the worst issue, and one that is not as recoverable from, because he just slams head on to the front of that. And that car will not turn, will not move. It's beached on just enough of the gravel, and because of that damaged suspension on the front, it no longer has traction to move anywhere. And that's really what brings out the yellow flag here amongst all that. There's a couple of GT3s that have spins as well in the same corner. And when I was talking about before we got going again, the issues with the dry tires on a wet track, the ability to turn is a huge part of them, and you got to make sure you brake effectively in the dry line while you have it, because if you end up running off that dry line, the tires will not be kind to you, as we see here with these LMP2s.
You can see also the inputs of just how hard they were trying to just at least do anything to get that car corrected. Just absolutely sending it headlong into that tire barrier. You can see also a lot of drivers having to avoid all that, staying in the dry zone, like you said, Fen. So it seemed like the saving grace for everyone that's still running right now, not having to get any sort of repairs. And now, with all that being said and done, you finally could see exactly why there was a caution, because that took more. There was a lot of bumpers, a lot of car parts overall that were just sporadically thrown in that final corner.
It certainly was. One I would also like to mention that happened kind of at the tail end of all of those is one GTP getting caught up in that mix. De La Fonte with that World of Sim Racing team doing very similar to what we saw as LMP2s do into that final corner, Sunset Bend, and getting the front left of that car back into the pit lane to get that suspension repaired as well. So a bit of a rough day as the World of Sim Racing teams continues to get that car back up to the rest of the pack, and that effort will be requiring a little more time there. So we'll have to see how much they're able to kind of work their way back up the order with time and consistency. But thankfully, most of those drivers working their way out. A couple of them now deciding they want to take wets as a result of that incident there and getting offline. I would have to imagine it again. I think it's the safer call, but I don't know that it got to be the fastest call in another 20 to 30 minutes.
You know, a lot of these drivers also probably thought, you know, they were able to practice in the wet conditions. And, you know, if you think you have the opportunity or think you can push the limit on slicks, then, you know, you have a 50-50 shot of ending up like some of the drivers we saw there. But, you know, I think there's a lot of drivers we also saw when this rain initially moved into the area where they were staying on slicks. They were losing a heck of a lot of time, obviously, but, you know, like you said, Fen, that safe and conservative approach, which I would take at least right now to at least try and get through a good portion of the final 4 hours here in tonight's race, you know, trying to just at least keep it going. It might not be the fastest option. Come in next time by and maybe get some fresh slicks on your car. But all that being said and done, you know, you don't want to end up headlong into a tire barrier and also, you know, just absolutely beaching it just because the car won't do anything.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they get these cars back up to speed here, hopefully in a little bit of time. We have technically gone green under that green flag, but that is a misnomer. It is now under the driving time, this time of Nicholas Peterson, and that Wastegate Racing is going to be our pseudo-pace car. The GTM driver is now working their way around. They're trying to get these cars rebenched up in their classes, the same way we saw with that Longfall Course Yellow here in a moment. I believe this would be a fantastic opportunity looking at all of these and watching them get these cars set up to go racing. I'm sorry, I had a thought. It's mostly gone. Brad, where are we going from here?
Well, I guess, you know, while we have the time and maybe you can recollect your thoughts here, we're going to take a step back real quick and reevaluate here, try to catch our thoughts and see if we see anything else that happened in that opening restart there. But nonetheless, make sure you stay tuned. We will be right back here with the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring. You will not want to miss this opening restart.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring here in the VSCA Sports Car Championship on Green Flag TV. And we're still under yellow here. Everyone getting it collected, though. Should be a pretty quick one here. And everything said and done. You know, Fen, you were trying to think of a thought before we went to commercial here. Did you collect that thought or have any further thoughts on how we're going to, you know, how this restart's going to compare to last?
My goal, my hope, my thought that I had there is lost to the wind. However, the new one I have here is, given that it's a short one, not a whole lot of time to settle down. Also not a whole lot of time. Allow those tires to cool back down. But plenty of time to keep the momentum and heat being built on the track to try it, dry it off. We'll have to see how much wider this dry line has started to form for these drivers, which is going to be, I think, a little bit of a pain in the side of Nicholas Peterson, who's sitting at the lead of this race. For them, as they're still on wets. There are a few drivers here that are on wets, and that will, I think, become a bit of an issue for in terms of lap time and trying to keep the rest of the GTPs behind from where Nicholas Peterson at Wastegate Racing, number 32, Ferrari, is leading the pack. But as they're probably going to be getting ready to go green here, kick it off to you to get us underway.
Just like you said, these drivers getting amped back up. You can see everyone trying to make it cleanly through the last turn here, trying not to put any sort of trouble in their night. We are back under green here at about the 4 hour and 20 minute mark in the 12 hours here at Sebring.
A smooth opening corners this time by for the GTP field. Happy to see that. Happy to see the rest of the LMP2 work their way through the first couple of corners as well. GT3s also successfully getting a great launch there from where Jack Hedgecock's in that LMP2 Ferrari GT3 296 gets a great 2-second head launch over the rest of the field there, building up a gap. The rest of the field slowly piling back in. They basically were running from around Sunset Bend.
Runoff there, it looks like. We're going to take a look there. Nonetheless, everything's staying at least concise right now. You can see through the LMP2 class, they're all pretty much single file out throughout the entirety of the class. You can see further up in the field as well, Nicholas Peterson in that GTP keeping the lead as it stands, about 3 seconds up on that 554 team, along with, you can see further on back here, Lucas Moncla keeping the lead as it stands, as the GT Pros, GTMs keep on going, keep on rolling. They're still trying to keep it going here.
I'd say this battle here for these three LMP2 drivers, however, all separated by less than a second, and all of them on the same lap. The closest battle I think we have with more than one car on track, though I think Sebastian Gonzalez is trying to defend from Daniel Campos, and a couple of lap traffics up in the GTP field going to add to that mix. But see how these LMP2s are faring. Has to go a little wide, which we saw how dangerous that was for them on the restart last time, and a whole bunch of drivers going to be piling in to serve, I think, some repairs, black flags resolved, as well as maybe pit stops. I'm trying to sort out why these drivers are coming down pit road here. We'll see here in a moment.
That being said and done, you can see Anthony Mafucci currently sitting in that third place position, trying to take away that second place spot from Dylan Babcox, as the headlights have really started to come on here. The sun has set, the headlights are on, and they are more than visible here at Sebring. Everyone getting used to the nighttime feeling as we look further on back here. This looks like a battle with the 65 team of Vulture Motorsports Pro. This is Sean Hatfield trying to go after Goin Racing's Connor Botting right in front of him for that sixth place position. And just this little pack of four right now, trying to see if they can figure out who wants what position. They got a decent bit of gappage ahead and behind, but still these four trying to make it work.
Oh man, heck of a moment there as well. The number two, Sebastian Gonzalez Burgess gonna be finding his way around. We were in second, excuse me. They're now third as a result. That number 554 Red Lab Competizione. Bit of a dive in the braking zone by Campos, and then ended up running wide as a result, getting out of the grass, spinning that car around, gets it going back the right direction, still 30 seconds ahead of Gabo Kefta from where that car, that BMW M Hybrid, had to serve a drive-through penalty. So
he also stacked it up there for that battle for fourth, I believe, now for the virtual power sim racing team. But you're going to take a look back to what happened to the 554.
Yep.
Tried to get it going in the dirt there. Sends that 554 right around. He made sure he got out of the way, make sure he didn't get any damage, along with anyone else being an innocent bystander. That Red Lab Competizione machine able to keep it going, though, still staying in third, still staying in the podium, but lost a position now to that 12 machine of Daniel Campos from BMW Team Delta Racing. So they jump up to the second spot in the podium, but Nicholas Pedersen from Wastegate Racing still putting on a showing right now, keeping about a second and a half, but that 12 is doing a great job of tracking him down, closing slowly but surely, it seems like right now.
I think it's going to be one of those things where multi-class traffic and the being able to utilize the wet line is going to be the advantage that Nicholas Peterson has over the BMW Daniel Campos in that number 12 behind, because of a difference in tires. So the ability to kind of run offline, get those tires both cooled down, as well as get around traffic very cleanly without having to compromise that lapped traffic's, racing line that it's taking, that's now very dry, and a lot of these cars are on dry tires. So a bit of an interesting piece there, but in the dry line, when no issues are happening, Nicholas Peterson losing a lot of time to Daniel Campos up at the lead of this race, but battles for the podium spots in all three LMP2 podiums not resolved either.
And actually Daniel Campos right now is actually able to get past Nicholas Peterson for the time being. Again, Peterson's going to be able to use that wet tire when he can, but still, nonetheless, Campos able to roar on by past that wastegate machine. And we're going to take a side-by-side look here now with the 30. That's that on the bottom, that battle for three wide, or not three wide, but a three-car battle for LMP2. And you can see further on back there, this looks like some GTM racing.
Yeah, a few drivers in GTM that are fighting over a couple of positions here in class as well.
Well, we tried to get you some action there, but everything, apparently they don't like they're a little camera shy. Whenever we were trying to watch some of the action there, everything kind of fizzled out. But actually up at the front, Nicholas Peterson back 13 seconds now from Daniel Campos
in pit lane as a result of getting probably some dry tires on at this point. And I have to imagine that call probably not a second too late for them. very wise of them to have that pit to allow them more room for that first restart. But now after 2 restarts, that track is pretty well in drive for at least enough to run 2 wide pretty consistently, as Daniel Campos showed as when he drove by Nicholas Peterson. So that battle gonna probably fire back up once the pit schedule gets back into it. Meanwhile, however, this battle for LMP, the lead of LMP2 has not gone far, and with the likes of the number 51 Cadillac World of Sim Racing working its way through to get back up the order from its damage that it had earlier, it's going to add a little bit of multi-class traffic battles and difficulties for these LMP2 drivers.
Nonetheless, you know, these drivers still working through some lap traffic, but still haven't caught up to at least the classes. Those GTPs are still rocking and rolling with what they have. You can see the LMP2s, though, getting a little dicey, it looks like, further up there, trying to get around some traffic. I believe that's Lucas Moncla up there trying to see if he can get around some lap traffic to keep that lead to about 8/10 now.
Such a give and take for these LMP2 drivers. It's one of my favorite things I love about that class. You have to both navigate being faster than the GT3s, but also navigate being slower than the GTPs, and it's such a give and take for this class in particular to navigate so smoothly throughout all of the track that it can, and having the ability to do that successfully and consistently is, I think, why we see Lucas Moncla at the top of this order, and not far behind him, Dylan Babcock trying to take that position away, get a little bit more pace in it. And amongst all that, we have a couple of lap GT3s working its way through, as well as a GT3 off the road at one point there. I think we saw just for the briefest of moments the spin it had.
Right now you're riding on board as they're coming through the sunset turn here. Looks like the 183 of Blanco Motore Sim Sports currently being helmed by Jason Smith, it looks like. Or actually, no, sorry, that is the 94. The 183, though, of Blanco Motore is being, trying to see the driver here, nonetheless able to do a brilliant move through turn 17 here to get that 4th place position away. That was Eric Van Spike. It looks like he's a little further on back there, able to get past, it looks like 157 of Eric and Tilly from iRacing Today Motorsports.
Yeah, and amongst them, I can't tell exactly where this car is sitting, as I think they're working through lapped traffic amongst all this. There's a GT3 AM car amongst all that. Yep, that hairpin is going to catch him out. Didn't brake, I think, early enough. Finds himself off in the marbles and water. As we'll see him rejoin at the tail end of the group that he was just the lead of. So thankfully able to kind of rework his way through. Has to repass the lap traffic of the iRacing Today Motorsports Eric and Tilly lap traffic. Or excuse me, not lap traffic. For position. Excuse me.
Oh, geez, they're getting real close up here. Dylan Babcock's Dylan Babcock is able to take the lead away, but looking back here, this is the battle for 4th in the LMP2 class. These LMP2s seem like this class is where all of the action seems to be for position. The 23 currently trying to see, actually this is the battle for 1st right here. This is for
1st through 5th.
Yeah, 1st through 5th. Apologies there. I thought it said 4th, not 1st. I don't know what's going on in my mind. But anyway, so yeah, the Fury Sim Sports 30 of Dylan Babcock sitting right in front of these two battling out for 2nd, and you can see even this battle growing on to the 5th as you see that Grow Racing team rounding out this little pack of 5 that, well, actually it looks like maybe group of 4 here potentially,
but
nonetheless.
It is 5 cars, 4 of which were up for position. Gregory Mesmer in that Track Limits Sim Racing Thunderbolt in the mix of all of them, trying to find his way back up the order after getting into a unfortunate accident with the number 51 Cadillac of the World of Sim Racing team early on in this race, having an epic job doing so, but now has to figure out how to get through the rest of his team to get through the rest of the LMP2 field to try to get that lap back and end up back fighting with these drivers once again.
Nonetheless, it looks like this is not going to go anywhere anytime soon. These 4 still staying within about 2 seconds of each other. That Fury Sim Sports 30 able to take the helm right now, doing a great job at it. You can see now Grow Racing, well, actually that Red Lab Competition right further on back there, trying to just tail on here, see if maybe something happens, somebody makes a mistake up here, because a lot of these drivers still on those slick tires, and if they take a turn a little too wide, maybe the track is a little drier than maybe some of these drivers thought initially on the restart. But if they take a turn a little too wide, a little mistake happens up here in the podium positions. That Red Lab machine looking to maybe jump on the opportunity, but nonetheless, Lucas Moncla in that 23 going to try and take that spot away from Dylan Babcock again. He lost it a couple laps ago, still trying to get it back, as this battle really the only close battle between all of the classes for anywhere in the top steps of the podium, is Lucas Moncla and Anthony Mafucci is going to try to take that second place away from the 23. He's still on the back bumper, really close to that 23, that 757 though. Just going to try and do what he can, give a little bit of pressure to the 23, try to maybe force a mistake while they go through a lot of the infield part of the portion of this track.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, especially if you're going to be in the spot of Anthony Mafucci at the kind of third spot of this train, to kind of pick the line well, keep the pressure up, keep it consistent, see as well if you can get a little bit of fuel saving in there if possible, to work its way through as well to get yourself into a better spot at the end of this race. But you can keep up with them, but the idea that you can kind of get back to the top of the podium is one you always want to have to kind of hedge your bets on, to not get too into the weeds of trying to pass them and you end up making a mistake yourself, or you end up causing damage by making a mistake, or end up causing an issue with another driver through a quick error in judgment because you are so focused on keeping up with the scrimmage cars, as we get a little bit of lap traffic as well working its way through for this battle for the lead.
I love seeing the puddles getting splashed up on the drivers, as well as they're trying to take that super wide line where the puddles still remain. And all that being said and done, a couple drivers looks like also coming down pit road here. There's a couple drivers with some meatball flags, including the World of Sim Racing Team 51 of Danny Fonte, and then the V1M10 team of Jeremy Carter, currently sitting 10th in that GTP class. Potentially have to come down pit road again to get some damages repaired. But all that being said and done, Ben, do we have breaking?
Oh no, you're good. I just was looking back at what happened to the number 51 and realized it was a barnstormer of a time.
Oh boy. While we get that queued up, we'll still ride on board here with that twin turn SR by Becca Bornheim 23. See if he can try and track down Dylan Babcock.
Yeah, this meatball they had pretty gnarly standard pit stop, it looks like, for that Red Lab Competizione, who came in from second. Oh man, this battle never seems to go away for these drivers, and I can't imagine they'd want it to. It's such good, clean racing from all of these drivers up at the top end of that LMP2 field. Now, I gotta just ask this earlier. I'll ask you as well. Where would you want to be amongst all of these classes of cars and in these battles for the positions and the podium steps?
So I feel like a two-parter. So honestly,
Maybe.
I mean,
It may be.
I would say in at least the class sphere, like the sphere of the classes, I would probably want to put myself into the GT3 class, because one, I have fun with driving those cars in general. Not too much experience with LMP2s or GTPs. I have driven them before, not too much though, other than just like goofing around. But all that being said and done, it really does seem like you have to be very methodical when it comes to being behind the whoa, like that.
Oh man, exactly like that.
Hard hit. Dylan Babcock gets into, I couldn't tell who that was in the GTAM class, but goes around that Fury Sim Sport machine, able to keep it forward though. Oh. And that was the exact reason I was about to say, I don't know if I'd have the patience to just try and get around the GT3 class.
No, they're still moving around. That is the SRN/TFR Alliance. Mercedes GT3 that got caught by the Fury SimSport LMP2. And just, it's one of those things. The LMP2, the front edge is such a splitter that catch it just right, it'll just lift up the real wheels of whatever car it ends up underneath, especially with the GT3. And that is how that car got spun out pretty seriously. And I have to, that makes sense. I'm too much of a prototype fanboy, I guess would be the best right word. I don't know. I like the prototypes too much to drive the GT3s if I have the option.
Well, you know, they are fun, but we'll take a look back here while we have the chance, though, to look back at the replay. Airborne!
Gets into the water. Such good heads-up driving from a few of those drivers to not add to it as well. The number 20 there. Oh, gets so much air on that number 51. And then you see here the number 20 right in front of him, right behind him, skirting through without an issue to keep that car from getting added to that collection. And the world of sim racing just having, I think, just a day that's going from bad to worse.
Taking a look back, we were watching it live, talking about this situation where Fury SimSports was trying to look to the inside. I don't exactly know if, I think the door was just shut and that Fury SimSport machine thought maybe that he was going to just be able to have that window of opportunity to get around that lap traffic, or the slower traffic there, sorry, and nonetheless, just ends up boggling up that LMP2 class, still keeping that lead spot though, the top spot on the podium. And now Lucas Moncla still about 5/10 back, and then Anthony Mafucci in that 757 flight level racing machine gonna try and see if he can make something happen here. Also 5/10 back. This group of four now for sure all together, as that other LMP2 car was out of the way. Now these four are gonna try and duke it out for the top four spots in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, no holds barred fight here. The lap traffic, the number 420 Greg Mesmer in the Track Limit Sim Racing Motorsports team, making his way out of that group to kind of let them battle amongst themselves and keep that car going, his own car going in the right direction. He had a brief moment, thankfully saved it before it became an issue, but cost him that spot amongst this top five as all that chaos was going down for them, or really the top four that he was slotted in with to be the fifth car. And now that becomes a proper four-way fight for all three podium spots, and somebody, unfortunately, is going to have to be the one who gets left out in the proverbial cold. And I think it'll be interesting to see who that is at the end of what we have of 4 hours of racing left. And we get into the final third here. Oh, such a wide line out. Dylan Babcock has to keep that car going the right direction. So we're also looking at, I think, what is the battle for going to be sixth in class.
Dylan Babcock might have knew we were tuning away from him as he took that wide turn, and now he's sitting back in fourth. The bottom side of your screen here is the battle for sixth in that GT Pro class. It looks like the 157 of Eric's Intilli is trying to look and see if he can get his way around the Sim City racing machine, I believe. Or actually, that's my timing table is off. That is not the Sim City machine. That is Eric Van Spiker in that 183 of Blocco Motore.
Yeah, mix of cars there. Multi-class traffic going to be coming into it as these spots swap, because that car that just got ahead of them is a lap behind. So that BMW will now have an opportunity to kind of keep working their way back up through the field to hopefully rejoin them and get back into a fight for a better finish. But we'll have to come all the way back around to fight these guys properly for position.
Focusing both on red cars, which I found fun. I mean, they're pretty, very similar in nature, just different types of cars there. Nonetheless, we're going to jump back to this LMP2 battle, which is still ongoing. Nonetheless, the four cars, you can see, I believe, the Dylan Babcock got a black flag.
Yes, a black flag that's going to be for incident limits because it went off track a good host of times amongst all that. But Anthony Mafucci and Fernando Torres are going to be in a drag race down that front finish line, trying not to get the number 83 involved. Or excuse me, the number 3 involved. I thought there was an 8 there in front of it for some reason, as they try to figure out where they want to be, because Anthony Mafucci running really wide in Sunset Bend, costing them a little bit of time there, and kind of gives Lucas Moncla both the lead and a little bit of a gap as a result of this battle in between the other two podium sitters.
A lot going on here in that LMP2 class, but looking around to the other classes as well, at least in podium positions, nothing really going on, but want to give a shout out to Joseph Okapine in that off in the Essence Racing team, currently sitting up top in that GTM class, as some more craziness it looks like going on up here.
Yeah, a little bit of craziness there. LP2, a little bit of craziness in GT3's podium fights for three of the 4 classes have broken out between these cars. We have the battle up at the top of the GTP podium as well. As Nicholas Peterson works his way through, we obviously have the Red Lab Competizione LMP2 entry still chasing down Anthony Mafucci as they have been before, as well as a battle for what is the 3rd spot of the GT Pro podium, as Eric Van Spiker has caught up to Sean Hatfield and that Vulture Motorsports Pro and has made a look on the inside. So it'll be 3 places to look, not enough eyeballs to do it all at once.
Yeah, with 55 entries into tonight's race, you could probably, have 55 sets of eyeballs, and it might be not enough for half of the time on these restarts, especially in the early stages of these long green flag runs. As we look back here at the battle for second, that's Wastegate Racing going and looking to the inside of Gabriel Krefta there in the 21. They're easily going to take that position away, in a great way to get around here at the last turn going across the stripe here. You can see that BMW M Team Delta Racing machine going to have to settle for 3rd, the last step on the podium. As you remember, Wastegate had to come down pit road early in this green flag stint to get those fresh tires, those fresh slick tires nonetheless, get off those wets as the rain has really subsided here tonight. And now they are powering their way through back up into 2nd place as Nicholas Peterson, and now trying to track down Daniel Knopfos, but that might be a tall task considering 34 seconds is on the table. Pretty much just going to need to get some sort of either restart or an absolutely powerful run here going.
That or just a good amount of sprinting to catch up. Remember, they're a little bit off pit cycle from one another as a result of Nicholas Peterson coming down early for those dry tires, which will mean if the, can catch up or can close down that distance by a significant margin, will end up in front of Daniel Campos when he comes in for a scheduled pit stop for that number 12 BMW M Team Delta Racing, entry. And I get the feeling as well, Gabriel Krefta, comfortable to let Nicholas Peterson by. It looks like a very different fuel cycle for these 2 drivers between the 2 seconds of difference in terms of the lap pace per lap between Nicholas Peterson and Gabriel Krefta for those other 2 podium spots. So I gotta imagine there's a different mentality there, that kind of whether or not you're fuel saving or trying to take care of the car and the tires. Meanwhile, however, LMP2s are not worried about those sort of things in this, what I would only imagine is starting to become kind of a dogfight for the top 7 pro.
757 flight level racing machine of Anthony Mafucci has not gotten away from the back bumper of Lucas Moncla. Moncla right in front of him. I mean, obviously there's some slower traffic they are weaving through, but still staying within about a half second of each other as they come through turns 3 and 4. Now this left-hander seems like a little winder now that, there's some lap traffic. The 90 in the GTM class going to be sitting right between them, being a sandwich in that LMP2 sandwich. And unfortunately going to lose a little time for that 757, as now he's going to be about a second back from Lucas Moncla. But there's a lot of traffic considering right now for these LMP2s on this section of the track. It's just going to be harder and harder for each of these drivers to get around as they're trying to just chase each other down or trying to try to grow the distance, as long as those GTPs. Also right there, looking to the inside of the 84, and off is the 757 and a black flag.
Yeah, that's going to be enough for a black flag for Anthony Mafucci. Remember, only 10 incident points can be accrued between these black flags that they get for these incident points. And anytime you go off track, you add to it. Anytime you have a spin or any of that thing of that nature, or enough of a contact that iRacing deems it as worthy of a point of incidence, you burn up 1/10 of your reserves, and they've finally run out of opportunities there before having to come down and serve a black flag penalty. I'm trying to figure out that's going to be, I believe, Fernando Torres of that 552 finding a moment there. And what is a rough moment gets rougher. It's still keeping that car out of the wall, thankfully. And I'm curious to see where that ends up.
I was going to say, I was expecting that 552 to end up in headlong into that wall, but luckily now he's going to be able to get out into Almond Straight and, you know, regain a little bit of balance. That 552 had a little bit of bad corners there. You'll take a look back here at what happened to the 552. Trying to see exactly who that was. That ended up being on the front bumper of that 552, but nonetheless, that 552, you can see, tries to regain himself, but obviously the dirty tires, it's not that easy of a function to do to get back on track. You can see now also that 757 flight level racing machine coming down pit road to serve the black flag is now going to give that 552 the second spot in the LMP2 class. So right now, Lucas Moncla went from everybody breathing down his neck to now a 16-second gap.
Yeah, a few other drivers having issues amongst all that. One of our former leaders in GT3 causing an issue for P8 in LMP2, which I think is going to be a little bit of frustration for them, a meatball flag. I saw amongst all of that, bit of a heartbreak for that driver as well. I believe there's a black flag, another meatball flag as well for that driver, but they are able to get it back to pit lane. So we don't have a yellow flag come out for either of those, but a rough moment. And unfortunate one for some of these drivers as they get into it, kind of breaking up the field just that little bit much further, especially for that number 8, who is starting to close down and be on the same lap as the P7 competitor of LMP2 in front of him, that number 87 RTR racing team for Rick Racing Team Racing 2. Excuse me, one of those sets of words. Rick Team Racing 2.
Another thing to note, I mean, Lucas Moncla in that 23, for the LMP2 class, they did win the Daytona 24-hour race earlier this season. So that 23 potentially trying to make a double up here of, you know, anything that's over 6 hours. Seems like that 23 car of twin turn SRV by Debecca Bornheim has done a great job at getting the results and doing so very fastly. You can see that 23 now up 13 seconds. And still watching back to the 552 here, Fernando Torres, who's going to try and track down that 23. But as I say that, he goes down pit road and eliminates everything I just said.
Well, I think we're about coming into the end of the stint. And I think also just that damage there, wanting to get it repaired, because it was a pretty solid smack for that machine. I think we're going to take a look back at the replay I was mentioning earlier. This Acura has a moment in a sunset bend, loses control of that car, slides it into the barrier, bounces off of it right as this LMP2 passes. That is going to be the number 8 or P8 position, the number 99 Monarch Racing team. Right along board with them here as the replay happens, because you can see that car slide, bounce, just rip across the track, nowhere for that number 9 to go. And that knocks the entire front left suspension out, knocks the whole front clip off. And a bit of a heartbreaking moment there. We're going to watch along a couple of GT3s that are just behind, or excuse me, this is the VSR Acura. Boom, right there. No real idea or way for them to kind of resolve that without being where they ended up as a result of the spin early on. An unfortunate break for those drivers. Ooh, as I say this, Daniel Campos has a black flag.
The leader of the GTP class going to have to come down pit road for too many incident points. It looks like potentially serving that as we speak and able to get back in front of Nicholas Peterson. And that gap still ongoing there. I mean, still down to 9 seconds now. And but nonetheless, the 12 had to come down pit road, keep himself in front of everyone else, though, as we're, like you said, Fen, we're going to start getting into the pit cycle and also the stints, trying to, you know, maybe get some new drivers in there along with obviously everyone's on slick tires now, so you don't have to consider anything like that. But, we're getting down to the final third of the race, and you start considering, looking backwards from the end of the race.
Yeah, you start counting down to the end instead of looking forward from the beginning. It's an interesting shift in perspective. About the last third, the last quarter is where I think a lot of drivers work through that change and make their, think how much we have left instead of how far we've gone. And it's an important but, kind of unique change in mental verbiage that I think drivers use that I think is an interesting, fun, kind of perspective shift of how do we make the most of what remains. If that makes sense.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I think a lot of these drivers, you have 3 hours and 49 minutes now where you got to think, okay, not only do I have to keep the car on track and also keep up the pace, but, when do I try to, set myself up to be in the best position in 3 hours and 49 minutes, given no more full course yellows. But, we also talked about this is the lull when it comes to the weather chances, at least. Not that there will be rain later. It was supposed to kick up towards the end of this race, but that being said, yeah, that's all I wanted to bring up.
Oh no, you're good. I'm over here getting really nervous at the amount of precipitation chances happening. Kicks back up in about an hour and a half's time is where it starts up again in earnest. It goes up to 31% at 8:30 in sim time. For those of you at home, it is 7:01 in sim. So an hour and a half of clean, dry weather for most of these drivers to keep working their way through. Still wet off of the racing line, and as the sun has gone down and it's turned into a night race, I think it's going to take a little bit longer for that kind of any more dryness to be extracted from the track, or really water to be extracted from the track to dry it out further. It's going to be rough. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be difficult for these drivers to navigate, especially if we get more rain at the end of this race. And it's going to be fun to try to see if the lights catch it, how they catch it, as we get into a proper night race for the last few hours.
And right now, that 3 of Jesse Molina going to look to the inside in the BMW MT TSR and take away that GTM class lead. You can see he got right around Will Robertson in the 33, and that is going to be a clean class. And now he's going to be sitting up top of the GTM class. Try to see if he can pull away now from that 33. You can see still 2 tenths behind him. Also, Aaron Beaver still sitting in the background here, trying to see if maybe these two get too aggressive, maybe a couple off tracks, maybe a couple black flags if they get too aggressive with it.
Yeah, there's that opportunity there. We've seen, I think, pretty much everybody that was in podium spots at one point or another have a black flag to come down and serve. Daniel Campos, one of those drivers that came in just last lap to get a pit stop done, as well as the likes of Fernando Torres and, the number 757 of who is racing now, Jonathan Filtik, I'm going to say, But Anthony Mafucci is going to be the driver there that had that drive-through penalty just before and took him out of that podium fight for the moment. So a bit of a gap here to work their way through, but not one that is undoable.
That being said, a lot of drivers keeping it clean. At least it looks like the 77 of the virtual power sim racing machine of Luis Cunha currently has a black flag and have to serve that, so that will put a little bit of time on that 77's record there. Currently not having an amazing night, but nonetheless currently sitting in 9th. He's going to have to bring it down pit road to serve that black flag. And you brought up a good point, Fen. A lot of these drivers, right now they're sitting in a good position, like Nicholas Pedersen in the wastegate machine, along with you have Jack Hedgecox sitting there trying to, try to keep pulling that lead as much as he can. But if, you can't keep it on the track, obviously the black flags will be your detriment. And we're just you can keep seeing all those black flags popping up throughout the scoring table there on the left side of your screen that, it's not going to be inevitable, or pretty much inevitable. It's not going to be, everyone is not going to keep it perfect. And all that being said and done, I think we're going to see a lot of drivers, just start having to serve those black flags, as also eventually we'll get into the rain stage if somebody's off there going into turn 17, or that wasn't turn 17, but it's going off.
Oh, yeah, and a bit of a battle that I think has come to an unfortunate end as well. Lockable Motorsports trying to get into the second spot of the race there. Tries to break in on the what is wet weather and is going to lose out that position and end up back in 6th as a result from where he was fighting for, I believe it was 3rd place just before, or excuse me, 4th place.
See one coming across the stripe that time by us. We're gonna try and take a look here in the coming moments, but nonetheless, still trying to see what unfolds here between these two. Coming through the first set of corners here, that 183 trying to just do what he can, keep it on the track for now. Nonetheless, looking through all of these classes, you got the GTMs having a very close battle back there, about 4 seconds apart. And, here's the replay now, looking back at that incident before, coming back to the straight on the backstretch there, going towards the sunset bend. Getting that pole, trying to get every inch that you can. And just looking to the inside, is he's trying to defend to the inside. That 71 machine able to defend, and is that just a lockup?
It is a lockup because of braking on a wet surface with dry tires. Is the unfortunate piece there. You'll see it goes to the inside look, has to kind of brake on that line and just snaps that car because the ABS and TC doesn't know what to do with it, because 2 wheels are doing fine, 2 wheels are not, and clearly that means they should be going the right direction. Common thing you see when you're braking in an awkward situation where not all the wheels are on the same style of surface, and it just likes kicking the car out a little bit. It's one of the, I would say, fun parts, or maybe not so fun parts, of wet weather racing, and it's one you have to be very careful of, especially with cars that have that capacity like the GT3s.
Taking a look back, is we got a lot of things going on throughout the track. I think we might be able to, I think Fenn is able to get a potential interview here in the coming months. Somebody's around. And there's a caution actually now.
Yep, there is a caution, so we may need to put a quick brake on that. That car had to be towed. I think that's to be Sean Hatfield out of what was 3rd. Yeah, and can I get it to one of the spots where it was clear to do that before jumping to pits?
Take a look back here, and again, everyone gonna get settled back again. Another yellow here, with about 3 hours and 40 minutes left in the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring. I think a lot of people have been, loving, well, it's been a lot of action. A lot of people have been loving some of the action going on here, but at times a little chaotic for a lot of these drivers. And I think also a lot of drivers are going to start trying to jump out of the car, get into some spotting action, and vice versa, get your spotter thrown into the car. And all that being said and done, some fresh eyes, fresh faces will join us here on the track for about 3 hours and 30 minutes left to go, as we're still trying to look back to see exactly what happened that brought out this whole yellow flag situation.
I think it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one to kind of work out. Another one of those complex sets of incidents that all happen at the same time that cause it. Oh, a bit of, yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
One thing I know, whenever I do see the pace car come out onto whenever a caution comes out or anything like that, a yellow flag, they have the brightest headlights I've ever seen in my life. So, it comes into the nighttime, whenever we see that pace car, I think a lot of these the spectators sitting here in Sebring might get their retinas annihilated from the headlights, because you also see a lot of drivers getting set back up and trying to see if maybe they can get back into the motions. But we've also seen a lot of drivers, you come into the nighttime driving, and you'll see a lot of drivers blinking the headlights a little more apparent, whenever it's nighttime racing. And, it's one of my favorite parts of just seeing, these drivers just flashing the headlights. And sometimes also, you've seen clips of drivers in sim and also in real life where the headlights go out and somehow their muscle memory keeps them on the track. So, I think tonight it will turn into the night race, but I don't foresee anyone driving in the dark. If somebody does, I think that might be top 3 highlight from tonight's race. But, we actually have replay now here, Finn.
Yeah, so it's going to be the one with Sean Hatfield. It's going to be a bit of a mix. Unfortunate one here. Multi-class traffic coming into this sharp 90-degree night-hander just gets tipped out wide and gets sent off because of how much of a high commitment it is going into those last couple corners before the back straight, right before Sunset Bend. You see it here. Just no opportunity there for that car to react or give anything other than what was there. And then once you're off in the water, it is pretty much done for those drivers. Just take a look on board here. I tell you, I don't think it was one that you could even really see that well, especially unless you had like triples or were in VR to notice it. I think it was just a moment that I think they did not understand. They probably got the 4X for car contact and probably were wondering how that occurred. But that is going to be a bit of a rough one there. There's a couple more. I think it's just a series of incidents that all together add up to be this other one. I believe we also had the likes of Luis, the Virtual Power Sim Racing number 77, who was kind of at the wheel of that car when it went around. I wonder if we get a look at it here as well. And it's just a unfortunate one amongst all that.
Along with that, I mean, you can also see a couple drivers going to be able to serve some black flag penalties under the safety car here as time goes on here. Everyone getting back together, remembering that there are other people on the track and getting back with their classes and seeing, having some brotherly love nonetheless. So right now, I mean, Nicholas Pedersen up there in that 32 for Waitgate Racing leading the overall field and GTPs in front of Gabriel Krefta from that BMW M Team Delta Racing with Red Lab Competiciones, and that 554 of Sebastian Gonzalez Burgess sitting in third. Lucas Moncla sitting in that 23 machine we saw sitting in that Fury Sim Sport, able to pull away for the time being, but now it's going to have to sit behind Lucas Moncla, and that's actually Matthew Luke in the Fury Sim Sport machine, the 22 Twin Turns SR at B by Debecca Bornheim, currently sitting in the lead as some drivers bring it down pit road as well.
Yeah, got a bit of an unfortunate one there. Got a couple coming down for, I believe it'll be emergency service. And that'll be the likes of the number 112, who's currently P1. Rusty Spatula is racing VSCA. Well, VSCA iteration of that is going to work its way through. Josh going to be in second. I think going to be the net race leader still as we go through all of this, along with Chris Schreiber in that double stint racing, rounding out, I believe, that GT Pro podium in the GTM. Jesse Molina, BMW M-Team TSR, the number 3 machine, leading off that class after a great pass on Will Robertson in that Mercedes AMG number 33 for Wastegate Racing. Their sister team leading the race overall, and I think their sister team having done beautifully for it. Now we'll see if they can have 2 successful victories for each in class, or if we will have to have some mix-up there as well. John A. Goodwin for the SRN TFR Alliance, despite getting spawned by the LP2s earlier, still finds himself in the 3rd position of GTM, and a fantastically consistent run for that number 75 machine. All right, I think that's where everybody's at. Are we in a good spot, we think, to have a quick little chit-chat with Jordy Vermeulen, I believe?
Yeah, I think we are. After trying to decipher everything and getting everything filed out here, we'll get Giordi in the broadcast booth here tonight. And Jordy, it's you got a copy.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alrighty, well, thanks for joining us here tonight. That BMW M Team TSR seems like it's doing well right now. It's currently sitting up there in the top 5, but how are you and the team feeling as of right now?
There's a lot of feelings. A lot of feelings were felt because the last couple of hours. But let me tell you, this whole race with the rain and it then drying up and then starting to rain again and then it dried up and now it seems like it's staying dry. It's. I don't think I've ever had a challenge this big in iRacing before. Let me tell you, it's been a race, and there's still 3 and somewhat hours to go. So, yeah.
Yeah, working backwards. I mean, it is, definitely going to be something to think about. I mean, the sun has set. We're in night racing mode at this point, and with the rain potentially coming back, is your team altering any strategies from where you brought in initially to try and complement the rain, or are you guys trying to maybe push the limit a little bit here to try to gain on some of your competitors as it stands?
Tried to do some strategy when the first bout of rain hit. Tried to stay out on the slicks because it looked like we were going to get a nice decent gap in the rain, but then that gap filled up with more rain, so that didn't work out for us. We ended up switching to wets a little too late. In the end, it doesn't really matter because now with this full shell we're back on the lead lap. However, now that you say it, just looking at the radar, it seems like there is a lot of rain coming in about an hour's time, which is going to further complicate things. It's going to be a real challenge, Like we were saying to each other at the start of this race, whatever's going to happen in the first 8 hours isn't actually really going to matter because those final 4 hours, definitely with the changing weather, they're going to be crucial. So you need to be there or thereabouts for that part of the race. So that's the plan. Being here, staying here, making sure we're on the lead lap when when the checkered flies.
And currently, since we can't talk to Michael right now, how is he feeling right now in that cockpit, and how is he feeling with this yellow flag and the restart coming up here?
He says he's having fun. I don't believe he is. It's so treacherous. It's one wrong step, one step outside the racing line, you're gone. I don't know if you guys saw it. Like half an hour ago, we had the World of Sim Racing Cadillac behind us, and they misjudged.
Yeah, we caught that on stream when that happened, and so much air, and then almost clipped your front nose, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, they went full
so brutal.
hazard. It was crazy, but it's stuff like that is making these conditions so incredibly treacherous. It's unpredictable. It makes it fun, and it's what keeps us on our toes. I mean, I'm here in the EU or in European time zone. It's edging towards 12 o'clock. I'm going until 3 in the morning. So it's good to keep you awake. Stuff like this.
So I had a 2-parter question. One was, are you getting back in the car?
Yes. So
awesome.
Michael is getting out after this stint. Then I'm getting back in for a double, and then Seth is going to finish it off.
Gotcha. With you getting back in, I think you're going to be getting back in right when the rain forecast says it might be picking up again. Do you have a thought process or a plan to navigate the changing conditions?
Take it easy, stay alive. That's it, pretty much.
All right. Same stuff you've been doing all race, it sounds like.
Yeah, stay out of trouble. It's there is no point in going all out or attacking unless it's the final lap. Then I guess you can justify it. But even we're seeing now under safety car, people are going off because they are running out of out of the dry lines. So it's going to be so treacherous, and it seems like it's going to rain really hard as well. So it's yeah.
All right.
We're in for a little something at the end of the race. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I would say it'll make for a very busy and I think chaotic last couple hours of this race. So, well, hopefully we catch everything that happens there. That was my simple one that I had. Brad, do you have any more to add? You covered all the ones that I wanted to ask. So I was grasping at straws. I was like, what's one I can at least ask to feel like I've contributed and I've done my job there. So, what else do you got?
Well, this is a very generic one, Jordy, but do you have any like lucky charms or any pre-race rituals or anything you do, before any of these races here in the VSA?
Well, not really any pre-race rituals. I'm not like an Alexander Wurz that I have 2 different pairs of socks that I'm wearing or whatever. But I do you know what? What I do have is I've got a little squishy toy of Pluto, the dog from Disney.
Oh yeah.
I got it sitting like glued to my rig. It's kind of a lucky charm. He's that's kind of lucky charm. I'll send a picture in one of the voice chats so you can have a look. But that's a lucky charm I have, and Pluto is gonna keep us from danger in this final 3.5 hours.
Oh, yes, definitely, for sure. And, before we let you go, Giordi, we have the restart pending eventually here, but is there anyone you would like to shout out before we potentially get back here to outside of this interview?
Not really a shout out. Do want to say sorry to my teammates in the number 3 car for punting you at the rear at the beginning of the race. Wasn't intentional, but it was a bit awkward colliding with your teammates. But no, other than that, that's all for me.
Well, good deal. Well, we'll make sure we keep eyes glued to that number 25 through the rest of the race here tonight. Thanks again, Giordi, for joining us up here in the booth, and good luck on your stint.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me, and hopefully see you in victory lane.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again for joining us. And that is Giordi. That was Giordi, part of the 25 team of BMW M Team TSR. And you can see Michael Simpson currently at the helm of that 25 machine as it stands, and everyone's still getting the wave rounds, getting everything set in order so we can have an efficient restart here. And Fen, when it comes down to it, I think Giordi had a great point of, just trying to keep the car alive, keep your pretty much hopes alive by just keeping it on the track. Do you think this opening restart anyone is going to take, push the envelope too much? We still have 3 hours and 26 minutes, but, these opportunities might be the only time you get to stay around your competitors.
It's going to be an interesting one, given the wave buys. We got the first wave buys done. We're going to get pit cycle here in just a moment before our second and third, and we get back to green flag racing. I'm curious to see who comes down pit lane, who doesn't, what those pit stops look like. How does that shake up the order, especially for Nicholas Peterson, Gabriel Krefta in that lead battle for the top position, Daniel Campos, Sebastian Gonzalez, as well as Michael Simpson, who are all in a battle for the bottom step of the podium. I get the feeling this will be a bit of a busy one when we come back to green flag racing here in I would say a decent moment's time, but a moment's time. And I have to imagine a lot of them kind of, I think, matching Jordy's very, I would say, pragmatic but effective mentality. Keep it clean, keep it out of trouble. We saw him almost come into contact with that World of Sim Racing caddy when it had its Dukes of Hazzard moment, to quote Jordy a little bit more there. A bit of a hectic one. Great heads-up driving out of Michael Simpson to keep that car out of trouble there, and probably some great spotting from either Jordy and or Seth there. There's 3 drivers of that BMW MTSR machine. Had a bit of a moment earlier on and have been slowly working their way back up to the fight. We've seen this out of a few drivers here. There's 2 teams, I should say, as well over the course of this race, and I'm excited to see how they're able to get back into it. The top 2 going into pit lane, the top 3, including pretty much everybody with the exception of Michael Simpson, which I have to imagine is a goal to get back on the lead lap there for that driver, and a fantastic job to do so if that's the case, by getting in front of the class leader to get the wave by for the second wave by. has a good portion of the leaders of the field jump on in. The exception being Josh Goen from GT Pro, I think is one of the few that doesn't. In terms of class leaders, I should say.
It seems like a little bit of maybe driver changes as well coming in from a lot of these teams as well. You can see throughout the standings, it looks like a whole fresh group of faces in that Josh Goen Racing machine for GT Pro class, and that Ferrari doing wonders right now, keeping it up at the front. You can also see further on back there that Jason Burney, it looks like, has been able to get into the 32 for Wastegate, and then everywhere throughout the field, a lot of new names, and it was kind of what we talked about before too. Everyone has to get in those stints and has to get in the rhythm and start counting backwards to see when they want to jump in the car and what to expect, especially with the rain looming over everyone's minds as we come now to 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Sorry, that is 3 hours 20. I think maybe some of these drivers would wish it was 3 minutes, but yeah, sorry, 3 hours and 24. Did I say it again? 3 hours and 24 minutes.
There we go. Yep.
In the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring. Eventually I'll get it right?
We'll get there. And honestly, much like endurance racing for drivers, endurance racing for commentators, also not the easiest thing in the world. You spend hours in the booth doing nothing but talk at a screen constantly, or stare at numbers, as I believe Chris Hill is doing there in the production room, making us all look and sound decent from where he's at. And I think doing a pretty fantastic job of it in the process, as we watch probably what will be the second wave buys here kick off momentarily for some of these drivers that are ahead of their class leaders in the pace car. It's going to be a busy 3 hours. I get the feeling we're going to see a lot more action come up between now and then. Hopefully we get a pretty solid run of green flag racing, much like we saw after that short full course yellow after the initial ones, but we'll have to see how that all shakes out. But it'll be fun to watch all these drivers work their way back into contention with one another now that all 5 of them are pretty much on the lead lap, working their way through and getting themselves sorted up.
And I'm thinking back, Fen, you were part of the opening team here for tonight's race, but all that being said and done, if I were to cut this race so far into quarters, I think this quarter it's been chaotic, but at the same time it's been the least chaotic somehow, I feel like, of so far in the race here, because I jumped in at the halfway mark and we had a fairly simple caution the last time and about an hour ago, and outside of the Dukes and Hazards and whatever else you want to talk about so far in this little stint, it hasn't been too crazy comparative to like big crashes collecting multiple cars and taking them out of contention. It has been a lot of drivers keeping it on the track when they can. The rain obviously made a lot of people think twice about making some daring moves, but it also caused the absolute purge of turn 17, it seemed like, on the restart that one time by. So
oh man, yeah.
All of that being said and done, I don't think everyone's getting to each other. It might just be this quarter was more of a, if everyone could handle running in that dry line, and also, if you had the wet tires, maybe you could have tried and done something else, but we saw that go away real early. So I'm thinking I'm along with you, Fen, where this last quarter of the race, I could see a lot of drivers starting to push the envelope, especially before that rain comes in and they can't really do anything about it after that.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, not to quote too heavily, but tale of two cities in terms of how we're going to see, I think, these last 3 hours play out. Before the rain shows up, I imagine we're going to have some nice elbows out, solid racing, see where they can try to capitalize on times, track position to net spots. So that way when the rain starts coming back in, which I believe it's starting to very briefly show up on the edge of the radar, which means we've got about an hour left until that stuff gets closer to us. We can see how bad it is when it shows up or when it, finally reaches the track. But it's on the way. The question is whether or not it makes it there and how much it works its way to us will be the question. And so see how long we get rain racing at the end of this race when they make the opportunity to swap over to wets again, should they need to, I think will be kind of the determining factor. We saw how many people survived, how successfully they survived earlier on with the rain. Now it'll be a matter of getting back into that feel of rain racing for a second time, how to get back into that mindset when you've been driving in the drive for a good while in kind of these fun changing conditions, which I think is some of the beauty of sim racing and racing in general, is the ability to work through multiple conditions, multiple track, how much surface grip you have, how to work with it when there isn't much. But it's one of those things I love, and one of my favorite things about rally racing, getting to drive through heavy snow in some days and then going to gravel tracks on another, or gravel stages, I should say, and having a little bit of fun trying to figure out how to get that car rotated for those sort of things. So getting to see a much more mundane version of it on track endurance racing, I think, is still such a blast, and why I love rain racing in general is I think a good part of that. So busy, exciting first part of this. And then it's going to probably settle down a little bit as the rain hits and drivers try to keep those cars alive. Much like Jordy said, keeping it clean, keeping it out of trouble, I think will be the key to the last hour or hour and a half, however long the rain lasts once it arrives.
Especially when you consider like you brought up earlier, Fen, that the black flag mark is just 10 incident points for these drivers. For anyone that hasn't driven in iRacing, an off track, basically getting in the dirt or on the grass, that's a 1x, so 1 penalty point there. And then pretty much if you spin out, that is 2, and then contact with another car is 4. So especially when it comes to sometimes in these GT3s, LMP2, any prototype, it doesn't take much to get a 4x either at times. So, that 10x can add up real quickly, especially in the rain weather where you could, easily go off track when you're just accidentally overshooting a corner or anything like that. So I foresee a lot of drivers and a lot of black flags in the future, depending on how heavy that rain does indeed come down. And all that being said and done, it still is on the top of the minds of everyone, including us. I think we'll keep bringing it up at least 1,600 different times before the rain actually hits. And hopefully, for the drivers too, they prepared for this. This is exactly, they also probably planned out who's driving when and also how comfortable they are in the rain. They can obviously change the strategy to see which driver gets thrown in there when the rain does come down. And we're in Florida, so when it comes down, it definitely comes down hard. So I could see a lot of these drivers, start thinking about, if I'm the best in the rain, I might not be the fastest driver on the team, but if I'm the fastest in the rain, this is my prime opportunity. This is when you can really show your stuff on the rest of the field right now. And, I'm trying to look through the left side here on the timing table, and I don't know if there's any drivers that were, I think everyone made a driver switch, at least in the podium positions. And I was trying to see if anyone did not.
Daniel Campos, I don't think did for GTP. I think otherwise you are correct for those that are in the podium positions, both now as well as those were working their way through. But in LMP2, I think only in terms of, I think they all came down again. A lot of these drivers did their kind of driver swaps for LMP2 during the pit cycle that was just before this yellow flag, and they've since come down again. Some of those have to top up on field and stuff, but I don't think they did driver swaps since their last pit stop, but a good portion of that field did then. In short, yes, there's a little bit of caveats to it. Let me put it that way, Brad.
Well, all that being said and done, still everyone trying to do the wave buys and get themselves settled here to get the restart efficiently going again. But as that's being said, I believe we can take a look here through some of the classes and note, obviously, Fen, you had a lot of time in 2 hours earlier in the race, and any of the names or any of the teams that you see that have really battled it out, or battled their way back up to where they are now, or any teams you want to point out that have been having a drive of a day, if you can. I mean, granted that was about 6 hours ago at this point. So
somewhere between those numbers. I'm not going to repeat what you said for the same reason you just said.
Don't.
Oh God. But between when I was in last and now, looking back at all these numbers, drivers, groups of cars, teams that have had, I think, up and down races, Daniel Campos to find himself at the lead of GTP after the first few stints that we saw where almost ending up a lap down, kind of ending up a lap down, getting his way back to the lead lap, and now being back in the lead as a result of some solid driving, I think is well worth it. Really, a lot of the GTP field has been up and down that order once or twice. Getting to see the consistency out of Wastegate Racing to be, working their way up from where they started in 7th. I think to be up 5 positions into 2nd is a fantastic result, or excuse me, from 6th up into 2nd to be up 5 positions is a great number there to show the consistency of those drivers in that Wastegate Racing number 32. We talked briefly with Jordy, but that BMW M Team TSR number 25, having the incidents earlier, getting to recover from them, and I would say similarly true out of the 420, getting their way back on the, working their way back towards the lead lap after having to be, 7 minutes of repairs early on in this race to work their way back up. The rest of the field, the fact that we have still 5 cars on the lead lap in LMP2 after such a time, same for GTP, is I think part of the testament of the VSCA, kind of the way they do pace car. I think really helps bring these battles back into the fight. Josh Goen, the Goen Racing number 18 in GT Pro, I don't want to discount that. Finding themselves up 9 positions in class and overall GT3 driving, I believe a good solid 5 or 6 if I remember correctly from where they started. Good drives, consistent drives, especially because Lorraine Racing I think has really shown where these drivers shine the best. So getting the chance to have them step back into kind of the thing that helped really cement where they are, I think is going to be such a fun piece to see moving forward. I think those are like the top ones. Obviously, I think they're all ones that are ending up at the top of the class, but consistency, such a huge part of Rain Racing. And I think it's showing with where drivers are from where they started, and especially those that have had issues earlier that are working their way through them and finding themselves back into spots where they can be in contention once we get these classes separated here in a few minutes' time, as we did the 3rd wave buys not too long ago. Very cool to see. Very cool to see the number of cars still in this fight after the, we have almost 9 hours of racing complete, and the opportunity to see, almost all of them, of the 57 drivers we had start this race, to see, 53 of them, I believe, still on track after all is said and done, is, a testament to how, much these drivers want to finish, want to have a good, solid 12 hours of Sebring. We saw similar results in that 24 hours of Daytona for the VSCA earlier this month. I believe a very similar experience with that Long Beach race when we were last out not too long ago. So I think all these drivers, and it's true, I think, of anybody who takes part in an endurance event, it is a war of attrition with the people around you, with yourself, with everything that's happening, and to survive it and to finish the race, regardless of where you end up, is always a solid testament. And then everything else above that for me is where various, different layers to the cake of good stuff that you get to have at the end of the race. But finishing is always such a testament to drivers and the consistency they are able to have over the course of 12, 24, anywhere from 6 hours up, really. So does that answer your question? I realize I went on a little bit of a tangent.
No, yeah, it does, absolutely. And it's funny you brought up, the VSA's prior races, because I was trying to see exactly if, just looking at the results, seeing if there's any trends to put out in the early part of this season. But it seems like a majority of the drivers that we're seeing at the front of the field here tonight, at least at the moment, there's a lot of tranquility, it seems like, with this field, in each class. There's no singular driver or singular, I should say, team that seems to be dominating so far in the 2026 Sports Car Championship for the VSCA. Granted, Daniel Campos was part of the team that won the Daytona 24-hour race. They're doing great tonight, obviously sitting at least in the top spot on the podium in the GTP class. But looking through, LMP2s, GT Pros, and GTMs, there is no consistent group of 1 or 2 teams that are dominating right now. It seems like a lot of these drivers, like you said, it's a war of attrition. A lot of these teams have been mixing and mingling so far this season in the early quarter of this 2026 season so far. And, that is great to see for everyone included, because, it is hard sometimes to think if you're your class is being dominated by a singular team, how, it's pretty much not how do we make it to the end of the race, it's how do we beat X team. In my eyes, when you see results like this from a lot of the drivers just making it to the end, getting a good finish, obviously will grant you a great spot at the end of the day. But, when it comes to standings and everything like that, when you want to try and win the 2026 Sports Car Championship, I think a lot of these drivers have been doing a great job of, nobody's dominating. Everyone has been mixing it up on the podium spots. And really, all of them, I know it's very early in this championship, so I'm not going to say anything as in metrics or anything like that for these drivers yet. But, I think a lot of this field has a lot of open doors to try and make their way to the top step of the standings. And, right now at Sebring, I think a lot of these drivers, especially in like the GT Pro class of Josh Goen, right now you're in a great spot to have a great result right now. And then alongside of that, everyone else is doing a great job of keeping it up there, mixing it out, and also throwing in new names, throwing in new faces in all different type of situations. And with all the yellow, well, not all the yellow, but there's been a couple yellow flag situations here so far in the past couple of hours where I think this might also make you a little more tired and make you want to get out of the car. So I think, a lot of these drivers who are currently have been running longer stints at the current moment have been doing a great job. And all that being said and done, I kind of went away from my main point. But, there's a lot of tranquility, a lot of, it seems like, great driving, great racers here in the VSCA's 2026 Sports Car Championship.
It'll be a fun time. We're getting the class splits going. I get to imagine the feeling that these drivers are getting ready to go back to green flag racing here soon. So I think we'll see whether or not we're diving into that here soon. It's a busy time. It's always yellows are. It's always interesting to see how different series do different yellows. Flag, opportunities, operation. How they do it is such a interesting one, and something I love. While it takes a little bit of time in some of these longer periods, I think it is one that I think really nets some beneficial results that allowed the classes to fight out once again for the long full course yellow, and the opportunity there to allow everybody in the class to get back bunched up, have a good restart of the race, get the opportunity to battle one another again, help solidify those positions from where they're at to where they end up.
All that being said and done, it seems like right now, at least the top step of the classes going to BMW M Team Delta Racing for the time being as we get into the final quarter of the race here tonight for GTP. And then you look back, that Flight Level Racing 757 currently sitting up top there with Jonathan Fotik, and then Josh Goen. We've been talking about that Goen Racing 18 a lot here tonight, currently sitting up front of the GT Pros. And then finally the GTMs being helmed by the BMW M Team TSR of Thomas Marcellino. And it's going to be interesting, to say the least. You will not want to miss the final 3 hours here for the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring. We are only getting started, and it will not level off anytime soon. You can see everyone's still trying to get back up and filed and figure it all out for the time being.
Yeah, with the LMP2 starting to separate out as well, I think we're going to be going back to green flag racing here pretty soon. So I think it would be a good opportunity there as well for, if we don't, to see how these cars get around here. I think we're going to have one more pace lap here for these drivers, and then we'll probably go racing again, is going to be my guess, at the end of this lap. Rain is going to be, I think, a little ways soon, but what is there is a small band of blue, at least to start it out, so it may not be a whole ton immediately.
Since we have one more lap here, it is the top of the hour. It is 6 p.m. and while everyone's getting it settled up here, we're gonna bring in a new team here, at least commentating wise, Christian Hill is going to be still behind the scenes, making everything look and sound great. But Fen, before we head off here, you have any quick thoughts?
I'm going to keep it quick and brief because this commentary crew will get in here right as the green flag's dropping. It's been a blast to be here, and I will look forward to seeing the last few hours from the commentator's booth outside of the room and getting the chance to kind of see where these drivers end up at the end of these last few hours, and I think it'll be a blast.
Well, thank you all for joining us here. Again, we're going to take a quick break, at least up in the booth here, and we're going to have a new team of Marty Shakala and Jacob Kohler going to jump in here for the end of this race, the last 3 hours. You will not want to miss it. But again, thank you all for joining. I am Brad Daniels and Fen Achini to my outside here. We are in the booth. We want to grant you a great rest of your night, and we will be right back here for the 12 hours of Sebring, brought to you by Monster Energy.
Okay.
Approaching the quarter mark left here in the BSCA Sports Car Championship with the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Spring. Marty Sakala with you alongside Jake Kohler here. And Jake, it is starting to get good as we're coming to the green flag. We've got the BMW leading the headless pack, Team Delta Race with Campbell's behind the wheel, and that's followed by drivers behind them as flight level leading in P2. Well, going to race and BMW GT car lead the GT classes. We're back to green with just over 3 hours left to go.
And here they go down into turn one. These guys have been chomping at the bit for the past few minutes, getting ready and waiting to go back green, and you can tell they're about to leave it all on the line coming up on the final 3 hours of the 12 hours of Sebring. And it has been a wonderful race so far. A little bit of rain forecasted for the future, past, and present, but for now we are back green and it is looking good.
Yeah, track was a little bit wet when Jake and I first joined in, but since then, it's all cleared up. But like Jake mentioned, there is weather in the vicinity in Sebring, Florida, coming from our east to our west. Should be around the corner, probably around the 8:15 mark. About 30 minutes from now is when the rain is projected to happen. Here's a nice battle on track. This is for second in class. It's Bernie alongside Burgess. Again, drivers just trying to be patient here at the moment here, Jake, as we were just under this caution. A lot of cold tires for right now at the moment, just trying to get them up to temp and up to pressure.
Another thing that these guys are going to be worried about is how damp is the track still, because obviously it's not going to be totally dry at this point, right? And with more rain scheduled to come down, you don't want to burn up all of your rubber when that water starts hitting the earth. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to feel out how much can I get away with how damp the track is right now, and how much drier is it going to get before the rain starts coming down again.
Drivers have made their way out of the Lamont corner and now approaching Sunset Bend here under the lights. Here's a draft here coming, though, from the 54, Silviera. See if he can make a run. That fourth position. Whew. A good battle for a second. Meanwhile, Burgess, big defense, holding off Bernie for right now. The 32 hanging on at the moment. 554, though, still pulling away. But it's Bernie running in that Ferrari, holding off the BMW for right now. But here comes Silvera, meanwhile, trying to get a run. Won't work just yet.
Yep, he swung right out of there on the front straightaway, and that's one of the things that you can tell apart when it comes to the front end of those BMWs. Those things suck in air like you would not believe. He swung out, tried to get it, and all that air just hit him straight in the nose. You got to be able to have a little bit more momentum before you go for something like that. You can see he suffered for it going through the chicane.
Approaching the hairpin as it's Campos that still holds serve. Checking for other racing further back. A lot of drivers playing it safe. Then sorry for right now at the moment. Still watching Silvera. Let's take a look at the GT class on the top of your screen. Still going, and Marcelino out in front of the GT categories. Farrell got a Ferrari and a BMW respectively, leading the packs at bay.
And look at that. These guys are throwing out the elbows here at Sebring. No prisoners are going to be taken as we cross the 3 hours remaining mark just about 30 seconds ago. One of the things that we're going to be trying to keep in mind here is how much momentum can you build up before that rain hits the ground again? Because again, toward the last 30 minutes of the race, there's going to be a 65% coverage, right? That is what our forecast is telling us, and that is going to be something that everybody's got in the back of their mind, because when that yellow flag comes out, you want to be in the lead, especially with your equipment in the position that it's in right now.
All the drivers racing around second sector of the racetrack. This is the race for the lead here. Battles happening all around. Watching the 183 here of Spiker. Chase down Tumanen here into Sunset Bend, one of the toughest corners here in racing as well, Jacob, because it's just basically blind right-hander all around.
Yeah, those blind right-handers, one thing that is different about this corner is that it's kind of got two apexes on it, right? And one of those things is that second apex can really sneak up on you if you aren't paying attention. You got to be locked in going around that corner, or you're going to lose it, and then you're going to be in an even bigger problem. Bringing up things like the amount of cars that we have on track right now. 56 cars started this race, 13 in GT Am, 15 in GT Pro, 12 in LMP2, and 13 in GTP. That's a massive field we've got here at the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring for VSCA. And let me tell you, it has been an absolute barn burner here tonight as we continue to watch these GTs go at it.
Second endurance race of this season. We're watching the GT3 category. Spiker here hanging on to the Aston Martin. With Spikeman in the background, the Blocko Motor versus the SimCity Racing 71 teams battling for position, but still Chris Treiber at the moment in the 57 leading this train here at the moment.
Spiker got on the throttle really, really well right there. You're going to see he's going to be able to make up a little bit of time on that car in front of him right here, right? One of the main things to keep in mind for that series of corners is throttle control, right? If you get on it too early, that's one of those things where you're going to lose a lot of time on exit. So he's done a great job in keeping that throttle under control in order to maintain his position.
Driver in that BMW, still running in second. 3/10 in front of Tumanen. How do you set this up here as a driver when you're going back to the green flag and you're in a restart? Just trying to make sure you got things set up. Are you just hoping the driver in front of you makes this mistake? Are you trying to force this at the same time? How do you look at this as a driver?
As a driver, especially if I'm driving one of these GT cars, right, I know that there's going to be a lot of cars at this point in the race that are going to start passing us, right? You can already see the LMP2s have made their way around the front of the field. One thing that you have to understand about multi-class racing is that it is about awareness. You have to be constantly aware of everything that is around you. It definitely helps to have a human spotter in your ear, but at the end of the day, that responsibility falls on you. In terms of setting up passes and overtakes, you take what you can get and you wait for that last hour and a half to an hour. That way we can be certain about the weather conditions, we can be certain about the strategy, and then you just push all the way to the end, man-to-man, car-to-car. Right now, it's kind of like a chess game. It's more of a war of attrition, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Nobody's wanting to break out of line too early and too aggressively. There's far too much on the line at this point in the race.
Always a game of patience in these endurance races. You want to make sure you make it to that checkered flag once the clock rotates completely. Ooh. Meanwhile, it's still Campbell's out in front in the BMW overall. Luke leading in LMP2. Going leading in the GTD categories, and the same for, going leading in the GTD category, and Marcelino in, that was going in GTD Pro, and Marcelino in GTD.
Yep, you can see they are still just driving as hard as they possibly can right here. Great look. It looks like Spiker might get another look to the inside of this Ferrari here. It might happen. He's going to try and set it up coming out of this corner.
On board here with the Blanco Motors Sim Sport machine. Currently running 4th in class. Install the drivers.
Trying to break onto the podium gap about 2/10 at this point and rapidly closing. He's going to get a great exit out of this corner here. He might get a shot.
He's going to set this up for turn 1 possibly. We'll see what happens. Gets the draft down the front straight.
You can already see they're starting to hit. They're starting to strike water on that front straightaway. I don't know if you can see it, but those right side tires are going to be a little damp coming into this section of the track. That's where most of the pressure is going to be. You can see he slides.
Absolutely,
right
look at that.
Corner. That was a very, very good save by Spiker, and he's going to try and set it up to maybe take this position to get himself onto the podium.
Now this is where, when the rain starts to fall, you got to be very careful. You don't want to be hitting any of those curbs one bit. You don't want to hit anything that's basically paint as a whole, or else that back end will slide out from underneath and you have just about zero to little grip.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those things that you got to be super duper careful for racing with a wet track, or even when the rain is falling. And as you can see, Spiker gets into the back of Tuminen, and that is very, very dangerous at this point in the race, and already making it difficult for the LMP2s going around the outside.
Dealing with a prototype car as well at the same time. That's PETA in the number 99. No harm, no foul. Of course, with the faster cars, the GT traffic not required to let them go. However, though, they should be respectful of them at the same time. And the prototypes just got to try and find a way around them. One driver just about off the track. That's Spiker. Could be an opportunity here for the Porsche of Gruber, the Matco Fisher 44, to get past, driving it in very deep. Approaching the final sector. Still some great defense. Let's see if... Oh, look now. There goes 183 around. Spiker.
I don't know if there was contact or not, but either way, his hind legs just outran his front. There was nothing he could do. When Gruber sent it around the outside, he had already lost, and that is just very frustrating for him right there. But keep in mind, there's still 2 hours, 52 minutes left to go in this race. Still very much an opportunity to make something happen. We do stay green.
Yeah, great opportunity to fight back in a couple of different ways. Want to go back to the prototype battle here, because things are starting to get interesting for the race lead, I believe. Daniel Campos in the BMW with company as he's in the lap traffic. He's got Burgos 0.6 of a second behind him, and we'll see here how the Porsche maybe sets things up here. They're approaching Sunset Bend.
He's going to try and get around him right here. A lot of weaving is being done right there, and that's going to put a lot of stress right there on that 2-car. Great awareness right there by the Merc to just stay out of the way, let the LMP2s go by. You do not want to risk damage to yours or someone else's vehicle over someone that is just not even in your class. A great move by the Merc there.
So Burgos, second place in that Porsche, top 2 right now. I've opened up a pretty good gap, over a second on Bernie here in the Ferrari. Being told we've got a replay here of what happened to the GT car that spun. And yeah, just some slight little contact there that sent the Aston around.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those situations, right? It's like we talked about, just, oh, man, he just barely clipped it, too. That might be a netcode thing more than anything. As we all know, the iRacing servers don't tend to be as reliable as sometimes we would like them to be. It also does heavily depend on where people are from. But either way, I mean, just you gotta understand, when you got somebody inside right there, you do have to give them enough room. When you clamp down like that, you can't expect them to give you, right? When you're on the outside, you've got all the room. You can't take away the guy on the inside's room, or it's just going to end up like that every time.
Oh, contact as well with a Porsche in the grass.
Uh-oh.
That was Kuna in the 77 that dealt with contact from a prototype. He just basically got doored.
Yeah, man. You hate to see that. We'll probably have a replay for you at some point when we are looking at this. But as things start to calm down a little bit here, it's one of those situations, right, where we just kind of start thinking about the weather. Again, we've talked about it a lot, but it's just kind of in the back of everybody's minds right now, right? You guys can see that some of the GTs are still a little bit close, but as these guys start to get spaced out and start to settle into a groove, it becomes a game of patience. When are we going to pit for those tires? Because if it is raining at the end and we do go under caution, those pit stops, if the caution comes out at the wrong time, that could definitely big time mess somebody up, and you can already see they are still striking water on the front straightaway.
Seems like a bulk of the weather here happening around sector 1 or so. That's where we saw some drivers have to use the windshield wipers. Well, that all is a good for right now. Campbell's still the race leaders. Everyone's still good for right now. Campbell's still leading in GTP in the GTP category. Luke leading the LMP2 class with a 3.5-second lead on Fernando Torres. Going with a notable gap here. Here's a look at that contact there.
Oh.
And I did see a little bit of spray coming out there on the back chute. And it looked like that's where the 77 I don't know if he lost it, but there easily was contact.
Yeah, 100% there was contact. What I'm unsure of is if the LMP2 got loose on exit of that corner or what happened here. We'll see if we can get a better look at it. And it looks like he just kind of drives left, and I think he thought he might have been clear, and he didn't. And what happened was he just clipped Kuna right there on the front end, and there was just nothing more that could be done at that point. It's in God's hands. And all things considered, he did a pretty good job of keeping it together.
Meanwhile, the lead is closed down. Campbell's having a little issue getting past the Porsche, going through the Le Mans section of the racetrack. And traffic at Sebring here, Jacob, always very tough. This is not like Daytona, where it's a very wide track. This is Sebring, very flat. Not a lot of room to get past drivers from time to time, especially when you're in the front part of the racetrack before the hairpin. And then also the Le Mans section before you're going down that last straight.
Yeah, 100%. And it's even harder when you take into consideration, right? The track is damp right now. This is hard enough to do on a dry track as it is, but when all the overtaking lanes still have standing water on them, that just makes it infinitely more difficult for these guys to make their way through this lap of traffic. But everybody's done a pretty good job of keeping it together so far. We've had a couple of guys go off into the grass, a little bit of contact here and there, but that's kind of unavoidable in a sport like this, especially with 56 cars starting this race. So yeah, the LMP2s have done a great job in keeping themselves together, as well as the prototypes. And you can see one of the things that is super underrated, especially when it comes to multi-class driving, is the ability to make your way through traffic. This is where driving on ovals will really help somebody. If somebody likes to spend a lot of time in Indy cars or in stock cars, their ability to navigate through this kind of traffic definitely reflects in multi-class racing. And I think we're seeing this right here as these two continue to knife their way through this field.
Got a battle for third as well happening. Bernie in the Ferrari with Silvera, the BMW, making the attack to the inside. Contact. Around goes Bernie in the 32.
Oh my goodness. He tried to get that pass going, and they just... Two cars were trying to take into the same space, and that just did not work out for him. Now he's just trying to find an opportunity to rejoin the racing surface safely. And again, it's like we talked about, right? Going side by side with standing water on the outside of the racing groove, that is going to be difficult. You can see he's still striking it here and trying to get back on pace as soon as he can.
And that cost Bernie a ton of time. He's now 20 seconds or so behind the leader. He lost 2 spots out of it, but track time is definitely huge there. But luckily here in VSCA, we got another driver off the track as well. I believe that's Sergey Martinez, the GT car.
Yeah.
But luckily one of the positives... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it comes to a point, right, when you got this many guys going off track, does race control consider slowing things down for a minute? Maybe not fully throwing the yellow flag, but just taking some kind of measures to tell everybody. And it looks like, we've got some guys coming into the pits. Looks like Bernie's coming in for new tires.
Yeah, and then now the question's going to be, is this going to be for what? To keep dries on, repairs, what's it going to be? Now, I was going to mention, one positive here of VSCA, depending on where, like if a crash happens or if where a car is stopped, they will bring out a full course yellow, completely different than like a real life iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring in their official lobbies.
It's one of those things where things are different. Oh, it looks like he just passed through. I didn't see him stop, so maybe he had a penalty from that previous incident. We'll have to get a replay of it whenever we get a chance. But as you were saying, yeah, it's absolutely one of those things that's different about VSCA compared to other endurance racing leagues, and even the own official iRacing rule set is that full course yellow, it makes a big difference because now everybody's got to slow down. All the lapped cars have to get back on the lead lap, etc. And it just makes going green a lot larger of a hassle. And also, if you're in the lead, all your gap is gone, right? They just take away all of your advantage and give it back to the competitors.
Oh! Battle for second, GT Pro, slingshot engaged. Spikeman makes the move up in the Porsche number 71. Tabor, though, Schreiber checked that, trying to take that back away, but it was risky as well at the same time. Lazer and the VSR Competizione number 7 Porsche made a bold move, trying to go past 2 GT cars in Le Mans, a scary section when you've got lap cars in the back.
He's going to get another chance here. He might take it. Oh, just before the corner, he does end up backing off of the throttle just slightly. And it looks like these guys are going to be going around the outside here while they duke it out. Looks like, oh, hang on a second. Spickman went a little bit wide there. That might allow him to try and catch up here.
Exciting racing going on as they hit up turn number 1. Got a replay on what just happened in that race for, I believe, second. Oh, check that. This is the spin that happened just moments ago. Yeah, with the 32. Ooh. Just trouble going into, I believe, was the tower turn.
Yeah, and it looked like he was serving a pass-through penalty for that. At least, I don't know if we have any official wording on that, but it looks like he just had to drive through the pits right there for that. And granted, obviously for this particular incident, it does look like he's just in the wrong. He just kind of tries to cut across the other guy's nose there. But I mean, that's kind of a self-solving issue when you think about it. He already lost like 30+ seconds for it.
Got another driver off track.
Yep, we do.
That was Cyrillik, one of the back markers in the Porsche. We lost a lot of time earlier on in this race. One of the back markers now in this one, despite being one of the GTP cars.
Yep,
Take a look at Schreiber here, the BMW. Go ahead.
Yep, I was going to say it's Chris Schreiber and Peter Spickman still trying to decide this, but it looks like Spickman's found his groove. Gap is up to, I believe, half a second now, and it is rapidly increasing.
Notice the spray coming out of these cars, just like scattered showers, basically.
Oh yeah,
like a light rain, you could say at the moment.
100%. Got to get your wiper fluid out. Maybe even the scraper if it gets cold enough. Shouldn't though. We shouldn't see snow here tonight, barring something absolutely insane happening.
I'm from Western New York. Don't be asking me about snow.
Yeah, I remember I was stationed at Minot, North Dakota for the past 2 years. Let me tell you, it does nothing but snow up there. And yeah, I think I've seen quite enough of it for my life. Speaking of seeing quite enough of it, I think Spickman's had just about enough of Schreiber in his rearview mirror. However, speaking of guys, this has now become a 3-way fight as Linscomb Hatfield has now joined the fray and is looking to try and make his way on the podium.
Yeah, the highest running McLaren in this race so far, P4 amongst the GTD cars, and continue to watch this battle. Linscomb Hatfield, the Telemetry Racing number 68, fourth in GT Pro at the moment. Also dealing with some company at the same time from Hatfield in the 65 Porsche, not racing for position though, but Hatfield's been able to keep some pace with the way he's been running. If he gets some gifts, to say the least, inside the final 2 hours and 40 minutes, could have a chance possibly to get back in this race. He's been a lap or two behind the GT Pro leaders.
100%, and he's still trying to get by him. He is sending it into this corner, trying to hang on, but it just does not quite have what it takes at the moment to get over the hump. And it looks like he's just going to stay. Shower of rain right there. Get the windshield wipers going, young man. You are going to need them.
That's a pair of Astons you see as you were riding on board with Van Spiker, battling with Tilly for the 5th position in this class. There's a run going down, approaching the bend.
Here we go. He's going to try
have
it.
the draft.
He might not need it. He's got somebody else in his back. Quick shove might make quick work of this. He's just going to sling it down the inside. And what a move by Spickman right there.
And so Van Spiker in that 183. Now the 5th place driver in GT Pro.
Going to be able to get himself into the top 5 there with some mighty fine drive. And now comes the question, how much harder do you push? We are 20 minutes through the final 3 hours, and it looks like the rain has not started to come down just yet. So these guys are doing their best to make up as much ground as they possibly can. Meanwhile, in GT Pro, Josh Goen has completely run away with this. I mean, he's got 30 seconds on Spickman right now, and I don't see that gap getting any smaller anytime soon.
Yeah, Delta at 4.6 at the moment, but Goen is just running away with it from Spickman. Ferrari up on a Porsche at the moment, trying to find some other close battles. We've still been watching Spickman and Schreiber for position. Linscomb Hatfield trying to make it a triple threat match. That's really the only battle that we've been watching very closely here at the moment. Other than that, I don't see anything really too much. I am seeing some drivers come in, and the rain is starting to pick up heavily here at Sebring. There you see it on our cameras.
Ooh,
here we go.
Heavy. Very heavy through this set of corners.
Heaviest we've seen it so far since you and I hopped in, Jake. But now is the question, when are you going to pit for the wets?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, right, I'm going to pull up weather forecast really, really quick, but I think at this point, you just got to commit, right? It's one of those things where it is a big gamble to bet your whole race on, but at this point, the rain chance is only going up, right? And it has the potential to go up another 8% from what it's at right now. And so I think at this point, you just bite the bullet. You get the fresh tires on there, maybe change out some brake pads. You can already see there is somebody in pit road doing just that.
It's really impacting the southern part of the track really the most. I'm not really seeing an impact now as I see it here as they are making their way through turn 2 in the Gurney Bend. The rain is definitely starting to pick up all around Sebring, and well, just now the question that we're going to be wondering is, how long will this last?
I mean, according to the forecast, it's probably going to last for the rest of the night. I mean, like I said, the chance for rain only goes up from here, and I imagine the coverage chart is probably not looking that different. Again, one thing to keep in mind is that these drivers have an actual radar that they can watch the weather on, while we, as broadcasters, do not have access to that. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the calls are. If guys are not going in for wets right now, I'm assuming it's because they see on the radar that it's just a little bit of rain. They can bite the bullet and press through without losing too much of an advantage.
Yeah, it's impacting the track heavily. For iRacing, track says it's very lightly. But this rain is starting to pick up. I expect the first time a driver is losing grip, he's going to be asking one of their teammates to set up the pit.
It looks like we got a little bit of difficulty, and it looks like Spickman's going to go right around the outside of him. And let me tell you, if there's one thing here that's glad for the rain, it's those brake pads. Did you see those things? They were glowing red hot from how hard they've been pushing these cars. A little bit of difficulty back there. Looks like he's going to try and get one more shot to get around Schreiber, but I don't think Linscomb's got it.
See Linscomb looking for a run going into the sunset bend. But Linscomb at Hatfield looks like the McLaren is better than the BMW in the heavier rain as of right now. But obviously it's too early to tell what the driver's got in their race car.
Yep, you can already see there's another guy in a GT making that pit stop right there. It's unknown if he's going in to get inters or wet tires, but one thing's for sure, these guys are going to have to come to the pits at some point, and with the rain only getting higher from this point, you can see the 68 nearly right there. It's just going to become more of a when as opposed to if as the night goes on. It looks like we are going to see a quick boost right here, just blocked off by an LMP2 at the last second.
Yeah, let's come Hatfield get a little bit affected. Car through the back, Sean Hatfield, like I mentioned, couple laps behind. Again, this is the closer battle we're watching closely here in GT Pro.
Tried to set him up, tried to hit him with a switchback going through that last corner. Was trying to enter high, exit low, just did not have the traction, but the 68 is off the track. That is no good, and that is going to cost him that position and a little bit more time as well.
And even in the wet conditions, when you're on the grass, it just gets even worse because you've got no grip on the tires, and it's just basically like you're on ice skates at the same time.
Yeah, it's just a question of how long do you want to stay out here on dry tires. We've seen a lot of guys in real life and in iRacing who have thought that they were able to make that work, and they are in fact not able to make that work because again the wet tires are designed for a wet track and the dry tires are designed for a dry track. I have always been of the philosophy personally when it comes to racing that if it's raining you put wet tires on the car, and if it's not you don't. And I feel like that's a good way to go about it. You know what I mean?
Got a second place battle developing in GTP. Sebastian Gonzalez Burgos in the Porsche Red Lab Competizione with pressure for the BMW M Team TSR 25. Michael Simpson, you see Linscomb Hatfield make his way down pit road. Will the change be for what? I'm seeing here on my screen at the moment, Jacob, only 6 teams have decided to make the switch over to red to what? And I'm seeing a black flag as well at the same time for Linscomb Hatfield.
Ooh, do we know what that is for? Because I didn't see him do anything crazy.
And and it was for a pass-through penalty. We'll have to double check with race control and see what the situation could be.
Yep, that's another drive-through penalty that has been issued to the field here in the past 30 minutes as we close in on the 2.5-hour mark. We're seeing these guys go at it now. It's Michael Simpson and Burgess who will be trying to hold each other off. He's going to get held up by the GT here, and now game on for Michael Simpson. Can he take this position? He's got to put himself in a good position to try and slingshot around this GT before Burgess is able to get too far.
So just want to give everyone a heads up here. Every 10x a driver suffers is a penalty / a black flag. So maybe that off track that Linscomb Hatfield had as well, Jacob, that may have led to a black flag.
Oh, potentially, 100%. Yeah, if it is every 10x, then I mean, there's nothing more to be said, right? That's probably also why we saw that other car, I can't remember his name, have to do the pass-through penalty as well. And it looks like these guys are still going to be fighting, but these GTs are just making it so hard for Simpson to go around. He is going to be able to sling it down the inside, but there's just too much lap traffic between him and Burgess at this point. Burgess doing a great job of making his way through this lap traffic and just putting more obstacles between him and his opponent. And we've got a destroyed car on the edge of the track. That might bring out the caution.
That's Timothy Hansen. The Patty Engineering SRT LMP2 ride. Yes, and absolutely trying to limp it onto pit road. He's got heavy right front damage, and the sparks are flying off that 47.
Whew, yeah, he's going to try and take that thing back where it needs to go.
Now this is tough too. Sorry to interrupt you, Jacob. This is tough too. He's got no headlights on that number 47. That is tough to drive. You're just hoping for help in front of you, trying to see where the island is, basically shortcutting through Le Mans out of the Gendabian Bend.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now this is just ugly here because you got the next car behind you. There's another LMP2 car with the headlights on, and you just can't see anything.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you back at home have ever driven without headlights before. I've had to personally for work, and let me tell you, not a fun experience, right? Especially for that first, especially when you're not expecting it. right? When somebody just reaches up and turns the lights off as you're going down the road at night, it's like, okay, that's probably not good, right? So definitely commendable to Hansen there for keeping it out of the field and being able to try and get this thing onto pit road.
So remaining under the green flag, here's a look at what happened. This is the 554. Oh, no ball is
alive.
So you're looking at Burgess in second.
Still just putting more and more ammunition between him and Silvera. And I think that's just his main concern right now, keeping everybody behind him and trying to chase down Daniel A. Campos, your race leader.
Campos up 2.6 seconds on Burgess at the moment. He's been leading since our restart about maybe a half hour ago or so. Still keeping an eye on the weather here at the moment. It's just a light sprinkle around Sebring. And I'm looking at this, about 12 teams are on the wets as we speak.
Yep, and I think that number is only going to go up. Aaron Beaver making his way up the field in the GT AM field to try and take the lead of his class from Thomas Martellino. And yeah, looks like we've got a replay coming up, 47 of Hansen. It looks like he's trying to get around the outside, doesn't quite see an opportunity to pass.
Oh, just simply lost it. Oh, that's a hard shot.
Golly. Yeah, just got a little bit too eager on the throttle there.
Oh, Campos contact with a GT car. The leader goes around.
Oh, Campos is around. That is not good. Burgess immediately takes advantage, and Silvera's going to be right behind him, too.
Campos trying to pass a pair of GT cars, including Fisher. A driver running in the top 10 in the GT Pro category goes around, and so the BMW loses 4.6 seconds. And just like that, we've got a new race leader here, Jacob. Sebastian Burgess in the Red Lab 554 Porsche.
Yep, 100%. And Daniel's not even going to be able to get a chance to breathe here, because guess who's knocking on his back door already? It's Felipe Silvera looking to take that second place spot. And Burgess is just saying, let him fight. Let him fight. That is only going to give me more opportunity to run away with this thing at this point in the race. So Campos got to try and hang on to this position, and he's done a great job holding off the attack of Silvera, but I don't think Silvera has done quite yet.
Silvera, actually, a correction here. He's actually 14 seconds all the way back. So Campos only loses one spot out of that. He's lucky with the pace that he and Burgess have, that he didn't lose a lot more time. He's probably thankful that this didn't happen on a restart either.
Yeah, and again, at this point in the race, right, we're talking about, there's still so much time left, right? 2 hours, 27 minutes, and just under 20 seconds to go. I mean, there's still so much time to be able to get all of that back, right? The gap is only 15 seconds. You can make that up on pit strategy, or you can just make that up on raw pace. You've been leading the race all day long, and you know that you've got the car to do it, so I don't think he's too stressed in there.
Got a couple of battles in GT Pro. This one for fifth, Timo Tuminen. Travis Linscomb, Hatfield, there was the clearance, and there you see the leader go around in the replay.
There was no gap there. He just kind of dove down, and I mean, I'm not really sure.
Just trying to shortcut it.
Yeah, again, that would have been a track limits either way. So again, self-solving issue. I mean, that just seems a little egregious in my book, but you know, no harm, no foul. Nobody got any serious damage out of it. But that poor GT that got spun out must be furious.
Absolutely. Well, Campos pulled off the Ayrton Senna move. If you don't go for the racing gap, you're not a driver.
I mean, that's one thing, you know, but if the gap is half a gap, I feel like that doesn't really work as well. So that's neither here nor there. It looks very different down there in the car, I'm sure, and you can already see he has put a significant amount of space between himself and Silvera, and he is looking to get that lead back.
Burgess leading by 3.8 seconds at the moment. Let's go back to GT. We were talking about that battle for fifth moments ago. Tuminen and Linscomb Hatfield. They're on the second half of the course here at the moment. They're coming into the tower turn. Anscombe Hatfield had to serve a penalty just moments ago.
He is absolutely moving. Look at the speed he is carrying with all that water on the vehicle. My goodness.
Both these drivers still on dry tires at the moment.
Looks like he got a bit shaky right there on the throttle, just a tad bit early. But I mean, that can happen, you know, especially in these corners that are nice and shallow. So I don't think he's got too much to worry about here, especially with all the water on the track. At this point, I think he is just trying to stay where he is at.
Got an update, by the way, for you out in LMP2, the 4th place driver, Jesse DeShazier, in the flight level 757. He's been given a meatball flag. There is some contact out in the Sunset Bend turn with another car. And that appeared to be the 30th Matthew Luke, the actually, ironically, the class leader in LMP2.
It looks like we have just, things again have kind of slowed down for the time being. Everybody's still just trying to settle into that groove. One thing I do want to let everybody know about is, according to chat, the 47 team is giving away a nose cone and 2 engine covers and a rear wing. So go hit them up if you want to take some parts home, because I think Eric Hansen's day is done.
3 parts up for grabs of the Hansen pit. I remember, you know, my first World of Outlaws race. So I work in dirt racing here in the summer. The first World of Outlaws race I went to, there were a pair of flips. And in one of those flips, I believe it was the Casey Kane Racing 19. I think Darren Pittman was driving at the time. He flipped, and that car was totaled. So the crew gave parts up for sale. And, yeah, we got one off track, by the way, at the hairpin. Ollie Schwartz using the access road, the longer way around the hairpin at Sebring. Merging back in with no issues.
Yeah, I mean, one great way to get just a ton of really cool car parts is to just be at racetracks. You know what I mean? I grew up 45 minutes away from Talladega Super Speedway, and the amount of car parts that I have from just various different kinds of stock car over the years is quite astonishing. I think the one I'm most proud of is I have a deck lid from the 14 of Tony Stewart. I believe it was the 2012 race.
Nice.
Where on the final lap he was leading coming out of the corner, and then he just slides up the racetrack, and I have the deck lid from that car. I'm very proud of that.
Second in GTM, Paolo Calvo sending it in a Mustang Dark Horse through the bend, and Calvo moves up a spot.
God, that is such a gorgeous car, isn't it? That Dark Horse Mustang, he's going to go a little bit wide on exit here, but Calvo makes short work of Jason R.R. Smith in that Porsche.
Calvo currently 32 seconds behind Marcelino, the class leader in GTM, racing for the BMW TSR team.
Looks like he's going to get a little bit slowed down here by this prototype. But all things considered, Paolo Calvo is having a good race. And you can start to see as the track starts to dry up and the rain stops to fall, those guys that were on wet tires, they are not doing so hot. I think the highest placing one is Steinecke in the GTP class. And everybody else is starting to sink like rocks throughout the field. So it's interesting if we see guys go back for dry tires.
Got a 3-car battle developing with Hatfield, Littleton, and Pereira out in GT Pro, a battle for 10th. Happening. This is in the Le Mans section for the straightaway. Hatfield and Littleton both in Porsches. Vulture Motorsports teammate. Look at that Littleton there, that 66. Pereira behind in the Corvette 151 for World of Sim Racing. Letting some lap traffic go by. How do you race with the guy in front of you? If Hatfield believes Littleton is faster, will he let him go? Or no? How do you set this up with your teammates?
So when you're the one in the car, right, you just defer to what the boss says. If you are the boss or the guy you're racing against is the boss, at that point you let them make the decision or you make the decision yourself. But if you believe that you have the pace, one of the things you have to do is prove it. I think Littleton's proving that right now. He is not very far from his teammate at all, and he is staying on that rear bumper. So if he wants to try and make negotiations to get this position with whoever the team boss is, now would be the time to do. Yeah, that's typically how we solve issues like that. Granted, multi-class racing is something that I'm not as familiar with. I've not done it as much. I'm much more familiar with stock cars and IndyCar. So, but I mean, team orders are pretty standard no matter which motorsport you go to. And it looks like they are going to try and make their way around this lap GT car, and they're going to do so successfully.
So we were talking about the weather as well earlier on. The rain had stalled for the last 10, 15 minutes or so. But I will tell you, because it's scattered showers in the forecast, there is a heavier band than is expected. You see the spray with the track still a little bit damp, very lightly wet still per iRacing. We can tell you, though, there is a good chance of rain around 15 minutes from now, where this track is expected to get damped on.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It is just a ticking time bomb, but in the form of a rain cloud. And one thing that I also do want to point out, now I'm not accusing anyone of anything. However, there are unclassified documents on the internet that were declassified by the United States Air Force in the 90s. Oh, hang on.
Got in trouble here just near the Lamar corner. That was a Copian in the BMW 83 that got a little bit sideways.
Ooh.
And it looks like there was contact with a pair. Well, there was one driver that I think he made contact with. It was the second place Silvera in the 21 car, well, third at the time. And then there was heavier damage to Campos in the 12, the man that was leading this race when we had the restart earlier on.
Ooh, that is just rough. Hopefully we're able to get a replay and get a look at that. Man, something happened right as I'm about to start talking about rain generators. That sucks.
So I'm taking a look. I'm taking a look at the replay on my end here with Campos. He was passing one of the slower, I believe one of the slower LMP2 cars. Campos goes off the lane and into a runoff area that's been pelted with rain. Remember, he was on dry tires still. He in the runoff area that is just absolutely damp and full of H2O, and goes heavy into the wall, damages the front end, suffers some rear end damage, underbody damage at the same time, right front suspension's destroyed. Campos and then the BMW Team Delta's chance to maybe win the Monster Energy Team at 12 Hours of Sebring just went up in a shower of sparks.
Man, that is just so very frustrating. We're hoping to get you guys this footage soon, but yeah, that is just devastating for that team, especially to have already put almost 10 straight hours into this race, not even counting the prep time that they went through. And yeah, that is just, there's not really much more that can be said. That is just very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, we'll see if we get a replay in just a moment with 2.25 hours remaining. So that moves Michael Simpson up into second, followed by Jason Burney in third. Silvera, I mentioned he had the contact earlier on with one of the GT cars. He's dropped all the way down to fourth spot in class. Matthew Luke still leading in LMP2. Josh Gowen with an 11-second lead in the GT Pro. This is the replay. This is what happened with a man that led on the restart. Absolutely no grip and a mega hit into the tire pack.
Oh my goodness, that is just oh my gosh, he was trying to sling it around the outside, misjudged the braking zone, and at this point, it's just in God's hands. There's nothing more that can be done, and just rips the front end right off of that thing. That is just unfortunate. And yeah, just goes to show you, even in multi-class, when the track is wet, a single tiny little miscalculation can cost you everything. And there's the other replay.
That's what I was mentioning.
Damages. He was slowed down in front.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning with Silvera too. He suffered contact, so it was basically a chain reaction further back with two other cars.
And it looks like, yeah, that is just... So we'll try and see if we can get it from a different angle here. He's just trying to ride around.
Yes, this was the GT car, I believe. It dealt with that contact at the end. Nope, this is still Sector 1 of the racetrack. We'll see what we got in just a moment. Meanwhile, 2.25 hours remaining here in the Monster Energy, 12 hours of Sebring.
And boy, what a race it's been so far. I mean, all 10 hours of this thing so far has been absolutely entertaining. As again, we see Littleton up on the back of this 112, and he is just going to let him by right here, I think.
Closest action we have on the track is Littleton and Pereira still for 10th. The GT class that I believe you're looking at live pictures of. Here's another replay. Yep, there was the contact there with Silvera and the GT car.
Man, that is just unfortunate. There's just nothing you can do right there, and that's just... man, that's the nature of autosport. It's just one of those things that's just so unique to this sport rather than any other sport out there. And I can imagine everybody involved in that is... well, hopping mad, as my father would put it. But as again, we keep watching this battle for 10th in the GT Pro Series between Pereira and Littleton. Littleton's not giving up here.
I want to go to a closer battle, though. 4th in GT Pro. Linscomb Hatfield racing in Tilly as we got more drivers coming down pit road, including 2 of the GTP drivers. The Red Lab Competizione team making a driver change, the 554. Miguel Ruiz now taking a drive in it. And now Jason Burney makes his way onto pit road to see if they'll do a driver change in their Ferrari.
Looks like they might. And again, going back to the weather forecast with the just with what we were given here at this point, right? These last 2 hours is when the rain is really expected to kick up, about halfway through it. So about sometime in the next 45 minutes, the cloud coverage is going to be at 63%, and the chance of precipitation is going to be all the way up to 20. And then with just over an hour left in the race, it's going to be just above 45% chance, and then right at 60 within those last 30 minutes. So that's the timeline that you're looking at that we can give you personally about the rain. But yeah, it's just everybody's just kind of waiting on that right now, trying to take what they can get, and just waiting for that last 30 minutes to roll around.
Kyle Burney now in, and you can see the rain is starting to pick up. It's just, there are some spots where it's not raining, like in Sunset Bend, that part of Sunset Bend plus the hairpin, but everywhere else it's starting to rain, and this rain's going to pick up where more drivers are putting on the wets. I see Burney on the wets. Interesting decision by Ruiz here in 3rd. He's keeping his car on dry tires at the moment.
Yeah, again, one thing to keep in mind, right? Those drivers have radars, we don't. So there's a chance that Ruiz knows something that we don't. Or maybe Ruiz is just that guy. I mean, I knew a guy named Ruiz once. He was pretty cool. So maybe we'll see Ruiz just absolutely sling it on dry tires here. It's an absolute possibility.
And I'm taking a look at the rest of this. So this is a band that should last maybe about a good chunk, 35, 40 minutes, and then we should have a break from the rain for about maybe 15 minutes once more. But then they're going to get pelted once more with a big, heavy shower, you could say. As we continue to work here in the final hours of the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring.
One of the prototypes is slowing out of the final corner, I think.
And we're seeing as well a black flag for Michael Simpson here. I don't know if he suffered an off track or not. And he actually did. Coming off of turn number 1, he went off the track, and so the BMW TSR number 25 will have to serve a penalty. Felipe Silvera in the 21 BMW making a change here, I believe, as well. If not, also with a black flag, maybe a hold on pit road for him.
Yeah, you cannot be making those kinds of mistakes right now of all times. 10 hours almost have gone by here at Sebring, and you cannot throw it away with penalties like that at this point in the race. These guys have got to be careful, and they have got to stay steady here in the final stretch.
Bunch more drivers have swapped over to the wets. The majority now on wets overdrives to get the grip. So now, I don't know if this is something that was talked about earlier on here in the broadcast, but Jacob, let's talk about this here. How does wet driving differ from just normal driving in the dry conditions?
So one thing that I think not a lot of people talk about, right, is hydroplaning or aquaplaning, right? It happens so much more, right? And those tires, those wet tires, have very deep grooves to try and mitigate this issue, but it is still something that definitely happens at 220, 240 kilometers an hour, right? The speeds that these cars get to on these tracks. So hydroplaning, what does that mean? It means you have to start braking way softer and way sooner, right? Your braking zones have just been extended by possibly another 50, 75, maybe even 100 meters, depending on the type of corner that it is. And that is something that is very hard for drivers to break muscle memory on, especially if you've been running on a dry track for 8 hours, right? Or for 6 hours or for 4 hours, whatever block of time, right? When your muscle memory is that, it's hard to break that. You have to consciously think about taking every single corner, and that is very mentally exhausting. Driving in the rain is not as different from driving dry, but the one main thing that I will say that it is different about it, especially if the track goes from dry to wet, is just being constantly just conscious about every single movement that you make with the car. And if you're not, you're going to find yourself in the wall really fast, and that can be very exhausting for some guys.
To tell you this, Simpson on pit road, changing for Jordi Vermeulen. They still have a black flag, which I believe would be a drive-through penalty.
Ruiz is going to have the lead coming out of the pits here, I think. He just put on wet tires.
Ruiz still in the pits as well. So he exits, and Miguel Ruiz should get the lead once Vermeulen serves the penalty. The gap at over 19 seconds. I'm only seeing just a handful of drivers here, Jacob, that gets. Whoa! Ruiz!
Whoa!
Both tires overcooked it in turn one.
Oh, man, that is rough for him. And as a result, Kyle Burke now going to take that second place spot. Now he's going to be looking to take the lead from Vermeulen when he serves his penalty.
That was cold tires all together at the same time.
Oh, man, that is just so rough for him. He just got in the car, and now he feels like he's already made a mistake. This is going to be the time where we see if Ignacio Ruiz can make it come back from a severe mental mistake like that, because there's a lot of times, right, especially in races like this at this point, when all of the pressure is on you, that it just starts to snowball, and it just starts to snowball further and further and further into bigger and bigger mistakes. But I think Ruiz is going to be able to keep his head on straight here as he goes back through these corners.
And looking at this, Ruiz is on the dry tires here, too.
Really?
Oh. Yeah, I have on my end Ruiz on the dries.
Yeah, it just changed. It just changed for me. I think iRacing is freaking out. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was a bug. It just swapped his tires for no reason. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
So is he on the wets then, or is he on the dries?
From the way he's driving, he's on dries right now, I think. I think the graphic's correct, because look at the way he's driving. He is about 2 movements away from losing this thing entirely. We're gonna try and get word from our production on if he is on dries or wets, just to alleviate any of this confusion. But as a result, with all of this happening, now Kyle Burney is moving even further away.
Well, and Vermeulen, by the way, is in the pits to serve the penalty. And so, check on where he ends up with Bernie. Can tell you that the 32 is going through the sunset bend as we speak.
Yep, it's going to be close. He might have enough, depending on if it is a stop and go or if it is just a drive-through. Given the fact that it's a track limits thing, it is just a drive-through probably, and that is the case. However, here comes Ruiz, and Bernie is right there in front of him. New leader, Kyle Bernie, in that 32 Ferrari.
The Ferrari out in front, Vermeulen up on second by 3.1 seconds on Ruiz. So Bernie leading in GTP. Luke still leading the LMP2 division by 31 seconds. And
on dry tires, by the way.
Yeah, on dry tires. He's yet to pit for the Watts, and so we expect to see him in just a little bit. It's up 32 seconds on Ollie Schwartz. Right now, new leader in the 18. The go-in race in 18 made a switch with Jack Hedgecox, who's up by 8 seconds on Sam Spinall in the BMW. And then finally, it's still Marcelino now driving in the Watts, up 6.1 seconds on Benjamin Fisher in the Porsche. So those are the current leaders here in our 4 classes in the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring.
man. Everybody is just trying to get onto those wet tires. I mean, obviously, except for Luke and Ruiz, those guys are just built different. I swear I heard that Ruiz was on slicks. Was that what I heard? Slicks? You're telling me this man's on slicks right now, and he's running third? Absolute unit. Absolute unit.
And the rain is right now, as we stand, it's the heaviest we've seen in the past 30 minutes. Now, there is one spot as I'm looking where it's raining. It's the entry of the Sunset Bend. Other than that, everywhere else, it's basically stopped for the next 5 minutes or so. That's when it's going to pick up pretty heavy once again. The track's still pretty wet at the moment. However, though, drivers trying to find that wet groove, even if you got to go to the shallow entry or the higher side of the racetrack, that's where the grip's going to be.
Yep, it's just all about finding that spot where the water isn't, where all of those other cars have cut through. If you've ever seen it, right, when you're driving on the interstate, the car in front of you, the tire tracks will leave a gap of water. And on a racetrack like this, especially with cars going this fast, that is amplified tenfold. It's like we were seeing in the beginning of this little 3-hour window here. And you could see on the front straightaway there was still standing waters on either side of the racing, making it very difficult to pass. So it's just one of those things that you have to keep in mind. Like I said, it's a very, very conscious effort to try and drive on a wet track with the rain coming down.
And we've got a race for the overall lead. Jordy Vermeulen has caught up to Kyle Burney after suffering the penalty. Now a half second as they go through the hairpin.
Here we go. Bernie's going to try and hang on to the lead. He was given the lead through a pass-through penalty on Jordy Vermeulen. And let's see if we can get our eyes on him right here. It looks like Vermeulen's going to go for another attack here.
Now return to be a tough place to pass at times. Does he attack here? Cuts it down to a car length as the rain now starts to set up once more. Again, the drivers are on the wets. 4.5 seconds behind. It's Miguel Ruiz on the dries. And again, like I said, this weather is about to be the worst. We'll see it in just a couple moments.
Here we go in the eye of the storm with almost just over 2 hours to go here in the 12 hours to Sebring. Kyle Burney and Jordy Vermeulen will dogfight it out here in the middle of a typhoon.
Yeah, that spray affected the visibility of Vermeulen. Thank goodness you've got the weather lights blinking on the tails of all the cars. Burney dealing with some more lap traffic. That's Garcia Bayonne in the VSR Competición Bianco prototype, currently 8th in class. And in front of him, Thiago Mello 5th. So we could have 4 drivers here. We've got, as I say that, check that we've got 3 drivers on the lead lap at the moment.
And it looks like that's not going to change any time soon because Vermeulen has yet to give up. He's still kind of hanging in there, right? As we get a replay with what happened a second ago. Just side by side, and we're going to just try and see the top right there. You're going to be on board with Vermeulen. And here,
look at that spray.
Oh, he's going to try and set him up with a pushback here, I think.
Look at this, maybe going the longer way around her, trying to cut it underneath. There is a GT car in front of them, though. That's Steinhoff in the Porsche 90.
That's going to force him to back off right there. He's just trying to play it safe, right? He knows there's still over 2 hours to go in this thing. You don't have to get it all at once. Plenty of time left to work with. The only lap you have to lead is the last one, and you can see he knows that. However, he is still wanting to keep it close. You don't want to reel in the fish all at once, but you do want to keep him on the line, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Got one car off as well. Hansen in the LMP2. No harm, no foul, weed stay green. Imagine being on board with Vermeulen and dealing with that spray all at the same time.
Oh, he goes wide. Vermeulen is off the track.
Keeps it back going, but yes, you're right, loses a ton of time. Now 2 seconds behind on the leader in Burney, who's getting a draft off the 20th Mello.
That is going to cost him a ton of time and he's going to try and have to work his way all the way back up to Bernie. And Bernie is just thanking his lucky stars right here because Vermeulen was deliberately poised to make that strike, and now Bernie's bought himself a little bit more time by just staying consistent.
Well, it's not only that, but that tarmac, it's more saturated than the racetrack, obviously, because nobody's been on it. And so Vermeulen could have just lost a lot more time and could have spun out easily. Great save. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, now would be one of the worst times to get stuck on the gravel or dirt because of how much it's been raining these past few minutes. I imagine that the first thing that car is going to do when it gets in the dirt is sink. And that is the last thing you want to have happen to your race car, especially in the position that Vermeulen is in right now.
Got someone else off the track. We had Marco Pereira. No issues there. We stand on the green flag and Pereira pets. While we do this, let's step aside and go to break. Kyle Burney leading in the GTP, Matthew Luke in LMP2, got Jack Hedgecox in GT Pro, and then Thomas Marcelino in GT AM. Step aside here, 2 hours remain in the Monster Energy, 12 hours of Sebring for the Virtual Sports Car Association. Stay with us on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
That's Vermeulen. Back here with under 2 hours left to go, and we just had a developing story here in leader Vermeulen was working past traffic and just got caught up by an LMP2 car in Victor Peta. But Vermeulen, give him credit. What a fantastic save he made. But regardless of that, he loses the lead as Ruiz went underneath him in the 554.
Yep, and look at the damage on that right side pod right there. That is going to very much affect his aerodynamics throughout the course of the night, and we'll have to see how that interacts with the rain. All things considered, though, could have been way worse. You're absolutely right. Drove the wheels off of that thing to keep it on the track.
So it's Ruiz now the leader in GTP. It's still Luke here in LMP2. And this is interesting with how saturated the track's starting to get here, Jake. They are the only two. They are two of the only drivers, the two leaders in the prototype classes. They've yet to switch to wets.
That is very interesting. That is very interesting. How long are they going to try and stay out here on dries? Ruiz is just that guy. I mean, he was hauling around here on those dry tires. I don't know how he is managing that, but he is making a great performance here right now. And Luke still comfortably ahead of Ollie Schwartz on the dry tires as well. So I don't know what these guys have got going for them, but you know, that's just absolutely insane.
They're trying to pull maybe Plan C for Chaos. If you know the movie, you know. Let's bring in one of the drivers that's in the class lead in GT Pro in the Ferrari number 18, driving for Gowen Racing, and it's Jack Gowen. Jack, how are we doing so far? Not too bad of a drive you had in your last stint.
Yeah, it's Josh, but thanks, Marty. Yeah,
Josh, sorry.
All good. No, it's been good. This has been probably the craziest race I think that I've ever done, that our team's ever done, and to be doing so well on it is just mind-blowing right now. So yeah, I'm sure it's been fun to cast, but it's been absolutely hectic out there on the track.
Well, of course, the talking point right now has been the weather in this last hour. How did you deal with it from your perspective? Even with you in the dries before you switched to wets, along with the driver switched to Hedgecocks, you look like you were still driving in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, the rain started to come down while we were on the dry tires, and this car has just felt really good in mixed conditions. So I was comfortable with it, with the dries still, with the slick tires on the track as it got more wet, and just working with Jack to kind of give me information on what the rain was going to be looking like. And then we realized that we were managing for now. That first rain band came and went, and Jack was running out of fuel, needed to come in for a stop, and so saw the rain coming up for the next one, so decided to preemptively put the wets on, and it looked like that was the move because it immediately got so much more wet out there and much lower amounts of grip. So yeah, right now we're just managing. We just had a near catastrophic accident out on track that I had to step away for, but we got pretty lucky with that code. And
let me follow up on that real quick. Sorry to interrupt. Is Jack prepared for the heavier band that's supposed to come about like an hour or so from now?
Yeah, he is. He loves wet weather driving. He is our wet weather anchor, and so he is as happy as can be. He's actually been complaining about it drying out a bit too much. He's out there trying to find the wet spots on track and make sure he can keep the tire temps down. So he's gonna be looking forward to it, and with the 57 breathing down our neck, I think it's gonna be a banger of a finish.
Picking it on board here with our overall leader when Ruiz took the lead away from Vermeulen after he went off track out in sector number 1. Jacob, you got any questions for Josh?
I mean, just one thing for you, right? You got a radar in there, and we don't. Talk to me, man. What's it looking like? How do you think this thing's going to shake out with the weather?
Yeah, I think we're going to be wet weather driving till the end. We've got about what looks like 4 to 5 laps of no rain. But the air temps are so low right now that it's not really going to dry out all that much. And then what looks like very ugly, dark greens, yellows, and some reds coming our way. So it's going to be very, very wet towards the end of the race. Exceedingly more so than what we've seen at any point in the race so far.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously Jack Hedgecock is going to be taking this thing all the way to the end. And be honest with me, man, are you even a little bit nervous? Because Spinell looks good out there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this whole day has been a dream for us. It's rare that it just feels like everything's gone right, but we put the prep in and we've been in the right place, and the car's just been responding well to us. So Jack's got the car. We're in as good of hands as we can put behind it, and I've got faith in him, man.
Yeah, 100%. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Josh Goen, driver of the 18 Ferrari for Goen Motorsports. So thank you so much for being here with us, Josh. And you got anything to say before we take you off?
I want to wish one of our drivers, Chip Michaels, and his wife Danny got married today, and so just congratulations to them. Super stoked to see that and hear the big news from them. So they've been cheering us on and wishing us all kinds of crazy things to make this wedding happen on their wedding day. So we're trying to make it happen for them.
100%. Now you don't have to buy them a wedding gift. This is the wedding gift. So,
exactly.
Well, you have a good day, Josh. You drove a heck of a race out there, and hopefully you can stand on the top of that podium by the end.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it, Josh. Here's Josh Goen. He and the number 18 Goen Racing Team. Class leaders at the moment, up 1.6 seconds. Didn't mention our leader in GTM, that being Thomas Marcelino, was currently 9th of all the GT cars when you split that up together. Marcelino with a pretty good lead, 19 seconds on Paulo Calvo in the 747.
Yeah, 19
quiet for now
seconds.
at the moment, but go ahead. We're watching this race for second in the class.
Yeah, I mean, 19 seconds is kind of insane, let's be honest, right? Especially at a place like this with the water coming down. I mean, that is just absolutely speaks to the drive that he has put on here tonight. And gap to Vermeulen for the GTPs. Gap to Vermeulen now down to 5.9 seconds.
Look at the LMP2 car of Ruben Pino, currently third. I want to watch this race, though, for second in GTM between Calvo and the Ford and Bell in the Mercedes, because this is the closest battle, one of the closer battles we have going at the moment. 9/10 of a second separating the two drivers.
Yep, and they are just pouring through these corners. He's got to try and set him up as best he can, but the first thing you have to do before any of that is you got to reel him in, and Bell is doing his best to try and reel in that Mustang.
See what Bell can do. Calvo again moments ago with that big pass in the Mustang Dark Horse to move up to second in the class. A long race left to go to try and chase down Marcelino, 43 seconds back.
It's going to be tough
Got a
to
report,
see.
by the way, felt maybe 30 seconds ago that Kyle Burney, hearing that he may have had a moment perhaps. And he went into Sunset Bend. I'm taking a look here. Oh, he overshot the entry into Sunset Bend and lost a bunch of spots, dropping all the way down to 6th. And that was a car, by the way, that was leading the class earlier on.
I was wondering what happened to him, because when we cut away to break, he was in the lead, and then he was just gone whenever we got back. So that was very interesting. But now we know that that is what happened. It's so Bernie's got himself a good car. Hopefully he is able to get back up here. But he is definitely kicking himself after that one. And with 147 left to go, there is not a ton of time left. Obviously, you still got a lot of laps to go, right? You don't need to be in a rush yet, but it's one of those things. Whoo, my goodness. He did a good job hanging on to that thing, though. Went right down the escape road and took it back onto the track like an absolute champ. But yeah, it's like we were talking about, man. When that rain is on the ground, you have to start braking way softer and way sooner. Otherwise, you're going to lock those tires and you were going to overshoot every single little corner.
Boy, with the rain, you got to have a lot of patience with this. Probably about, meanwhile, if I'm looking at this, about maybe 10, 15 minutes away from the big storm that's expected to saturate Sebring International Raceway. And for iRacing, the track is lightly wet at the moment, but not extremely damp for right now, where you may have to stop racing potentially. There you see the conditions on your screen. and how the precipitation's been looking.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like we were talking about earlier, right? Starting at this point, it is only going to get worse. And Josh Goen confirmed it for us earlier using his radar that we are going to be wet weather driving for the rest of the race. And now it is just going to be a consideration of how do we drive this, right? Like obviously we are going to be wet weather driving until the end, and it's just one of those things where you kind of have to just try and keep it together as much as you can. Some guys are better at driving in the rain than others. And as you can see, this battle for second here in GTM is starting to get close. Diving down the inside is Bell.
There's going to be that lap traffic. One.
Yep, he is going to be able to get through that lap traffic, and now he is going to be trying to reel Calvo back in. Had him within 0.4 of a second at one point. Now they got back to 1.1.
Bell now trying to pull away from the lap car of Ian Lawrence Brown, who is currently running 6th in Pro. Brown still trying to fight back, though. He's got 7 seconds to make up on Linscomb Hatfield for 5th in the class. This is helping Calvo a little bit, try and pull away. And he's actually opened up that gap up to 1.2 seconds, a battle that we were watching closer earlier on.
Yep, he's got it. He is driving away very comfortably at this point while these two continue to fight. They're not even in the same class. And now he's got to try and just do his best to just let him go, because he knows that car is faster than both of them. He's just going to have to wait on that car to pass both of them and try and get him again. But he's got another one coming up his back door right now.
See if it works out, though.
And this is one of those
not a battle for position. Go ahead, Jake.
I was going to say, this is, again, one of those things. Good Lord, that was really close. He got some damage on that left side there. I think those two just made contact.
Oh, we got one off the track.
Is that Ruiz?
That's Pita, I believe. Pita, if not Silva. Now we're hearing it is Pita in the Monarch 99 LMP2. Running 9th in the class at the time. And he tried to go in on Bell. Instead caught the door of the 44 and they hooked. And Marco Silva sends him around.
Yeah, that is just unfortunate. We'll try and get a replay and try and show you what happened here. But yeah, I saw the red on the car and I thought it was Ruiz for a second. I'm still struggling to tell these LMP2s and these GTPs apart at some at some junctures. But that's neither here nor there. So, you know, everything is still looking pretty good out here. Matthew J. Luke has got that gap up to almost 50 seconds now. Absolutely driving away from the field on dry tires. Unbelievable from Luke in that class right now.
Luke has had a great drive so far for the Fury SimSport team, but would not be surprised if the next pit stop it goes into wet weather, because the rain is supposed to be in our area in about maybe 2, maybe 3 minutes from now. Looking at the 9:15 forecast, 92% chance of rain.
Looks like he's going to try and just get around this GT here. Does a pretty good job of it. We're going to try and watch him claw his way back through the field. And yeah, meanwhile, that battle for second, that gap has in the GTM class has extended out to 1.3 seconds now. So for the time being, Bell is, due to that incident, is probably not going to have another window on Calvo for a bit.
So again, Ruiz leading by 7 seconds over Vermeulen. GTP, Lucas mentioned, up by now nearly a minute on Ollie Schwarz of LMP2. Hedgecock's up 2.5 seconds, and it looks like we got a big wreck meanwhile. Hino, it starts with him and Burrito. We got a big one in the hairpin.
Uh-oh. We're going to try and get on that as soon as we can.
Yellow.
Uh-oh.
With 1 hour and 41 minutes to go for what is at least a 4-car accident in the hairpin. And it started with the man that was running third in LMP2, Pino, losing it in the hairpin, and a bunch of other drivers being collected, including the overall leader in Ruiz.
Oh,
And
no.
I don't know if he's going to remain the race leader or not. Marino also getting a piece of it, and Douglas Suits are having to take invasive action using the access road, but a full course caution flies after the green lasted for about an hour and 20 minutes. And we are hearing from race control that this will be a long full course yellow.
Oh, and look at all the penalties. Look at all the penalties that just got handed out. Ruiz has got himself a penalty. Pino in the LMP2s has got himself a penalty. Several of the GT Pro and GT Am drivers also have penalties.
So this is going to bunch up the field here and make things very interesting with the heaviest of the weather approaching in about maybe 15-30 minutes. If you're like Ruiz or looped it around those dry tires, do you make the swap over to wets here on this pit stop if you decided to go in and pit?
I mean, it's going to depend on if other people are planning to pit or not, right? If you are in, say, Ruiz or Luke's position, like when you pit, you give up all that track position, right? Depending on how much longer this caution goes out, because again, if cleanup takes that long, this caution might extend for enough time for the weather to pass through and for us to run the rest of this thing out under caution. You don't want to run that risk. So definitely is a hard decision. Me personally, I'm already doing that well on dry tires. If I'm Ruiz or Luke here, I mean, he was gaining time on these guys. He was not losing time. That gap was 16 seconds, and it got out to 50 seconds at one point. So if I'm Luke, at the very least, I'm not coming in for tires. If I'm in Ruiz's spot, maybe at this point, if I got damage from that last accident, I'm definitely going to pit anyway. We might as well take the wets, right? So it's all going to depend on what everybody else here does here.
So we'll have to see if race control reviews anything. I would not have to believe that there was for any contact that started that, as just lost it all by himself. So with this being a long full course yellow, gives us a chance to take a break here and step aside. A long green flag run comes to an end here with over 90 minutes remaining here in the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring. Stay with us on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome you back here to Sebring International Raceway for the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring. Just over 90 minutes to go as we continue to work our way through a full course caution. With a big wreck in the hairpin as you see the rain continue to pour its way down here at Sebring. Bryce Cal alongside Jacob Kohler. Christian Hill working in mission control. We got a couple drivers waiting here in chat. Gives us a chance to bring them in here while we're under a little bit of a break here. We're bringing Samuel Hoff. Sam, it's Marty and Jacob in the booth here. Got a copy?
Got a copy.
Alrighty. Well, first off, how's this car feeling right now at the moment for you and your team?
Well, we've put enough parts on it that I think we made Dalara's stock go up about $20 today. So it's been a rough one, but it's been fun. You know, we're here to learn. It's our first LMP2 race, so we're just trying to figure it all out as we go.
How's been driving the LMP2? Now, let me ask you this: what car did you guys run in the past?
So we were part of the 17-4 crew for Superstar Racing Team, and now we're part of the 47 crew. I'm the team owner for all three cars, but we had ran the GT3s, and this is our first LMP2 run. So,
how's been driving in the rain here so far?
I haven't had it. I'm about to jump in to get it for this last little major storm we're about to have, but we'll see. But my buddies here, Tim, John, Brian, have all been having a lot of fun actually doing it, saying it's more fun than you would think, and I don't know, my practice went really well in it, so we'll see how we do. We're out of contention for any improvement unless other people wreck at this point, so we're just trying to finish.
How have you been preparing for it at the moment?
For this one, I did a lot of practice probably about 4 days ago, all in a very heavy wet session where the track was pretty much just a lake. And then today's just did the whole hour practice beforehand and just been helping my teammates get through this in their first one. So,
Jake, you got anything?
No, not really. Sounds like you've been a great team owner. Sounds like you've been a great teammate. Hopefully, we'll see you guys here be able to get some improvement. You said it wouldn't happen unless other people wreck, but I wouldn't count that possibility out just yet. So, yeah, thanks for being with us here, Samuel, and we will see you when we see you. Anything you got to say, Big Yoff?
No, just thanks to Patty Engineering, Rentley, and Auto Shop for all the support on our teams, and hopefully that Laguna Seca goes a lot better for this LMP2 car.
100%. We'll see you then.
See you then.
All right, that's Samuel Hoff. We'll bring in...
We will take a look here at this incident that brought out the full course yellow. And it looked like it was mostly just GTPs and a couple of LMP2s that did get involved. We're going to take a look at 14 of Rupino here. And you can see he gets that front right tire on the curb. That curb's a lot slicker, and everybody just piles in. My goodness, that is absolutely devastating to all of those cars, because again, those cars are very fragile. They don't do well. You can see his hind legs are already outrunning his front there, but that right front being on that curb definitely did not help him in terms of stability. And after that, it's just a train right into everybody else. So yeah, tons of, oh gosh, that's rough.
You see the overall leader in Ruiz getting a piece of that.
Oh man.
Another look.
And he's definitely he's not out of it by any stretch of the means. But while we are under, man, that's hard to look at. They piled in there like NASCAR 2004 AI. I mean, that is just wow, just nowhere for these guys to go.
Yeah, and the hairpin definitely, it's the hardest braking zone here at Sebring, to say the least. And when you're in the wet, it's just very tough. You got to be just about perfect. One wrong mistake here, and you're in trouble, basically.
Yeah, 100%, especially with the water being on the ground, too. It's one of those things that you absolutely have to keep in mind. And it's like I said, driving in the rain is a very, very conscious thing. If you are not actively thinking about every movement you're making in that car, stuff like this happens way easier than you'd think. We are going to just keep an eye on everything. As it stands right now, pretty much everybody has served their penalties, as opposed to Jeremy Littleton. He's the only one on the grid who has yet to serve his, what I believe to be a drive-through penalty. But yeah, lots of penalties to everybody for just, driving very sloppy. And you can see right there, Vermeulen still has damage on that right side pod from that accident where he accidentally cut across the nose of that LMP2. So going to be very, very interesting to see if he is able to pull alongside Ruiz. He's definitely, by far, one of the best drivers on this track right now. But Ruiz was absolutely smacking everybody on those dry tires. I highly doubt that changes when we go green here.
Yeah, the Red Lab and the TSR drivers, they've been the two best that we've seen in this stint so far.
Yep, we are going to take a look at some other things, right? This is going to also be a big opportunity for Ollie Schwartz to try and take the lead from Luke here. He's had it for that car has had it for most of the day here, and that might just continue on. But Schwartz is going to have himself a great opportunity coming up on this restart whenever Race Control does decide to bring us back green. Rain is still coming down very heavy on the front straightaway.
And we are hearing that they are increasing to series pacing speed as this band is starting to arrive. Now, they're not in the heaviest yet. And looking at this radar here too, Jacob, luckily the heaviest of the rain is south of the racetrack per our radar we have. That's in the orange. But there is supposed to be some medium amounts of rain in about maybe the next 20-30 minutes.
It's all going to come down to what you want to do right here, right? That clock is still ticking, and we are still just trying to keep as much wear and tear off of our equipment as possible. We're about halfway through this final 3-hour stint, and pretty much whoever is in these cars is going to be taking it to the end, and you can imagine that the tension inside these cockpits is very high. You heard Samuel Hopp talk about it. It's just one of those things, right, where everybody's still trying to figure things out, having a great time, but, everybody is also here to win, and that's going to erase the advantage as well. That we didn't talk about this, but that's going to erase the advantage that Jack Hedgecox was able to get in that GT Pro class, and now Spinale is going to be right on his rear bumper as they get ready to get restarted here.
All right, let's bring in Jason Smith here real quick. Just a heads up, too. Pit entry is open at the end of this lap. Let's bring in Jason here. Jason, it's Marty and Jacob. Get a copy.
Hey, how's it going?
We're doing good in the SWF Motorsports number 94. Well, how's the car right now at the moment, these past 20, 30 moments, and your thoughts on that? How'd that long green flag run feel?
It felt pretty great, actually. Rich has been killing it out there in the wet. He's like a duck in water out there, and probably needs a paddle.
With him being that good out there in the wet, from your perspective, do you plan on keeping him in for the rest of this race for the final 90 minutes or so?
I can't give away all our secrets now, can I? The teams might be listening. All I can say is we do have a plan in place. We're just happy to be up this far after the start. It was kind of wild, but we just kept our head down, kept doing what we do, and we're going to see it through to the end.
what do you feel has worked out well as a whole throughout these 10 hours or 10 and a half hours so far?
Right now, what's been going well is like I would say probably our wet weather pace. It has been a little sporadic. We can't really the radar has been showing like, hey, it's clear, and then actually it's rain in certain corners, so it's been a little bit tricky. But all in all, the car's been really balanced, really quick. The guys at the shop, they put in their time, so they figured it out and got the car patched back up after our incidents first in the beginning. Oh, he's coming into the pits. I should have got those guys out with the blowers to try and dry off our pit stall so we can stop a little bit better. But yeah.
Nobody can see him anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, they are. For the looks of it, they are doing a driver change here. We'll tell you who makes the swap here in just a moment. If there is one, the majority of the field on pit road. Jacob, you got anything?
I mean, at this point, right, no matter who takes this thing to the end, what is the prerogative? What is the main thing you guys are focusing on in order to try and make up as many spots as you can before that clock strikes zero?
Well, we're really trying to make sure to keep the car clean. You can't win without a clean car, so we just got to keep our nose clean, stay out of the way, try not to lose any time with the faster class cars going by, and just stay consistent.
100%. That's all I got. You got anything you want to say before we take you out of here?
Oh yeah, definitely. I want to say hi to my family in the next room, and good luck. It's been great. I love the broadcast. You guys have been doing a great job.
Appreciate it, Jason. You have yourself a wonderful night. Take yourself a break. You drove a heck of a race today, and hopefully we can see you guys on that podium by the end.
Thank you. Hope so too.
Yep.
All right, so let's explain the situation out of the pit stops. Rich, by the way, is staying in the race car. Jordy Vermeulen did not pit under that stint. A majority of the field is pitting. Can tell you Miguel Ruiz in second is in the pits here for a while. This has been a longer stop, about 90 seconds or so. Remember, he was involved in the accident that led to the full course caution. Now, I'm looking at things at the moment. He can take time here on this pit stop because Sebring it's a very long track here.
100%. 100%. He definitely has a lot of time to think about what he wants to do. One thing that I do also want to point out is that from that series of pit stops, both Spinell and Hedgecox in the GT Pro Series have come away with penalties, which means that in all likelihood, Vincent L. Herbier in that 71 Porsche will be leading the GT Pro Series to the green flag, most likely.
That's a great point you made there as well, Jacob. I don't know if it's related to any off tracks that Spinell or Hedgecox happened, but remember that Go Into Racing 18 has been very fast today, and that could lead to SimCity having their Porsche out in front.
We'll just have to see.
Waiting.
Just have to see how it all shakes out here at the moment. Another thing that I want to point out is that Luke has fallen off the map in the LMP2 class. He is nowhere near the top right now, and not really sure what happened on his pit stop, if we had a loose wheel or a loose lug nut. What happened?
I can answer that. They made the driver swap to Dylan Babcock.
Ah, I see.
So that explains things.
So Babcock is going to be taking this thing all the way to the end. They most likely, we don't know for sure, but they most likely put wet tires back on that thing because that was absolutely insane that he was able to pull that off. That was unbelievable from Luke. So he is giving Babcock as much of an advantage as he can, and it'll be up to him to take it across the line.
Still got Spinell and GT Pro leading, then Marcelino leading in GT Am. Spring, the driver that was in the Ford Mustang Dark Horse earlier on, the 747. Paolo Calvo was giving up the ride to Jason Ketty. And Paolo, what a drive you were having so far in your stint. Take me through the move up to second that really helped you guys out during that long run.
Well, yeah, it was just, get the head down. It was tough conditions. This is probably the most exhausted I've ever gotten on one of these cars, especially the GT3. Everybody's doing a heck of a job just keeping it together. But coming back from 6 minutes of repair on the race, just getting caught up by somebody with damage, and they snapped around and jammed into me, which was really unfortunate. That was a little bit before the 6-hour mark. We just dug deep, fought back, and we have a really good Ford Mustang. And I have to say thank you to everybody who's supporting us. Everybody at Mad-On, Lear Motorsports Performance, JM Detailing, all of them super, super supportive, and couldn't ask for anything else.
How's the rain been from your perspective here? I mean, I know you're not you were driving during the lighter parts of the weather, but now it's starting to get heavier and heavier here for Jason here as we approach the witching hour.
Yeah, it's I mean, it was already heck of conditions even before. It's about to intensify here in a little bit. Or even right now, I hadn't even gotten a chance to settle in like a radar yet, but no, it's all about to kick off. We reckon we might about be able to make it to the end here, and we're just hoping we get there with this tank, but we'll make it work.
Jacob, what do you got?
I mean, just one question for you, right? We all know we've been talking about the weather nonstop for about the past 3 hours, right? Do you see this race ending under green from how it looks out there in the car? Do you think that they throw the caution for rain again?
I could certainly see an incident bring out safety car again, or the full course yellow, sorry. I would intensify in the way it is. It could get real bad right before this restart. I think it's even possible that we could see a red flag. It'll be close, I think.
Fair enough. Well, Paolo, you ran a heck of a race today. Got a great Ford Mustang down there that you've passed off to Jason Ketty. Your time is done. Go ahead and take yourself a well-deserved break. Thank you for being here with us.
Thanks, guys. Have a great night, and thank you for putting up these awesome broadcasts.
Appreciate it.
It's Paolo Calvo in the Flight Level Racing 747. So they're doing the wave arounds here at the moment while under this spray. A couple of drivers getting a lap back here with the pit stops. And you can see just how bad the rain is starting to get. This is on board with Silvera in the BMW number 21, 6th in class.
Man, you can feel it, right? You can really feel it. I mean, the rain hitting the cars. It is dead quiet on this racetrack right now. There's an eerie stillness, especially when you were coming up to going green, that just falls over the field. Everybody's just kind of thinking about how they want to play out this restart, thinking about what's going to happen, right? They're just trying to keep those tires warm as best they can, especially in these conditions. And everybody is just waiting for the big moment that is coming at any second now.
How do you plan this restart out? Because you're going to have some of these drivers going to have cool tires. I think everyone's going to have cool tires no matter what. They won't have a lot of heat of them, but they'll still have the grip in them. The brakes will be a lot cooler than they were on the long green flag run. How do you play this out? Do you play more patient? You don't want to be more aggressive than the last restart you had, or else that could lead to disaster.
100%, right? The smart thing to do is going to be to just sit back, wait out the weather, get in your groove, figure out what we need to do in order to stay on pace and put ourselves in a position to win this thing. But telling a racing driver to slow down is a bit like telling the river to just up and turn around, right? You don't really do it because it just doesn't make sense in their head. So, what makes sense to us up here is not going to make sense to them down there. Those guys are racing to win. They've been here for almost 11 hours now, and I don't think any of them are going to take no for an answer. They are absolutely going to be throwing out the elbows, and they are chomping at the bit to get ready to go back into this race.
They're starting the third wave buys here as we speak. And they've got a lot on the list from what we were hearing here in race control. That's what a long green flag run can do at times. That includes a lot of pit stops. I mean, give credit to the drivers here too, Jacob. What was that, like maybe over an hour and 30 minutes of green flag racing, or an hour and 20 minutes or so that we saw from that restart, and that's when we get the full course caution. In the rain as well. Great job by everybody.
100%. I mean, this is with this many cars on the track, I'm very surprised that we were able to get going green, especially in these conditions for that long. I mean, it's just a testament to the class of driver that the VSCA puts out onto the track every single week. And yeah, these guys are getting ready to get themselves sorted out for this restart here. One of the other things that I wanted to talk about, right, is that stretch wasn't totally incident-free, right? You had that issue with Vermeulen cutting across the nose of that one car and getting put sideways. You also had Ruiz going off the track as he came out of pit road, spinning the tires. So, I mean, there's been a lot of incidents out here, but most of them have been pretty cut and dry and just been able to be waved off, you know, no harm, no foul, no serious damage, right? But another thing that I do want to point out is that Philip Blouth in that 96 has made his way up to second in the GTP series. And Jordi Vermeulen, who still has yet to pit, will lead him back to the green flag. We could very well see him spin the tires in this restart, lose everything.
Yeah, Blouth in the All-Break Motorsports number 96 yet to talk about in this one. Mello now in third in the Lion GP number 20. Ruiz, remember, had that long pit stop of over 7 minutes because of being involved in that accident. It's now 2 laps down. We'll be battling with Kyle Burney later on in this one. Well, we went to go back to green. Look at what's coming up here on Green Flag TV. And if you're new to the channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button and turn on those notifications. Also happening right now, in addition to the VSCA Sports Car Championship, SRA IEL Truck Series at New Hampshire happening right now. Tomorrow, a couple broadcasts planned. Blazing Pedals Racing League has Season 11 kickoff at the World Center of Racing at Daytona tomorrow night at 7:30. Tomorrow night at 8:15, Motor City Racing has its IMSA Series. That's at the Nürburgring, set for 8:15. Monday, BSRF Esports Clio Cup in the afternoon at Adelaide Street Circuit, 1:55. An hour later, it's Aspire Racing Sports Car League out at Monza at 2:55. Monday night at 9 o'clock, HTRO Premier Series at Talladega Super Speedway at 9 p.m. Tuesday, OMSRO Cup Series at Chicagoland. That's going to be followed by the Speed Cup Series with the Hillbilly Motorsports 140 at Phoenix. And the ZTRO Cup Series coming up. Actually, check that. The OMSRO Cup Series race happening Tuesday. Speed Cup Series is on Thursday. And next Friday, ZTRO is at Martinsville. All that happening and so much more on that schedule right here on Green Flag TV.
Yep, and let me tell you, if there's one race that you want to catch out of all of these, if you had to pick one of them, I'm picking that HTRL at Talladega Superspeedway Monday at 2100. There is just nothing else quite like Talladega, and there's nothing else quite like HTRL. So go ahead and give that race a little cheeky watch if you don't have it marked in the calendar already.
So again, just waiting for everyone to wave around before we can go back to the green flag. A long, full course yellow. Accident on the hairpin involving a bunch of drivers, including the overall leader at the time, and Miguel Ruiz. And now makes this race a lot more interesting. So as we look at this here and we get to this green flag, we're going to have 3 drivers on the lead lap in GTP. Going to have 5 drivers on the lead lap in LMP2, which will really make things interesting in that class to keep an eye on. We haven't talked a lot yet about that too much. 8 drivers left in GT Pro on the lead lap, and then with Marcelino leading in GT Pro, I have to check how many drivers are going to be on the lead lap in that. I want to say, off the top of my head, 3, maybe 4. But regardless of that, it will be a great run to the finish.
Yep, 100%. We just got to wait for all these lucky dogs to get lucky, as it were. Get everybody back get everybody exactly one lap back. I'm not exactly sure how the VSCA does their wave arounds, but yeah, it looks like we could be here for the foreseeable future. So, yeah, I mean, there's just really not much else to talk about. But man, that rain is calming down. Look at it. It's even more intense than it was before, and I think it's only going to get worse. You can see at this part of the track, it's not as bad, but just on the south side is getting absolutely slogged out there. It's like monsoon season.
Yeah, starting to be the heaviest that it's been this evening. So they still continue to do the wave arounds.
What do you think? What do you think of the wave around? I was gonna say, what do you think of the wave arounds? What do you think of that just as a concept? Do you think that should be in, or do you think that should be in?
I can confirm, by the way, 8 drivers from the looks of it on the lead lap when we come back to green in GTM. I love it, honestly, because, with these caution flags, it really helps a lot of drivers get back on the lead lap or even stay on the lead lap, pack the field together. That way it's not like regular iRacing where, you've got all these different cautions. You're staying green even after all these wrecks, even a huge wreck. And then the gaps are like maybe, 1 or 2 laps on the driver ahead or behind you. So I think with the way VSCA does it, a whole lot better than what you see on official.
100%. And I think that's a given for pretty much any league that is put together and run human beings. Most of the time, I've seen some really weird leagues that very, very strangely. But for the most part, generally speaking, a lot of times league rules are just going to be better than official rules. And that's not me knocking on iRacing. That's just kind of how it goes, so to speak. So, good job to VSCA. They've done a great job putting on this race here tonight. And with an hour and 10 minutes left to go, how much longer are we going to be yellow for here? I'm very interested.
So, I believe they just did the final round of waiver rounds at the moment, but Vermeulen's still the pace car. Now, they do use the iRacing pace car, but when that goes back onto pit road, they'll still be under the caution flag. I learned that the hard way when I did the Daytona 24 earlier this year. So, but once everybody cycles through, I'm looking at the last car here. There is one in the pits. Last car, as I say this, is in Sector 1 of the racetrack. They're just moments away from the hairpin, for those wondering.
Look at the fans. Absolutely ecstatic. They are loving it out here, let me tell you.
Yeah. Final car to catch up is Will Robertson. He's going through the Gurney Bend right now if you're keeping score at home.
Mm-hmm.
And so it sounds like they're going to increase back to pacing speed, and they're moving the GTM cars in the back to let the prototypes get into this race. So how do you see the Albrecht Motorsports car of Bluff and the Lion GP Gravel Snow Cadillac, to be BMW of Mello, racing against Vermeulen here? We haven't talked about them too much, but we'll be back into this one as the thread the lead lap in the prototype division when we come back to green.
Yeah, again, one thing that we do want to keep in mind, right? Jordy has damage, right? Jordy Vermeulen has damage on that right side pod. At least it looks like it does. I'm not sure if he got it fixed because, like you said, he hasn't pitted yet. So, and I don't think he's pitted at all during this caution flag. I think he might have enough to go all the way. Either that or he's expecting another yellow to come out. So, but that right side damage might have big time implications for if Philip Bloth or Thiago Mello are going to be able to make this overtake first place.
A lot more competition here possibly for LMP2. You got 5 of them on the lead lap at the moment. What could Schwartz do against a guy like Babcock possibly?
Yep, it's all going to come down to really just how those first few laps kind of shake out, right? Those first few laps are some of the most important in the race for that last restart, right? Especially in a situation like this where you can feel the pressure mounting, you can feel how eager everybody is to get back into the race, and somebody's going to think they're on warm tires and not on cold ones. And that thought is in the back of everybody's mind. Everyone has to be perfect here, and that kind of pressure is absolutely monumental at a spot like this.
Look back at the GT Pro division. Still a lot of competition. 8 drivers on the lead lap. This could be really exciting with Spinall over Hedgecox. Again, we mentioned the Going Racing ride is looking pretty good at the moment. But does Spinell have some competition in that BMW? What do you see?
I mean, we're just going to have to see how it all shakes out. Hedgecox has been fantastic for the amount of time that he has been in that car, right? And so it's going to be tough to see, right? And like I said, it's all going to come down to how this restart shakes out, because there's going to be a lot of cars going into a very, very thin first corner. And, yeah, that's just always dicey no matter how you split it. So really anything is up for grabs here. We could see guys that are not even on the lead lap leading the field coming out of the first sector. It's all going to depend on how this whole thing shakes out. We will see how it goes.
Same question as well, but for Marcelino and the BMW and GTM.
I mean, Marcelino's been just absolutely running away from the field all day long. I don't expect that to change right here. Rich Wright has a shot, right? He's going to be either alongside or right behind for this restart. So, I mean, it's possible, right? Jason Ketty's also got himself a fast car. That 747 Ford Mustang Dark Horse is looking pretty good as well, but I just don't think any of them are going to be able to match that 3 car.
Track per iRacing now moderately wet. You can see the spray off from everybody. And we talked about it when we come back to the green flag. The restarts are going to be absolutely wild here. All right, so they're moving letting the LMP2 cars move, and then that should bring us back to the green flag with just about an hour remaining here in this one.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, that tension and that pressure is just mounting. The longer these guys are forced to just sit in their own heads and pedal around this racetrack, the more monumental and the larger that pressure becomes. It's just like a weight that sits on your shoulders. Know that this restart is coming up and you can't mess it up, and you start overthinking and you start minimizing the big problems and maximizing the little ones all in the span of a second. It's one of those things that you got to avoid, right? So it separates the good from the great, and we'll just have to see who's great here tonight.
We're closing up all the gaps here before we go back to green.
You nervous?
We'll just have to see what happens. You know, I've driven on Sebring on iRacing in the past and other simulator games, and it's fun to race on, but like when you get the field packed up like this in the wet on a restart, yeah, it gets you a little bit more nervous. This makes me get really excited for the real life 12 hours of Sebring in a couple weeks' time.
Oh, 100%. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to go to any of the endurance races in person. I've been to the 12 hours of Daytona times. And there's just nothing else quite like it. You know, when that clock strikes 0 and those cars are flying around the track for the final time. Oh, we just had someone blink out of existence. I don't know who that was. But there's just nothing like it, man. If you get a chance to go see this stuff in real life, absolutely make it happen. But coming back to iRacing, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's as you said, it's one of those things that's going to make you very, very nervous. And I think we're going to be able to see that reflected here. Pace car is in. So we should see them go green. If not this lap, then should be the next one.
Restart at the end of this lap per race control. And to answer your question, I've been to the 6 hours of the Glen. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go to like one of those 2-hour, 40-minute sprints at Watkins Glen, if it ends in the night, absolutely beautiful at Watkins Glen. All right, let's get back to the action though. We've waited about a half hour to get back to the green flag. Jordy Vermeulen leading in the GTB and the BMW, followed by Babcock in LMP2. And then finally, you got Spinell in GT Pro and Marcelino in GTM. Back to the green flag we go. 1 hour and 2 minutes remain. And the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring. A move possibly coming. We'll just have to see by Mello on block for second. It's going to get interesting. Mello may go around the outside possibly.
It looks like he is going to be able to make a move on the leader. Continue to come through the first
Look
corner.
at this.
Those hypercars are making it happen. Here he goes, and it is Mello who will take that position from Blouth. And now we've got he's got to get through this lap of traffic and try and get himself back up to Vermeulen. Remember, Vermeulen has damage and has not pitted. He's working on all the damaged equipment. He is a sitting duck. All Thiago has to do is go get it.
Vermeulen, though, luckily had a little bit of a buffer zone. He goes wide. Into the access road goes the leader. Mello entering the hairpin right now. New leader in the GTP class. Thiago Mello out in front. And now Vermeulen remerges back in line in second somehow. Bluth now has to race the Dutchman for a position.
And they've got
now
more
off the track goes
contact
Blouth.
One in the grass. He's able to keep it together. This is absolutely insane racing here at Sebring. And Thiago Mello, your new leader, by a margin of over a second now as Vermeulen starts to fall further behind. He is in danger of losing that second spot to Philip Blouth.
Just look at how ugly the spray's starting to get here at night under race pace. You can't barely see anything. It's going to take a mistake from the driver in front of you to gain a position possibly. So that's what's happening up near the front. Dylan Babcock, meanwhile, in LMP2 with a half-second lead. Alonzo Reese looking for second in that class, meanwhile.
Yep, everybody is still very, very tight as we make our way through the racetrack. It's like slicing through a typhoon with a butter knife right now. As you can already see, several cars are starting to go wide and slow down and even get off the track in some places. We are 50 seconds away from 1 hour remaining here in the Monster Energy. 12 hours of Sebring, and it could not be more entertaining.
Now let's see here if Schwartz is going to get a run here, possibly. Or if Reese rather going to get a run on Schwartz here entering Sunset Bend. We'll just have to see.
He's going to look for it. I don't think he's going to find much here. It looks like everybody's just trying to settle down. Jordy Vermeulen has already lost 3 and almost 3.5 seconds on Thiago Mello. Now he is looking like he is getting ready to run away with this race.
Babcock's got company from Schwartz. This battle for the lead in LMP2 is just about set to go. Meanwhile, Sam Spinell on pit road. And that'll give the lead in the GT Pro to Jack Hedgecox. Goldwyn Racing back out in front of the number 18 Ferrari.
Yep, and he's going to be trailed closely. Within a second now is Vincent L. Urbier in that Porsche 71. Time will tell on if any of these battles are able to get any traction. It looks like Rich Wright is going to be pretty close to Marcelino here.
Yeah, we're looking back at GT Am here. Wright is losing some steam on Marcelino, though. The gap at 1.7 seconds or so. We're taking a look back towards the prototypes of the field.
We had one off the track there. Yeah, we had one off the track there, and it looks like the 20 just barely got around him right there.
Douglas Souza, I'm seeing a report, went off the track.
Thiago Mello's got a penalty.
Oh!
Thiago Mello has a penalty.
Yes, the leader may have had an off track potentially.
Yeah, he's going off track again. Look, something's wrong with that car, I think.
That's
gonna look at how much time Vermeulen's making up. He's within half a second of Thiago Mello now. He could make a pass before this penalty goes into effect.
Vermeulen trying to fight back here, but Mello will still have to serve the penalty. It's inconsequential. Vermeulen will basically be the new leader when Mello is forced to serve the drive-through.
Yep, and it looks like the Philip Loth is within a second of him as well. So we're gonna have to see how it. Oh, here we go.
LMP2, Ollie Schwartz, now the new leader. Alfonso Reese up to second. Babcock has lost a pair of spots. He's down to third. And we got more trouble. One driver off the track, Kyle Potter in the 64. Regardless of that, we stay under the green flag. This is the race you're leading. You're seeing, look at the heavy spray here. Babcock, you're watching the 30, now down to third. Alfonso Reese, meanwhile, with the 87 up front. One driver off the track, the 552 of Schwartz.
Turn them windshield wipers up, boy. You're going to need them before we get to the end of this race. We go. The gloves are off, and they are pounding one another bumper to bumper, rail to rail, knifing their way through this hurricane.
What an exit.
Scenes.
What an exit out of the bend, too, for Ollie Schwartz. Finds his way past Babcock, moves up to second, now has to make up 1.7 seconds. Now, meanwhile, Thiago Mello just served his drive-through penalty for the off-tracks. He is out and back on the racetrack, merges in line in third, but he is now 18 seconds behind the leaders in Vermeulen and Bloth in GTP.
Yep, and Bloth is rapidly closing that gap to Vermeulen. May see a battle for the race lead before the 50-minute mark. Going back, we've got another one off the track. It's Thiago Mello again. He's losing more time going off this track. I don't think he was expecting the car to handle this way.
Broken right front.
And it is not spinning. The right front is not spinning. That car is broken. Is he going to be able to make it back to pit lane?
Yeah, he had a rough corner. I believe it was, it was a really rough left-hander. The car just simply went off and in the turn 2 section, I believe.
Oh, man, he's got to try and muscle that thing around here. That absolutely cannot be easy to keep that together. We're going to try and get a replay for you right here on board with Thiago Mello. Oh. Ooh,
yeah, just had no grip one bit going into the left-hander.
I think it gives before it even hits the wall. You can see the car.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
I think
you actually may be right.
There's no way that that's the curb doing that, though, right? I don't think so. I don't know. There's
either
no way
that or the
to
right
tell.
front just locked up.
Maybe, yeah, maybe just something just shattered. Sometimes that happens. Speaking of shattering, somebody just blinked out of existence. I don't know who that was. But yeah, now Thiago Mello's got to try and nurse this thing back to pit lane. Still on the podium, by the way. Just goes to show you how absolutely dominant these three cars have been in this GTP field here today. Meanwhile, the gap between Jason Ketty and Thomas Marcelino in the GT Am series has gone down to just about a second now. And Alfonso Reese seems to be running away with the LMP2 race.
Yeah, Reese now up 2 seconds on Ollie Schwartz. Hedgecock up 1.6 on Herbier and GT Pro. But yes, with Marcelino still dominating in the AM category, Ketty's starting to slowly close that gap.
Hang in there. Ketty is closing it. He's down to 0.8 of a second now. And Timothy Johnston looks like he's going to be in a position to take this second spot.
Oh, we got one off, though.
We do have one off.
Yep, that is in turn 2, the same area that Mello suffered the damaged car. And it's the 512 of Bassani, the LMP2 ride. And the entire front end of the car is gone. And this could possibly be a full course yellow.
I don't see any world where the yellow doesn't come out. Yeah, the yellow's got to come out right here. He's just completely on the track. There's no way he's getting that thing back moving in its current state. We may see another full course yellow here. Probably, most likely will.
And Ryan Puck has also crashed as well.
Vermeulen's within 0.6 of the leader right now. We're still waiting.
Possibly change. Yeah, nothing being signaled here by race control. Still stopped. He's out of the way though of the leaders of the track. However, though, it could still be in a very vulnerable spot.
100%. There's nothing protecting him. If somebody else overshoots that corner, they're just going to drive right into the back of him. There's nothing but caution cones there. In my opinion, this should be a caution because what else do you do right here? He clearly doesn't want to get it towed back to the pits, but there's just not much else he can do.
Yeah, Bassani in a very rough patch at the moment. I don't see any way that this keeps going unless we'll just have to see what happens. We'll get some other racing while at it. If we get something, second place in GT Pro. Herbier and Johnston, the Porsche versus the Aston. Johnston tries the slingshot on the right, doesn't do anything, cuts it back to the left. But here it is. Johnston trying to make the move here. This is in a sunset bend.
Switchback.
Ooh, big sender. How about that pass for Johnston? Wow.
He's got it. Oh, my goodness. What a move from Timothy Johnston in the Aston Martin. And he is going to take that second place in GT.
He's got the lead. He's got the lead now. Hedgecock's just making his way on the pit road.
Yep, I'm not really sure what the issue is for Hedgecock, but now Timothy Johnston, your new leader with Vincent L. Herbier, looking very, very close behind. Less than a 5/10 gap now.
Hedgecock going through the pits. May have had a drive-through penalty, perhaps. So merge back in line down into the 6th position. Meanwhile, I can tell you this, Bassani has officially towed back to the pits. No caution flag. We stay green.
We are staying green, so with 52 minutes and about 25 seconds here, we are going to stay green for the foreseeable future. Jordy Fabiola looked like he was catching up to Blouth there for a second, but now the gap is down to 1.5 seconds. Jason Ketty still within a minute, or excuse me, not a minute, a second of Thomas Marcelino, but is yet to make any further progress.
But 52 minutes to go here. Mello's still on pit road, for those wondering. A couple other drivers going off track for a little bit. Looking live here, meanwhile, at the leader, Tim Johnston. Up 0.8 of a second. Trying to find some other battles here on the track while at it. I'm seeing Ketty within 0.9 in his dark horse on Marcelino in the AM. So the GT categories, we're really watching closely here ever since this restart here, Jacob.
Yep, 100%. Another thing to keep your eye on, Jordan from Buellin is now within 1.2
Oh, the
seconds
dark
of
horse
Phillip
loses
Law.
it. Kenny goes around.
Uh-oh, he is around, and now he's got himself a penalty to boot, and I think that might be the last we've seen of him for a little while.
That happened in the tower turn. Good save from Kenny. Didn't lose too much there, but that cost himself 2 positions at the same time as Steinhoff and Nick Goen each go past.
Yep, and again, as that clock continues to tick and as that weather continues to roll in, the question now becomes how long can you stay in front, right? On the off chance that the weather does get bad enough for a red flag or for us to end this thing under yellow, how long can you stay out in front for, right? It's all about timing. The only lap you have to lead is the last one, and as that clock continues to tick down, that question becomes more and more pressing.
Just have to find out what happens. But Kenny down and makes his way onto pit road to serve that penalty. Let's go to second in GT Pro. Vincent Herbinger, 71. Ian Brown, 183. Right on board here with Brown there as he saw the 71 of Herbinger nearly goes wide, Jacob.
Yep, he got loose there for a second, but he did a great job hanging on, getting back into the throttle, and now the gap is out to 9/10. Nicholas Goen and Ryan Steinhoff, meanwhile, are within 3/10 of one another in the GT Am Series. We're still trying to hang on. Herbier, these guys are slipping and sliding all over the place. Look at this, man. Oh my goodness. What great driving from Ian Lawrence Brown right here to try and hang on to this podium.
They're in a boatload of rain here at the moment, just completely drenching Sebring International Raceway.
Come on, keep your foot in it. Keep your foot in it. Oh man, he got really loose right there. Nearly lost it. But he's done a great job hanging on. He's trying to close this gap to try and take second place. Coming through the final corner now. He's made up a ton of time right here. Oh, but he gets loose on the curb. The right sides were on the curb, did not have traction, and that is going to cost him some time.
Loses some time, and another prototype makes its way past.
Oh, look at that spray. Oh, my goodness.
You can't even see anything.
No.
You're just hanging on for dear life. But luckily, you see those little lights there on the racetrack, kind of so, because remember, this track used to be kind of like on an airport or something like that. It's kind of helping as well for the drivers at the same time as like a little, hey, this is the inside of the outside of the racetrack. This is where the island basically is, to say the least. It's here we go.
Here we
Battle
go.
for second is on.
Switchback, or does he just go? He's just going for it. Ian Lawrence Brown drives around Vincent L. Herbier. What
That's
a
beautiful
move from
send.
Brown.
Absolutely a beautiful send by the Aston.
Now that is racing right there, let me tell you. Meanwhile, Ryan Steinhoff has just been passed by Nicholas Goen down at GT Am. He is now your new second place car, and he looks like he's looking to hunt down the leader.
We got another good race happening in GT Pro 2. Let's head to fourth. Nicholas Sole in the 68, the McLaren. Nuno Miguel in the 24 Porsche.
He's going to try and get a run here. He cuts into the spray for just a second. Sliding into this corner, he's going to try and set him up for the next one, or he might just try and get it here. Makes contact with that rear bumper, and it is on for fourth place. Look at this.
BF Miguel can make a run. Risky drive here after exiting the hairpin. Approaching Cunningham corner here.
Ooh, come on. He's right there. He is right there, just inches away from being able to put himself in position to try and take a podium here. It's looking dicey, but he's going to enter this corner high. He's going to try and exit low, get around him. He's got the speed. Does he have the momentum? He's going to try and set it up. Doesn't quite have enough positioning right there to make that move going into the corner.
Just following him. I think the best place to pass here coming up will be Sunset Bend. Approaching Le Mans right now. Is it going to stick, though?
He's going to have to try. He's going to have to set him up at this point, right? He's already got somebody else bearing down on him for his 5th place spot. Right now, he's just worried about trying to get past.
There he goes.
He's
Trying
got it.
to hope Sully makes a mistake, and he's right there. How can he get the exit off the final corner? Yes, he can. Side by side, go to the start finish line to set up turn number 1.
Here we go.
Sully, the battle for 4th, up for grabs here in GT Pro.
Wheel to wheel, door to door, and he does just drive right around him on the front straightaway. Can you believe it? What a great drive from that Porsche.
He just set up a great exit there. And Miguel has, in the Grow Racing Team White Porsche number 24, is up to 4th position. Now trying to chase down Herbier, who is 14 seconds in front in that position.
He's trying to take that spot back from Brown. Look at this. That 183's under fire. Herbier's trying to take this position back.
Herbier actually 2.3 back is reports of another driver off track. Nope, no harm, no foul, we're good. But keep an eye here on this battle. Marcelino in the BMW now with company. Nick Goen. The battle for the lead in GTM is here with 45 minutes and counting remain. And a Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring.
Here we go. He's got it under 2/10 now. Goen. His family member was here earlier today driving in GT Pro. Can he make him proud? It's all going to come down to this. He does lose a little bit of time going through that series of corners there. He's going to try and set it up to get it back.
Marcelino starts to increase this lead. This is really the toughest challenger that Marcelino has had in this race so far. We got another GTP car off track. And that was in the hairpin. That was Carlos Alonso Garcia Bayonne. And the VSR number 7, but all is good for now. He merged back in safely.
Looks like Goen's starting to lose some time here. Gap now to 8/10 and less than 45 minutes away from the end of the race. Nicholas Goen's got to try and gather everything he's got left to try and make an attack at this lead.
Prototype's approaching, though.
You come under fire from those faster cars, it's so much more difficult because now he knows that he is going to lose a lot of time. You can already see it reflecting that on the scoreboard. You can see on board with Goen here, it is just an absolute slog out there. Look at this. My God.
Again, I brought it up. You just can't see anything, especially going into the bend.
What a great corner from Nicholas Goen, though.
Yes,
he makes 5/10 in that corner alone.
Drove in through that corner perfectly. The race for the lead could get interesting in just a couple of moments.
Oh, he dives back into the spray. He could get a big draft right here.
Oh, Goen with a close call there with that prototype, though, at the same time. That's the 21 of Silvera 5th.
Oh, man, get you a load of this. Ain't it something? Ain't it a beautiful thing? He's going to try and chase him down, but that lap traffic keeps pushing. And it doesn't look like they're going to want to give up anytime soon.
Won't be more for a while, though, now. For Goen and Marcelino. This could be a big help, though.
He's just trying to hang on, right? Gap now to 6/10. He's just trying to set him up and just get one good opportunity. Trying to get one good push into a corner. That final corner, he's really, really good. He's great in this corner, too.
Oh, we got one around in the hairpin.
We've got one around in the hairpin. Not sure who it is quite yet.
Marco Silva on the 44. He's back going. And so now the traffic is gone, and it's mano a mano for the GTM lead.
Here we go, just like in the old days, man-to-man, car-to-car, no fancy electronics, no fancy gizmos, just good old-fashioned racing, and now the gap to 8/10 as Nicholas Goen pushes his way through this corner.
Got another update, by the way, for you. Battle for second in LMP2 is getting interesting. Corey Ciccone in the 11. Ollie Schwartz in the 552. So we double box this on your screen.
Looks like those LMP2s for the first time today. There's been an actual battle for them. And we'll see how Corey Ciccone is able to try and hang on to this second place spot. He is under big time fire from that 552. Oh, hang on. Marcelino went wide right there. That's going to let go and get very, very close on the front straightaway here. He's going to have a beautiful slipstream. He might be able to take the lead right here with
It's
almost 41
car
minutes to
lengths.
go.
Go and show the nose underneath, trying to find the proper racing line here on this wet track. Looking for the grip.
He's still got the gap. Now he's going to try and set him up for this corner right here. He's going to try and exit wide and enter wide and exit low to try and get that great exit that he needs to make this pass happen. He goes onto the grass for a second. It might slow him down. It might not. He's going to try and set him up for the switchback here.
Going trying to force Marcelino into a mistake. They come out of the gurney bend and set up for the hairpin. Going is in the stray of Marcelino. What can he see? Does he make the move? Marcelino shuts the door with the shallow entry into the hairpin. Going, does he have to step it back here? He does for right now. Going, trying second groove here though.
He's going to try again. A little bit of contact on that rear bumper. Nothing to be worried about at the moment. These GT cars are very durable. Meanwhile, in the LMP2 battle, Corey Circoni was able to hold off an attack from Ollie Schwartz. Was able to get by him for just a second, but Circoni takes the position back.
Yeah, that gap back up to 1.9 seconds of the GTN battle. The closest battle on your screen at the moment. Oh, look out, the LMP2 car gets sideways.
Whoa!
That's Garcia Bayonne correction in the GTP. Oh, keep it stopped there. Oh, man, that could have been ugly.
That absolutely could have been ugly. He locked it down and kept it there. He's still just staying right there, trying to find an opportunity to get back on the circuit safely, and now he does, and there is debris coming out of the back of that car. Something might be wrong with it, but for the time being, looks pretty good. And we'll try and get back to this GT battle.
And because of that, correct me if I'm wrong here, Jacob, but Goen was forced to lift and lost a ton of ground because of it.
He sure did. Now the gap is out to 2.5 seconds. Goen making the smart decision here, right? 40 minutes left to reel in this fish. You know you have a fast car, and you know that you're a faster driver. All you got to do is just reel it back in. And now you kind of see everybody settle into their grooves. The gap between first and second for GTP, 1 minute, 3 seconds. I would not be surprised if we see Philip Bloth lap the field here.
I was just taking a look at myself in an onboard with Goen. He did left to make sure he didn't hit the spinning GTP Porsche. And so he lost a ton of time for that, down to 2.6 seconds now. Can Nick Goen make it up is the question.
You can see we've already had several close cars between these GTs and these prototypes, especially the LMP2s as well. And yeah, Corey Circoni looked like he was within a good bit of Ollie Schwartz, but now that gap is up to 3.5 seconds. Ollie Schwartz is ahead of him. Ollie Schwartz just made that pass. Corey Circoni is dropping like a rock. What's going on?
Circoni is on pit road. And I believe they are doing a driver change for Rico Kohlmeyer here for the final 37 minutes, and that is the case.
Oh, man. That is a very, very risky move with only 37 minutes left. Woo-hoo! That was close. You were absolutely right. That could have been so much worse. And he does the smart thing, locks it down, and waits for an opportunity to resafe joint. Absolutely insane. Well done by that 7 car.
This is the onboard with nope, that's the onboard with the GTP car. You can see how Cyrus he caught the grass there, and again, like I said, you hit that grass, you're done. This is the onboard here with Nicholas Goen. And you'll see here, he had no choice but to lift.
Yep, and
you want a chance at the win, you gotta do that.
Yep, but I imagine that hurt him severely to try and do, and now that gap sitting very comfortably at 2.7 seconds now. That might have been the break that Thomas Marcelino was looking for.
So now we'll see what happens here. Under 37 minutes remaining. Bloth leading by over a minute in GTP. Alfonso Reis leading by 6.9 seconds in LMP2. Johnston on Brown by 0.6 in GT Pro. Keep an eye on this here. 157, 183. The lead of the top GT division.
Here we go. They're going to try and chase him down. Aaron Lawrence Brown has been on an absolute tear these last few laps, and he's going to try and turn this momentum into taking the lead for his team. We haven't really seen a whole lot of that 183 here tonight, but like I said, the only lap you have to lead is the last one, and he has taken that to heart right now. Gap now to 0.6 of a second.
This prototype traffic affecting Brown a little bit because he let them go, but it's a pair of Aston Martins out in front. iRacing Today Motorsports versus Blocko Motor. See who could possibly get it done here with under 36 minutes remain.
And he is right in those tire tracks, man. He is not letting him go anywhere. He is telling him there is...
I can tell you, by the way, Dylan Babcock made his final stop of the race. That 30 team has made the swap over to the Watts. Some drivers still on dries here with this heavy spray.
We'll see. Ooh, hang on a second. Brown got wide right there, but he is going to be narrow on this exit. Coming down the front straightaway. He's within 0.3, and now he has the slipstream coming
He's got the draft.
It might be enough. It might not. I don't know. He's going to set it up within 0.2 of a second now. Is here in Lawrence Brown. He means business.
Let's see what Brown can do into turn number 2. Risky place to make an overtake at least, so he may be waiting up until the hairpin, perhaps. Let's see what goes down.
So like
again, the lead in GT Pro.
Now the gap out to almost half a second. He lost a little bit of time through that sector, just trying to get his way back up to the back bumper of that car. But that is what he is telling him right now with the way that he is driving. He is saying, you can't get rid of me. I am going to be here until you give me the lead, and there is nothing you can do about it.
Not the best exit from Johnston, though, out of the hairpin. Stayed right there in his mirror.
Oh, he's just hanging on to that back bumper. Woo, he is just hanging in there. Look at them drive the wheels off these things.
Up here. You believe it, 11 and a half, nearly 11 and a half hours into this matchup, and they're battling for the lead right now. The beauty of VSCA sports car racing.
Here we go. Meanwhile, the lead of Ollie Schwartz, the LOP2 race, is now up to 26 seconds, and Nicholas Goen is cut into Thomas Marcelino's lead in the GT-AM race by about 1.2 seconds. Now that gap is at 1.3.
Yep, still remaining under a half second in the battle for the top spot in GT Pro. Still Marcelino by 2 seconds. Schwartz now up by 1.1 seconds.
Here we go. He's going to try and keep himself in this position. He knows he's better through that final corner. He's going to get himself a little bit of a lower exit here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's farther away than he was last time. He might just try and set him up to make this pass in another lap.
Can confirm, by the way, Alfonso Reese did make a pit stop on lap 291. So just last lap, Reese making the stop. And so Ollie Schwartz now leading in LMP2. If you're keeping track at home. 32 minutes remaining. Blocko Motorsport 183 right now being driven by Ian Brown, trying to find a way past Tim Johnston for the lead in GTD Pro.
Still just about half a second. He's just kind of hanging in there, just barely. Lost a little bit of time a couple of corners ago because he just got on the throttle a bit too early. So he might be just a bit eager, but here comes Ian Lawrence Brown. Timothy Johnston goes wide, and now that gap has shortened significantly. That could have been very, very dangerous.
Dealing with the heavy spray once again. This will be the weather likely for the rest of this one. Both drivers driving picture-perfect lines. in
Here we go.
unpicture perfect conditions.
Still just trying to hang in there. It's like watching two heavyweights in boxing just go at it. My goodness. It's a clash of the titans right now in the GT Pro Series. And I don't think this is going away anytime soon. Brown is just hanging around and now right on the back bumper. And now he's going to be able to follow him through this next series of corners. He might hit him here if he's not careful.
Coming out of Lamar, the gap is down to half a car length. And Brown to get the slipstream before Sunset Bend. There is a GTB car approaching the top two. Something to keep in mind there. Got Souza in the 12 and 7.
How in the world does he see anything? He is going to be able to brake, but he might go a bit wide. He's going to hit that double apex. He's going to have the run going down the front straightaway.
At the same time, though, you still got Souza passing the top two for right now. So a half hour remains in this one.
Come on. He is still just hanging in there. Goes a bit wide on this corner. That's going to cost him a couple of tenths right there. Timothy Johnson is doing a great job of just holding up to this absolute assault that is taking place. Ian Lawrence Brown is trying everything that he possibly can to make this overtake work, and Timothy Johnson is blocking it like Captain America right now. Absolutely insane defensive driving.
Do you think that Ian is just being a little bit more patient, or is it just a lot more defense? Better defense, I should say, from Tim Johnston.
I think, honestly, I know we've been talking about it all day long, but weather, man, how in the able to see where you start braking when you're just in the spray like that? That is so very, very difficult, right? And I think that might be what is affecting Ian Lawrence Brown's attack so far. Credit where credit is due. He's been absolutely relentless, and he has not given up, and I don't see him giving up at any point in this race. But Timothy Johnson has also been wickedly consistent with that pressure behind him.
Want to give you an update, by the way, in LMP2. Afonso Rees has dropped down to third after he was forced to left from an LMP2 car, but nonetheless, he is still going with no issues. He has dropped to 11th overall. Jorge Diaz making the pass in the 14. The GRT 14 ride to move up to second in the class. But again, all the focus on GT Pro still, and Johnson is increasing this lead thanks to the prototype traffic.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he is about to be facing it here shortly. And he's in the grass. Diaz is in the grass for a split second. Timothy Johnson is not going to give him that room.
That's the third place Ruiz in GTP. And that could have been ugly for Ian Brown potentially. He cuts the gap back down now to a half second. Very good in Sunset Bend right here. And he continues to be in striking distance.
He's now within 3/10 coming down the front straightaway. He might have an opportunity coming down into this first corner. Swings out wide, tries to make it happen, but won't have the speed.
Gap is a car length through one. And again, turn two, not the best place to pass. Just stays tucked right behind the wing of Tim Johnston. A pair of Aston Martins, by the way, battling for the GT Pro win.
Here we go. He's still trying to keep that gap as tight as he can so that when he does come through Lamar or Sunset Bend again, he's got enough space to try and make this work. He knows he's better in that stretch of the track. He just has to hang on to this gap for as long as he can. And again, another prototype coming through is going to shake things up here.
That's Peckley in the number 20, the BMW GTP ride.
They're going to come back through. This gap is still very, very small. As they swing into the corner again, that prototype just waiting for a good window to try and get around both of them at once here.
Got trouble, by the way, out in the hairpin. Gregory Meismer, the LMP2 car goes off track, and another car swing out wide. That being Cyrillic off pace, both in the hairpin. All is good, though. We stay under the green flag. And there goes the BMW past Brown. Next, Tim Johnston.
I have to see, and he's made this pass in this part of the track right here. for twice now, right? That other traffic that came through earlier was in this same part of the track. And here they go one more time.
There is two more GT cars, two more prototypes approaching.
Whoa.
Not too bad of a move from Johnston, trying to break the draft at the same time. And better entry here into Sunset Bend. It was a very high entry, but that could be at the same time too, Jacob, where all the moisture is here at the moment to help out the tires.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to get himself in a good position here. Obviously going to have to hold off on assault for the time being with all this traffic making its way through. Looks like he is just going to sit here and park within about a second of Timothy Johnson. He's got an opportunity right here, but it's this next section of the track, right? That middle section of the track where his car has just been really struggling all night long against this Timothy Johnson defense, and he is going to have to try and find a way around it here.
Do want to mention, by the way, moments ago in GTM, we got a change for the lead on the car sideways. And Hedgecock in the 18 going racing ride that was leading most of the pro class. Gets things back going, but we did have a change for the lead in the AM division. While we were focused on all of that, there is a new leader. It's Nick Gowen in the Gowen Racing, number 19. Out in front of Marcelino in the 3. So Marcelino has a new competitor. Nicholas Gowen leading the first time in this one, I believe.
He's going to try and break the draft down the front straightaway here. Marcelino looked like he had a chance here in the beginning for just a second to try and take that position back. But with that entry into turn 1, that is going to extend that gap a little bit further. He's going to keep trying to chase him down. Ian Lawrence Brown, meanwhile, down to 1.2 second gap on Timothy Johnson as we continue to watch Marcelino and go and slug it out here.
Oh, I'm seeing what happened here. There was contact. Was there contact? No, there wasn't contact. Marcelino in the tower turn actually went wide. And there was also, in that same part, Ollie Schwartz, the LMP2 car that was running near the front today, overcooked it and lost the front end. Schwartz is likely done for the 12 hours to Sebring.
Oh, man. That's so frustrating for him. Less than 24 minutes away from a shot at victory, and it just goes up in smoke. Meanwhile, Alfonso Reese and Dylan Babcock are now within a second of one another for second place in the LMP2 race. Philip Loth still has a very comfortable lead in the GTP race, up to 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Let's go back to GT Pro, the 157, the 183, still battling for the lead, and Brown gets a run off at Johnston, exiting Sunset Bend while they let the prototype go past. There's a move made by Brown possibly here into turn number 1. Switches it back underneath to the race lead. He's taking the risk and going for it. Who comes out on top off in turn number 1? Ian Brown for the lead in GT Pro.
Unbelievable driving there from Ian Lawrence Brown. He's able to make the move going down the front straightaway. And it's like we were saying, he knows he has to set him up coming out of Sunset Bend, and he did a perfect job right there. Sensational driving from Ian Lawrence Brown, and he is now less than 23 minutes away from total victory.
Brown's been waiting to make that move for a while, and now Ian Brown and the Blanco Motor, number 183, leads the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring and trying to run away with that.
And now Timothy Johnson, is he going to have enough in the tank to try and mount an attack back? It's not looking like it so far. Gap up to 1.2 seconds now. Thomas Marcelino. Yeah, Thomas Marcelino looks like he is in a very similar position. Gap between him and Gowen is now up to 1 second. Make it 1.1.
So we've been watching that GT Pro race for the past half hour or so. It's up to you on all the other classes here. While we're at it, Philip Loth still leading by a minute 22 on Jordy Vermeulen and the Albrecht Motorsports Cadillac. LMP2, Alfonso Reese leading by 2 seconds on Dylan Babcock. And that may be a battle to keep your eyes on the end. That could be developing. Heavy traffic, though. The top two are going through in LMP2. Again, Reese leading by 2.5 seconds on Dylan Babcock at the moment. Brown, we just saw, took the lead in GT Pro on Tim Johnston. And moments ago, Nick Gowen, the leader in Thomas Marcelino, we're still keeping an eye on that battle in GTM between the 19 and the 3. The gap is 0.6 of a second, and Marcelino may be fighting back. We got one, meanwhile, off track behind them. And it's Felipe Silvera, the 4th place running 21 BMW that went around. He regains control and keeps it straight, so we stay under the green flag.
Looks like Marcelino's got that gap down to 5.5 seconds now. And it looks like he is getting ever closer as the laps tick down. We may see them have to fight it out one more time, but Ian Lawrence Brown is just completely gone in that GT Pro class. I mean, he is absolutely just almost 2 full seconds ahead of Timothy Johnson now. I don't see anybody else catching up with the time that is left. We are less than 45 seconds away from being 20 minutes remaining here in the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring. Thomas Marcelino looks like he wants to stay in there in that 3 BMW, but it's just, he is just having to dig as hard as he can for whatever that car has left to try and get past Nicholas Goen here.
Sports car racing, always fun, never disappoints. We got one slow, Marco Silva out in the bend. Silva bringing the 44 onto pit road. But here we go, going. Marcelino's taking the lead back. Marcelino back out in front.
And now they're both going to go low through turn 1 here. This is going to take some serious throttle. Marcelino is slower. Goen's going to use that opportunity to get another chance to try and take this position back. He's just going to try and stay with him here through this sector of the track. Try and stay in those tire tracks. Gets on the curb a bit, but it doesn't look like it slowed him down too much now. Trying to set him up for the switchback coming out of this corner.
So I was looking back at it. Goen got affected a little bit on the corner exit by Will Robertson. Robertson checked that. Had to lift, and Marcelino took advantage of it. And the Frenchman is back out in front. Under 20 minutes to go. This is the battle that all the eyes are on here in GTM.
He's gotten, and they're not far behind, right? If something happens between these two, Kyle Potter is only 1.8 seconds behind Thomas Marcelino.
Absolutely.
He can realistically capitalize on anything that happens between these two, and we've seen it before in this race. Guys are willing to throw it all away just for a sniff at a victory. And Nicholas Goen looks like he is falling further behind now. The gap to 9/10 at this point in time.
Yeah, a little bit of wheel spin he had there on the exit of the hairpin. His time may be running out. Kyle Potter attacking for second, which could allow Marcelino to possibly pull away in his BMW.
We'll have to see. Sunset Bend coming up. We'll have to see how the exit looks for Goen. Gap now back down to 7/10. Meanwhile, Potter is within 5/10 of him.
Top 3 under a blanket. Battling for the win in GTM, separated by 1.4 seconds.
Keep an eye on those prototypes and LMP2s back there. They're going to be interrupting this battle coming through these next couple of corners here.
Absolutely. And they're just trying to go for lap times at the moment. They're not in any serious battles that we need to focus on here.
It looks like
right on board once more. Ooh, close call there.
Goen had to lift. Goen had to lift. Kyle Potter's in second. He's just taking second place away from Nicholas Goen. I'm not sure why Goen lifted, but he had to for some reason or other. And now Kyle Potter's going to be in a position to try and take the lead from Marcelino.
Goen had a rough accident. He nearly lost the car out of the bend. A lot of wheel spin on the rear end. And so it's now Kyle Potter in the second spot in the Vulture Motorsports Porsche.
And again, now we start to see things settle down here. Kyle Potter's the closest to potentially taking the lead of his class, under a second gap to Thomas Marcelino. Timothy Johnson now 2.9 seconds behind Ian Lawrence Brown for GT Pro. LMP2 Alfonso Reese is now 4.3 seconds ahead of Dylan Babcock. And then in GTP, Philip Bloth is now 1 minute 15 seconds ahead of Jordy Vermeulen. And now Kyle Potter's got it down to 3/10 here. He's looking like he's going to mount an attack.
Yeah, Potter is right there. You're riding on board with them.
He's just got to try and keep it steady. Nice helmet cam that we've got here, right? Just trying to keep it in those tire tracks, keep it on the dry part of the racing surface. Do not let the guys behind you worry you too much. And now he is going to have himself a nice opportunity here down this straightaway. He's going to get out of the way of the prototypes here. That's going to slow him down, but if they can catch up...
Oh, we got a car off.
Uh-oh.
That's the 13 Sergey Duran in the VSR car. Been right near the back in the past couple of hours in GTD.
And
it's inconsequential. We stay green.
And look at the time that those prototypes have cost Kyle Potter. He is now down to a 1.2 second gap. He lost almost a full second due to that traffic. At this point in the race, that's absolutely devastating.
Yeah, not what Potter wants to deal with. He believes he may be faster than Marcelino. There is one more prototype car behind the second place car at the moment.
Looks like he is just going to get out of the way. The spray, it's just so hard to see anything in there. It's like Florida in the springtime. There's just no chance.
Nothing like Florida in March.
Yep.
I've dealt with it in the past, going to Disney World to and from.
Oh, yeah, you better believe, especially around hurricane season. End of football season's absolutely or beginning of football season's absolutely devastating in that part of the world. Meanwhile, back at Sebring, we are here. Kyle Potter's gained 4/10 on Thomas Marcelino this lap. We are under 15 minutes to go in the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring. And you can feel it. That tension is starting to build. The pressure is mounting. These guys have to get to the lead. Every single person who's set foot in that 64 car today is staring at Kyle Potter going, please, you have to do this. You have to do this for us. And he can hear them in his mind. He knows that the pressure is mounting, and now he's going to dive down to the inside. Thomas Marcelino nearly doesn't see it coming. He's just going to barely clear it, but now the fight for the lead is back on with just over 14 minutes left to go.
Nearly made contact there with that shallow entry that could have cost both of them the race. Quick update in GTP. A meatball flag for Miguel Ruiz hitting the tire pack going to the sunset bend. His chances for a podium likely have gone up in smoke for him. But all eyes back on front here in GTM for this one. Marcelino versus Potter. No prototypes leaving in the background. Who do you got with under 14 minutes remaining?
Kyle Potter wants it bad. You can tell he is absolutely driving the wheels off of this thing. Look at those brake rotors. They're about to melt off the car. And Kyle Potter is doing everything he can to try and take this win for his team. It'd be absolutely massive at this point in the year and at this point in his career.
BMW TSR versus Vulture Motorsports Porsche. Through the bend, through the sunset bend again. We're looking at maybe about 6 laps remaining in the 12 hours of Sebring. We'll just have to see. Up by a couple car lengths. Potter showing the nose, cuts it back. He's trying to set this up here. The next passing zone won't be until the hairpin here, Jacob.
Passing zone, schmassing zone. If he's got a chance, he's going to take it. Kyle Potter now within 3/10 of a second, and he's getting right up there on that bumper. Is going to go a little bit wide in this corner. That'll cost him some time, but now he's going to try and wait on Marcelino to make a mistake here. Marcelino's already lost the lead of this class once in the past 30 minutes. I don't think he's keen on doing it again. It's going to be all about who responds better to pressure right here, right now. 12:27 to go.
Getting tight here. Potter could make the move. Now he goes around the outside to the left for the race lead at GTM. Potter, can he clear a big move to the left and Potter out in front?
He's got the speed, but can he hang on? He's got to make it stick.
Through the tower
He gets his right side on the curb. That's going to cause him to go a bit wide here. It looks like he's got it secure for the time being. Cap is now up to 5/10 on Thomas Marcelino. And can he get him back? It's now under 12 minutes to go here in the 12 hours of Sebring. And Kyle Potter has just made potentially the final lead change in the GTM series.
Philip Bloss, by the way, for those wondering, just made his final stop of the race. Just a quick 12-second stop from what I'm seeing.
Marcelino got in the dirt. I think he just put the right front in the dirt as he was transitioning over to the next corner. That cost him 2/10 as they come through this final corner here.
Potter's starting to run away with it. As we're in the witching hour of this one. If you're behind, make a wish with 11:11 left.
Here we go. Timothy Johnston now 26 seconds behind Ian Lawrence Brown. Dylan Babcock has cut down the gap to Alfonso Reese significantly, but I don't think it's going to matter. There's just too little time left. The only race that is still even in question is GTAM. Thomas Marcelino's got to try and fight to hang on to this lead. He's fought so hard for so long to try and take this win, and to have it ripped away from him in the final 10 minutes would be absolutely devastating. He's going to try everything he can to get it back here.
So approaching 10 minutes left. Let's go to the gaps once more. Philip Bloff up by 45 seconds on Jordi Vermeulen. LMP2, it's Reese by 3.5 seconds on Dylan Babcock. GT Pro, Ian Brown has pulled away from Tim Johnston by 29 seconds. Of course, you just saw the pass for the lead in GTM. Kyle Potter up 1.5 seconds. So the closer battles we're keeping an eye on are in AM and in LMP2.
Dylan Babcock is absolutely slicing into that lead. He's made up a second on this lap alone. He may have a shot at the lead here. I don't know what he did when he pitted, but he must have juiced his car up with something serious, because he is flat out moving right now.
There are two cars separating the top two. It's Spinall in the BMW GT Pro and Vermeulen running second in GTD.
I have to see that gap is getting smaller, though, in LMP2. Gap now to 2.5 seconds. And Thomas Marcelino is losing time as well. Gap is now up to 2.2 seconds. So pretty soon, this LMP2 battle is going to be the closest one we've got, barring anything crazy.
Babcock cut down 3 seconds last time by. Got one off the track. Tim McLeish to the 74. Back going, we stay green. So it's the LMP2 honors. We're now keeping a close eye on. Let's check the gap here at the line between Reese and Babcock. This time it was
Babcock
even here, Jacob.
closer.
Reese at 2:13.51. Babcock at 2:13.54.
They are running. It's all going to depend on who makes a mistake right here. You're looking at Dylan Babcock here trying to chase down Alfonso Reese, who's done a great job hanging on to the lead here late, trying to get around this lap traffic. It's going to be all about timing when it comes to lap traffic, right? Where you pass them is just as important as when you pass them, right? So that is one thing that these guys have got to keep in mind here late. And Dylan Babcock is really struggling to get around this 94 car.
And Babcock needs him to get past. Use the lights to let him know you're there at the same time if you can. You've got the button mapped. Hang on there! Slight contact with the 94 of Wright, but able to hang on to it.
And that destroyed the front end of that 94 car. Look at it. That radiator's
Absolutely, the
getting
debris
all
now.
water now.
Debris now on the track. I think it's something that may have come off the diffuser, if not the underbody.
And that 94 is slowing. That 94 is slowing big time. That is big time damage. And that means that on the back of Dylan Babcock's car, there could potentially be damage as well, affecting the aero.
Oh, Tim Johnston just crashed. The second place driver was off the track for a moment in the GT Pro side of things. Same with Vermeulen running second.
That's going to give Herbier a chance, but just barely. But now a prototype is passing him as that happens. So now Johnston is going to be able to recover and most likely hang on to the second place spot, again, barring anything crazy happening. However, he is cutting into the gap to Ian Lawrence Brown significantly. That gap was 25 seconds. Now it's at 10, 9. Something is happening. Something is wrong with Ian Lawrence Brown.
Brown is exiting pit road right now at the moment. Brown just exited the pits. A quick 7-second stop Johnston's entering turn 1 right now as we speak.
So now it looks like
That
Brown's
was the
going to have
issue
enough
there.
time. Yeah, Brown's going to have enough time to get back up to speed on this part of the track. But man, that was looking scary for a second there.
Yeah, Brown was just had to pit there for a moment. Closer battles. Closest at the moment still LMP2 3.8. Kyle Potter, meanwhile, for those wondering, is in the pits, exiting the pits as we speak.
Oh, he just lost the lead.
Yeah, Potter had to pit.
So now it's a question of gas.
I believe, with gas,
Yeah,
so yeah.
It's going to become a question of gas. Does Thomas Marcelino or Nicholas Godwin, do they have the stuff to hang on? So Kyle Potter's now exiting pit road, and he is going to be 14 seconds off the leaders. That's got to be absolutely devastating for him.
Marcelino pitted on lap 261, going on 260. They're working 292 at the moment with 520 and counting remaining. Loft pitted on 307. He's good to go. Race on 291. I believe he is good. Brown on 295. He just pitted. And then Marcelino on 260. So the question is either him or maybe Nick Gowen. We'll just have to see. Under 5 minutes remain. Roughly 3.5 laps left in the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring.
Fuel mileage, man, it always makes you so nervous. Because I don't know about you, but I was terrible at math in school. And now Kyle Potter is absolutely hauling. He is going to try and get past Nicholas Gowen here to try and be in position if Thomas Marcelino does run out of gas. Dylan Babcock, meanwhile, has cut the gap between him and Alfonso Reese down to 3 seconds now.
Look at the spray. It's absurd.
Come on.
4 minutes to go.
We've got several other cars going down pit road right now as well. A lot of those guys just were not going to be able to make it on gas. Babcock now has cut the gap down to 2.3 seconds.
But Babcock not giving up. 2 cars separate them, a GT and a prototype. Babcock find a way back in this one. Making a way past the 183 of Brown.
He's now got only 4 seconds on Timothy Johnson. Timothy Johnson has cut into this lead significantly. He may get another chance at the lead here.
The gap, though, between the top two, 4.3 seconds, and Brown was on his out lap during the gap cut. So Brown with some pretty good daylight, no mistakes, and he should be okay. And the gap between Reese and Babcock now at 1.2 seconds. Reese getting held up by a McLaren GT car. Babcock is there. It's under a second, even with the GTP in between. Oh! Babcock a little bit of contact with the BMW, I believe, for Merlin in second.
And now the gap down to 1.5. He's got to try and make it happen. Got to drive around this McLaren here, and I think that's exactly what he's going to try and do. Minimal mistakes. That's going to make him up a ton of time. 2 minutes, 38 seconds left to go here in the 12 hours of Sebring. And it is anybody's game for LMP2. Alfonso Reese, we've seen him hang on for dear life to the lead. And Dylan Babcock, that 30 car, has been absolutely insane all day long. Can he take it the distance? Can he cross the finish line? We'll have to find out.
Should not be. Oh, this may be the white flag this time by, with his last lap time being a 2:16. And this should be it. White flag on the final lap. Oh, Babcock in the pits.
Oh,
Babcock
no.
could not make it.
And that might open up second place for Rico Kohlmeyer, but I honestly doubt it. So that's going to take any kind of doubt out of the water. Meanwhile, Nick Gowen has dropped the gap between him and Thomas Marcelino to 2 seconds. And Timothy Johnston is up to Ian Lawrence Brown with 2 seconds.
So
now 1.6.
So yeah, it's race now. Good to go the distance in the end of this one. a lap away from taking the win in LMP2 in the Sebring 12 hours. Brown up 1.7 on Tim Johnston. This one may not be over just yet. Keep an eye on that. It's still Marcelino and GTM. Up 1 second, and Marcelino's off the pace. Eisenberg, oh no, check that. That was an Eisenberg of LMP2 car. Going 3.4 back. Nothing to be concerned about there. But here comes Philip Bluth. Final time through the Sunset Bend. Be 1 lap to go here, I believe. We'll check if this is the checkers. This is the checkered flag, I believe.
Nicholas Goen is right there. Nicholas Goen is right there. He's now 2/10 away from Thomas Marcelino. He might take the lead. Less than 30 seconds to go here.
Keep an eye on this battle here meanwhile.
And Nicholas Goen does take the lead. Drives around the outside. Thomas Marcelino is falling behind. I think he has the gas. New leader for DTM, Nicholas Goen, with 20 seconds remaining.
Could be the biggest clutch moment here in the 12 hours of Sebring. Nicholas Goen trying to pull things off at the end.
And now Kyle Potter is flying right now. He is going to get around Thomas Marcelino as well. He did not have the gas to make it, but Nicholas Goen is going to be good on fuel for the remainder of this race. White flag this time by. And it looks like we have got it all set up. Timothy Johnson still threatening for the GT Pro lead, but barring anything crazy, it looks like this is going to be your end results.
So it's Philip Bluth, meanwhile, out in front in the GTP Cadillac. The sweeping right, left, right before entering the tower turn for the final time.
I just have to see it. Kyle Potter is closing, but it may not be fast enough here. As again, an absolutely incredible day and night of racing here at Sebring, and a 12-hour gauntlet is about to be completed.
They've made their way a full rotation across the clock. And now Philip Bluth is making his way through Le Mans. And the All-Brett Motorsports, number 96, been dominant since the final restart, taking advantage of a couple mishaps.
Kyle Potter's taking the lead! Kyle Potter's taking the lead at GTM!
Oh my!
Nicholas Goen is slow!
Goen's out of fuel! Goen is out of it!
He doesn't have the
Potter
gas!
back out in front! Oh my goodness! Philip Bluth making his way through the Sunset Bend for the final time. The checkers way for the Cadillac All-Brett Motorsports, and Philip Bluth win the Monster Energy 12 hours to Sebring.
Oh my goodness! That is absolutely unbelievable.
Insanity stuff, but now we turn our attention to the LMP2 category, which almost got dramatic for a little bit. Until the end, it's Alfonso Reese out in front of this one.
And he is just smooth sailing. He is just smooth sailing at this point. There is nothing that could stand in his way for total victory here at the Monster Energy 12 hours of Sebring. You love to see it. He drove the wheels off of that thing, hung on dear life, and as he comes through the final corner for the final time, double apex, and he will win the LMP2 class 12 hours of Sebring. Alfonso Reese.
Congrats to the RTR Rick Team Racing 2 team. Now to the Sunset Bend comes Ian Brown, and a big challenge from Tim Johnston, and took the lead inside the final 30 minutes. Ian Brown wins GT Pro Honors. A sliding slipstream across the start-finish line. And now we focus on Kyle Potter and GTM.
Everybody thought he was out. Everybody thought his race was over when he had to pit and recede the lead to Thomas Marcelino. But as we all see, fuel mileage wins are just a little bit of guesswork and a little bit of math. And Kyle Potter, who everyone counted out, is going to come through these corners for the final time on what is essentially a victory lap for him. And he, barring anything crazy, is on his way to victory.
Potter going through the final straightaway and through Sunset Bend. before the trip home. In the number 64 Vulture Motorsports Porsche, the Canadian limping the car through the end. Vulture Motorsports and Kyle Potter take the win in GTM.
Man, what a finish.
My
what a great
gosh.
day. What a great day, man. These races are
Phenomenal.
always so much fun, and you just got a bunch of it right there towards the end. It's just all about who can make it to the end, and they did just that. Congratulations to all of the drivers that were able to bring home wins for their particular class today. Philip Bloth is your winner for GTP, Alfonso Reese for LRP2, Ian Lawrence Brown will win GT Pro, and Kyle Potter will win GTM. Congratulations to all the drivers and teams that have shown up here today. And barring anything crazy, I think that's just about it.
Yeah, that is it there with one yellow an hour in the final 3 hours, one full course yellow in the final 3 hours. We're going to step aside and take a break, and when we come back, the official results and interviews. Stay with us here. Post-race coverage of the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring when we come back on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Post-race coverage of the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring, and man, did that not disappoint in the final laps of this one. Fuel mileage determining a majority of the winners here this evening, and congratulations to all of them that got the job done. So at this point, we'll take a look at your official results after this 12-hour, once around the clock spectacular.
Hello, Seagull.
Affleck.
That's the wrong bird. Affleck was a goose.
It looked like the duck. It looked like the duck.
Carl Edwards is going to find you. All right. Carl Edwards is going to find you.
Let's get to this. Blouth the winner in GTP by 1 minute over for Albrecht Motorsports over BMW M Team TSR. Wastegate Racing finishing in third. Bravo Snow Shatten in fourth. BMW M Team Delta Racing in fifth. Red Lab Competizione in sixth. VSR Competizione in seventh. BMW M Team Delta Racing also with an 8th place finish. Vision 1 Motorsports in 9th. The World of Sim Racing team finishing in 10th. Believe that is the results, or if we got the rest of them here. Yep, 11th, Ryan Siralik in the Twin Turner Ride. Pack Sim Sport in 12th. No Limit Sim Racing Academy in 13th. And Red Lab Competizione Murado in 14th, running out the GTP field. Jacob, a look at the LMP2 results.
So, coming at you for LMP2, we got Rick Team Racing will win with our 87 car. Fury Sim Sport being in second. The 11 car Vision 1 Motorsports will be in third. The 757 of Flight Level Racing will be in fourth. Fifth is the Grow Racing Team's 14. Sixth is the Monarch Racing Team 99. Seventh is the Red Lab Competizione 552. And then in 8th, we've got the 23 of the Twin Turn SR by Dabika Bornheim. And then in 9th, we've got the 420 of Track Limit Sim Racing. And then bringing up our top 10 is the 22 of Twin Turn Senior by Dabika Bornheim. Coming at you with 11th and 12th is going to be the 47 of Patty Engineering SRT. And then bringing up the rear of the field is going to be the 512 of Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing.
Your GT Pro results look like this. Blocko Motor Sim Sport with the win, driven by Ian Brown at the end. SimCity Racing in second. Double Stint Racing third. iRacing Today Motorsports in fourth. The Goin Racing Team in fifth. Grow Racing Team in sixth. Telemetry Racing in seventh. Rusty Spatulas Racing in eighth. Unitronic Fisher Motorsport in ninth. Vulture Motorsports rounding out the top 10. The rest of the classification has 11th, the Vulture Motorsports team again. Virtual Power Sim Racing in 12th. World of Sim Racing team, 13th. Rick Team Racing 14th. Matco Fisher Motorsport in 15th. And VSR Competizione in 16th.
Now coming at you with your GT-AM race. Kyle Potter driving the 64 Vulture Motorsports right there at the end will take the win. In second is the 19 of Goin Racing. In the third is the 3 of BMW M Team TSR. In fourth is the 90 of Intercomp Fisher Motorsport. In fifth is the 75 of SRN Motorsports. In sixth is the 747 of Flight Level Racing. In seventh is the 33 of Wastegate Racing. In eighth is the 83 of Off in the S's Racing. And then in ninth is the 17 of Rentley SRT. And bringing up the top 10 is going to be the 94 of SWF Motorsports.
So for the sounds of it, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, in 11th, we've got the 70. In 12th, we've got the 4 of Superstar Racing Team. In 13th, we've got the 283 of Blocko Motor Sim Sport. And then in 14th, we've got the 515 of Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing. And then bringing up the final car to finish today's race will be the 912 of Frida Sport.
All right, so it sounds like we've got winners here with us, and we'll begin with our GTP winners here. I believe we've got both of them with us. We've got Mark Shershow, one of the drivers for the Albrecht Motorsports team. And apologies, Sven, if I pronounced this incorrectly. Sven Albrecht of the Albrecht Motorsports number 96 team. Sven, congrats to your entire team first off. How does it feel to win one of these long endurance races, especially in the rain?
Thank you very much. It's incredible. We have no words. It's the hardest race this season for us with the rain, and the rain was a problem in the trainings. But in the race, we have fun. We drive the car, and no words. It's fantastic. Our race was in the beginning good. In the middle was the car damaged, and never give up. And wow, yeah, we are very, very happy.
Mark, I'll move things over to you. How did you feel your race was as a whole? Actually, I'm looking at this correct. Am I looking at this correctly? Do I see a 0x from you this evening?
Yes, thank you.
Mark's speechless. I can tell.
Our English is not the best.
I gotcha. Mark, go ahead and talk about. I'll let you talk about your race. If any language you like to talk about it in, I'll do that.
Erzähl was über dein Rennen.
We have fun for the first from the first lap. The problem is the quali. Das könnten wir besser machen. Sven, hilf mir mal.
Yes, also our training is for the race, for the durability, and not for one lap in the qualifying. In the qualifying, we are very slow. Our setup is only for the race, and we would like train for the race and the quali. We start behind. But in the longest race in Daytona and Sebring, this is not a problem. Long Beach was a problem, but P5 in Long Beach is a big job for the guys. In Sebring was the starting position not the problem, but we're working on the qualifying pace. The race pace is okay for the drivers with the lowest ratings in the class. I think, we drive safely, we drive slowly, and our target is top 5 every race and fighting for the championship and in the last race.
Well, Sven, I'll give you the final word. Who do you want to give shout outs to?
Yes, it's incredible. We must sleep one night over this race. It's the VSCA is a big institution, a big league for us, big competition. That's amazing. It's amazing race. It's amazing league. Thank you very much, and very, very cool broadcast. Thank you very much.
Definitely appreciate the time you both took. Congratulations on the overall win of the GTP win, the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring. So there goes Sven Albrecht and Mark Scherschel, our winners tonight in GTP. LMP2 also got pretty exciting at the end. We'll have the team manager for LMP2 in here, Jose Barbosa. He's with Jacob.
Hey, man, how you doing tonight?
Hi, how are you guys? Well,
Hanging
we're doing
in
great.
there. I know, right? I mean, what a race it was right down there till the end. It was looking a little bit dicey. Dylan Babcock was slicing his way through the at the end of that third. But you guys hung on for dear life, and you guys were able to make it happen. An absolutely insane win for an insane team. Walk me through it, man. What was that? Watching those last few laps happen, right? Watching Dylan Babcock slowly cut into the lead. What was the plan that led up to that, and what were you thinking while it was happening?
Well, we were doing calculations every single lap, seeing if we put the right amount of fuel in, seeing if it was all done properly. And when we saw that they had to pit again, everyone celebrated, and then we remembered we've still got like 6 minutes, so let's not celebrate too early. Let's finish the race. But everyone is happy. Everyone's very happy.
So was that the strategy for getting ahead late there? Because obviously that 30 car was an absolute beast all day long in LMP2, at least for as long as we were watching it, right? For a good 3 hours there, they were just absolutely dog walking the field. What was you guys' strategy for getting ahead of a car that was that good? Was it just going on the super long green flag run?
Well, firstly, one lap pace was there because we qualified P1. We then we had an incident when the track was drying up. One of our drivers just dipped a tire onto the wet stuff, and we had I think it was 6.5 minutes of repairs, which put us 2 laps behind the race lead. We then had for 2 full course failures. We came back into the lead lap, and then it was just all about chasing. And then they made a mistake at the start of the last green flag, and we took the lead, and we just controlled it from there. We made the right decisions. We made sure we put the right amount of fuel in, and that's it.
Speaking of putting the right amount of fuel in, obviously people drive differently in the rain than they do on the dry. What I was specifically curious about is how did that affect you guys' calculations for fuel mileage, right? Because your fuel mileage is going to change if you're driving differently. So I'm very, very curious what adjustments you guys made to the calculations to get you guys across the finish line there.
Really, we just asked the driver, what's your average in the last 5-6 laps? We took the average that he was doing, and he said he was comfortable with, and we just calculated from that using that average and the time that was remaining.
Wow, absolutely fascinating. Well, Jose, if Marty, I think that's going to be all from us. Yeah, I think that's going to be all from us on Green Flag TV. Anything you got to say before we take you out of here?
Yeah, I would just like to thank our amazing team owner who broadcasts pretty much every race and makes LAN events possible for us. Our main sponsor, PC Component, and our other sponsor, MV Skin Lab, which makes all of our skins and everything that comes up on our Instagram and made by them.
Hell yeah, that's awesome, man. Well, you go ahead and take yourself a nice long nap. It's been a long day for you guys. I would imagine that go party like hell. Tomorrow morning, you've absolutely earned it. Thank you so much for being here with us, Jose. We'll see you next.
Thank you very much.
All right, there goes Jose Barboza repping the LMP2 winners here this evening. And let's bring in the man that piloted the GT Pro Kart to victory, that being Ian Brown, the number 183 Blocko Motor Ride. Ian, take me through that pass to get it done there on Tim Johnston, and a little Aston battle was not easy.
No, that wasn't certainly easy at all. Every time you got behind our car, it was just full spray everywhere. If a GTP or LMP2 overtook you, it was just praying that you hit your braking point right, because you couldn't see anything on every braking point. It was very tough.
Yeah, that rain was tough. How about when you had to have when the prototypes were getting past you? It definitely had to be a tougher deal there too at the same time.
Yeah, it was for sure. Like those prototypes that are approaching with like 70 kph difference, that's a crazy amount. And then you have to judge from, can I turn in here, or are they going to overshoot the corner maybe? And when you look in front, you also can't see your own braking point. Yeah, it's a very interesting concept at the end there.
Well, congratulations on a job well done. Who do you want to give shout outs to?
Yeah, I want to give credit to my teammates and team manager, Eric and Tyler. Of course, without the work and fuel calculations and making sure that they keep it on track, not like I did and put it in the wall at some point. And yeah, just keep consistent, keep on fighting in there, and make sure that you keep on the lead lap.
A job well done. Congratulations. Way to go to you and the rest of your team, Ian.
Thank you very much.
And we will round things out here with our GTAM victors here this evening. And it came down to, I guess you could really say, the last drop for the Vulture Motorsports 64 team. Jim McGill, the rep, he's with Jacob.
Hey, Jim, I imagine that you're probably riding Cloud 9 right about now. Walk me through the last couple of laps. When you see Kyle Potter take the lead back after losing it in such a devastating fashion, that's got to feel euphoric.
Oh, it was just too much to really take in. I mean, you can't see anything with the rain. Kyle's just trying to hold on to the car, and it just worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about coming out of nowhere, right? We didn't even notice it on the podcast. suddenly swap, right? So, you guys absolutely had a fantastic drive tonight. Obviously, you guys were not in front a ton right there in those last 3 hours, right? When it comes to staying in it to win it, right, and not giving up, what are some of the things that you guys keep in mind and that you like to tell your drivers in situations where they may not be in a position to win from tonight?
Well, when we got about 4 or 5 laps down in the middle of the race, and that was just the thing, was just keep the car clean and do what we could. Kyle's earlier stints were in the rain, and he was just laying down the laps, and he actually got us a lap back under green conditions. So that was a big help getting us back into this. And it was just stay out of trouble, don't hurt ourselves, and hopefully we get enough cautions to get us back into it, which is what happened.
Fair enough. Now, you guys pitted with around 13, 14 minutes left to go in the race. Was that intentional, or was Kyle really just running out of gas?
Yeah, we pitted to get fuel.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a planned stop.
Yep. Fair enough. Did you know that the other guys couldn't make it on when you did that, or was that part just guesswork?
We did not know. We just did what we had to do, what we could do, and hope it worked out, and it did.
Heck yeah, man. That's great. Well, I mean, obviously being in a position like this must be great. The win means a lot to your team. What's the plan, taking this kind of momentum into next week?
Just keep doing what we're doing. Just staying after it and keeping the car clean.
Fair enough. Well, I think that's about all we got for you. What does anybody that you want to give shout outs to before we take you out of here?
Well, mostly Kyle. That's a guy who he carried this race. So it's all for him and the rest of the guys at Vulture. It's a good team we got here. Everybody working together.
Mm-hmm. All right, man. Well, it was great talking to you. You guys go enjoy your night and enjoy your morning too, right? You guys worked for it. You guys earned it. 12 straight hours of racing, and I imagine you could not be proud of your guys. So you have a wonderful night. We'll see you next week.
All right. Thank you. You too.
All right, Jim McGill, the rep for the Vulture Motorsports team. And so with that, after a long 12-hour broadcast, that will do it for us here tonight. Jacob, final thoughts as we sign off here on the another edition of the VSCA Sports Car Championship.
Man, this one had a little bit of everything. They had beating and banging, last-second passes, fuel mileage, rain race. Anything you could ask for in motorsport was present in tonight's Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring, and it's races like these that really remind you that this is what motorsports is all about, man. This is where the magic happens, and there's nowhere else I would rather be on days like today.
So we will bid you adieu here on this Saturday night, I should say. Again, if you like what you saw on Green Flag TV, make sure you hit the subscribe button and turn on those notifications. And shout out to all of our commentators and producers for Green Flag TV that worked around the clock today so we could bring you a phenomenal telecast here this evening. So with that, that'll do it for us here. Marcus Cal on behalf of Green Flag TV and all of our commentary production crews saying so long. Albrecht Motorsports the winner in GTP. Rick Team Racing 2 taking the win in LMP2. Blocko Motor the winner in GT Pro. And Vulture Motorsports in GTM. Thanks for joining us, everyone. So long.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.